Chapter 1, Yeliyang is dead. Yeliyang is dead. The walk was peaceful. If there is anything in common with otaku, it should be the way to die. Holding a mobile phone, playing games, leaning back on the sofa, he died suddenly. Where is this? Why am I here? What the is this place? Yeliyang opened his eyes, but what he saw was an inexplicable cave. He moved his arms, his limbs were a bit weak, and he was surrounded by endless gravel. Am I kidnapped? I remember playing games before. He was puzzled. At this moment, the quarrel of two people suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Teacher Ashimaru. Human experimentation is expressly forbidden, you will be regarded as rebellious by 3 generations of adults. Tisk Tusk, Red Bean, you are too honest, otherwise I can't bear to inject a curse on you. Red Beans? Yuan? What's the situation? Could it be that I passed through? Yeliyang was confused, but the fluent Japanese on the other side was obviously true. Yeliyang can't speak Japanese. But he fully understood. How is this possible? Is it possible that this is the self-contained benefit of the traverser? Haha! I really traversed! Yeliyang burst out laughing. As a loyal otaku, crossing is what he dreams of, and the mobile game that caused his sudden death in his previous life. It's Naruto OL. Ding dong! There was a sudden buzzing in my head. Detecting that the host has awakened, immediately distribute the novice gift package. The elementary physical skills are at full level. The elementary chakra is full. The primary ninja is at full level. Is this a reward? Yeliyang was ecstatic on the spot, but after listening for a long time, he was immediately dumbfounded. How come they are all elementary skills? As a die-hard fan of Hokage, he naturally knows what the elementary skills represent, which is equivalent to the ability of Konoha Village and Shinobu. Although Naruto has the setting of being unbearable, Yeliyang does not have the talent of the protagonist Xiao Qiang. In the midst of secretly slandering, Yeliyang's mind rang again. Ding dong! Detecting the host's current environment is bad, immediately issue the SSS level legendary mission Rescue Red Beans. The system will issue different rewards according to the completion of the mission. Evaluation 1. Take the red beans out of the Yuan laboratory, life or death. Reward: intermediate physical skills at full level, intermediate chakra at full level, intermediate ninja at full level. Evaluation 2. Bring the red beans out of the Yuan laboratory in good condition and win their favor. Reward: full level of advanced physical skills, full level of advanced chakra, full level of advanced ninja. Evaluation 3. In front of Yuan, bring out the red beans intact. Reward: on the basis of Reward 2, additional rewards for God-level ninjutsu, Shenra Tianzheng. Yeliyang was speechless on the spot. Even the easiest way to take the red beans out of the laboratory is not that simple, let alone bring out the red beans in front of Yuan. He is now at the level of Konoha Shinobu. But well, some things are done after all. That's Shenluo Tianzheng. Yeliyang was shocked. Yeliyang's favorite ninjutsu in his previous life was Shenluo Tianzheng. Not because of how strong he is, but because he is handsome enough. At the beginning, in Konoha Village, Pain relied on this ninjutsu to face all the shinobu in Konoha Village. How can you do such a trick if you don't learn it? Yeliyang acted decisively and immediately started brainstorming. In fact, the mission of the system is not mortal. As long as the red bean is completely taken out of the cave, he can obtain advanced physical skills and so on. In cooperation with God-level ninjutsu Shenra Tianzheng, Yeliyang is confident to rely on this ninjutsu to escape from the hands of Ashimaru, because at this time, Ashimaru is far from the metamorphosis of the late ninja wars. Yeliyang immediately stretched out towards the cave and touched it. Teacher Ashimaru, don't make mistakes again. You are a 3-generation personal disciple. As long as you can look back now, the 3 generations will definitely forgive you. Chat. Adzuki beans, don't be naive, obediently let me plant a curse, as a container for my body. Teacher! Come back! Da Shiwan was still arguing with his disciples inside. Yeliang has been listening for a while, and he is a little nervous, but if he doesn't make a move now, it will be really late, because Yuan is about to make a move. Stop! Put down that girl! He immediately got up, and sternly forbidden it to Ashomaru. There was silence in the cave. Dashimaru is also a while. Too suddenly. It's like a young bird who is about to taste the forbidden fruit, but is caught by his parents. It's really sudden. Where did the kid come from? Oshimaru immediately cast his gaze over. He had a great story about the three ninjas, but he was secretly approached by a stranger, but he didn't notice it at all. This is incredible. He was a little nervous. Yeliang swallowed. To be honest, he is more nervous than Yuan now, and the opposite is a bit jealous, he is like an old dog. Ashimaru is the best of the best. As long as you light a fireball on the opposite side, it is estimated that you will hang. Mr. Ashimaru, hello, I was sent by the leader to negotiate with you. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The leader? Where's the leader? I don't know someone like this. Da Shiwan continued to look at Yeliang with fear, but Yeliang had already thought about what to say next. Our leader is naturally the famous Pain, I believe you must have heard of it. You are from the Akatsuki organization. How dare you come to such a place? Are you afraid of being discovered by 3 generations of them? You dare to set up a laboratory in such a place, don't you be afraid of being discovered? Although Yeliang was panicked inside, his expression did not show, but he looked at Yuan cleanously. Nonsense! Don't you die if you persevere a little. Yeliang knew what Yuan wanted, and his plan was to use this as an opportunity to trick Yuan. Our leader has long heard that you want a strong body, so we have been waiting for you outside for a long time. Boss? Pain has come to Konoha. Yes. I also presented Uchiha Itaka's body to you, as long as you can join the Akatsuki organization. What? Da Shiwan was shocked. At this time, Uchiha Itaka was only 8 years old, but he was already a genius child in the village. If it weren't for fear that it would be discovered by the 3 generations if it was taken away, Ashimaru would have already started. Hearing that Akatsuki had brought the universe Bo Itaki, Dashimaru's eyes were frantic. Then please come with me, sir. Yeliang saw Ashimaru's thoughts and immediately made a gesture to him, and then turned his gaze to the materai red beans tied to the stone pillar. Now is the most critical step. Never go wrong. Master Ashimaru, can this hostage be taken away together? After listening to our conversation, she needs to see what the leader does. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 2, Plug-in. Hostage. Da Shiwan glanced at Adzuki beans, and immediately showed a trace of suspicion. If it was just to prevent Ajaki from leaking the news, he could kill Ajaki directly, but he didn't think much about the benefits now. It's up to you, but you don't lie to me, otherwise I don't mind turning you into my experiment target. Da Shiwan glanced at Yeliang coldly, the dark vertical pupils made Yeliang's neck chill. He nodded quickly. Sure. Humph. Seeing Da Shiwan walking towards the cave alone, Yeliang quickly came to Hongdo, untied the rope, and carried her on her back. No way, this kind of hard work, Yeliang, who is hard-working, is willing to do it. For the sake of my Shen Luo Tianzheng, what does it mean to carry a woman? Yeliang comforted himself forcibly, and then put Misa Sarin red bean on his back. Not to mention, the red beans at this time are not as fat as they were when bloggers turned. The body is very light, forward and backward, not to mention how perfect the figure is, but there are things that should be there. Yeliang smiled, and then he felt a touch of tenderness. You must know that the skin of a ninja is very firm. For this point, you can refer to those MMS who went to the gym to exercise in the previous life. Long-term muscle training has no fat on their body. What's more, Liang is still putting his hands on the red bean's ass. On. Don't blame the little beauty. When carrying someone, he puts his hands on his hips. Although he was a little shameless, he still forcibly instilled a very reasonable excuse into himself. Bah! You spies, the 3 generations of adults will never let you out safely, wait for death, you! Hungdu screamed and looked at Liang fiercely, but there was a blush on his face for some reason. Liang smirked and ignored her. This is not the time to flirt and curse, the Yuan in front is still watching this place with some alertness. Therefore, Liang pays attention to his words and deeds. If he accidentally reveals a flaw, it is really over. Liang shook his head, he forcibly dispelled the small 9 in his heart, and followed the big snake pill in front of him in a serious manner. It seems that Uchiha Itaka's body is still very attractive. Although Ashimaru is jealous, he did not tear his face on the spot. Liang judged. The Ashimaru ahead was still walking fast. He looks 30 years old. Judging from the memory of Liang's previous life, Da Shiwan should still be a student under the hands of the 3rd generation. Judging from the fact that he has not injected the red bean curse mark, he probably has not defected, so it is not particularly strong now. This point is very important. The human test of Dashimaru has not been successful. In other words, it has only mastered some basic advanced ninjutsu. There are absolutely no late-stage abnormal god-level moves, such as Dire Earth Reincarnation, Triple Rashomon, and the B-Frame Breaking 8. Key Technique. It seems that I am quite prescient, haha. Liang admired his courage very much. In his opinion, as long as the system tasks are completed, it is very likely that he will be evenly matched with the Ashimaru if he gets the reward. At least it should be possible to escape. Well, yes. Liang nodded heavily, and then began to fantasize about getting the feeling of Shenluo Tianzheng. After another distance, a ray of light finally appeared in front of him. It seems to have finally come out. Liang secretly said in his heart, and then he saw the endless jungle. It's very simple and a little green. Where is the leader you are talking about? Boy! Dashimaru went outside first. He swept the surrounding bushes vigilantly, and then immediately looked at Liang angrily. With his special strength, he couldn't see the bushes outside, where there were Tibetans. Don't worry, the leader is hiding outside. Liang said perfunctorily. Da Shiwan was walking in front of him, so he went out early, but Liang was still inside. Don't drop the chain at a critical time. Liang immediately quickened his pace. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. The scenery outside is very fascinating. If you look at it from your previous life, it looks like a tourist attraction. Liang counted down the steps nervously and stepped out step by step. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the SSS level mission saving red beans. Now grant rewards to the host. The advanced physical skills are at full level. The advanced chakra is at full level, and the advanced ninja is at full level. Because the host is perfect, an extra reward for god level ninjutsu Shinra Tianzheng. Finished. Yebufan shook his hands and feet incredibly. There is a terrifying force flowing in the muscles. The power of the system is directly instilled into his body and does not need to be learned, so Yebufan is very sure that he already has the strength of Shangren. There was a roar in his head, and a strange chakra movement appeared in his memory. This is how Shenluo Tianzheng works. It turned out to be used like this. He laughed. Then immediately try to run the mysterious trajectory with chakra. Boy, you really are lying to me. Da Shiwan is finally impatient. Seeing Liang stay in place inexplicably, Yu read www.yuuganshu.com. He immediately rushed towards him. From the point of view of Ashimaru, Yeliyang is just an ordinary ninjutsu strength, he can easily subdue him without using ninjutsu. He did the same. Shen Luo Tianzheng. When Yuan just approached, an invisible wall of air suddenly repelled from Yeliyang's body. Pang! Shimaru didn't pay attention and was hit by this air wall and flew out. What kind of ninjutsu is this? What a powerful force! Shiwan spit out blood. Shen Luo Tianzheng can not only repel the enemy, but the impact that knocks the opponent into the air is also not to be underestimated. In Yeliyang's memory, Shen Luo Tianzheng has even overcome the 3 giant frogs of Miao Frog Mountain. Wen Tai's body is much stronger than Shiwan. Shimara finally rolled to the ground after breaking several big trees. It was obviously only the strength of ninjutsu just now, how could it be so strong now? This strength has completely reached the shadow level. No, even the 3rd generation does not have such a powerful ninjutsu. Who is he? Is it possible that he is the leader of that mysterious organization, Akatsuki? Shimara has been in and out of the black market and bought and sold living materials, so I heard about Akatsuki. After all, from the perspective of Akatsuki's agent, he often enters the black market. He looked at Yeliyang vigilantly again, but he dared not make a move. Yeliyang was laughing to death in his heart. Sure enough, the current Ashimaru is only a special strength of Shinobu. With his current strength, one move Shen Luo Tianzheng is completely enough, not to mention that he now has the quality of ninjutsu, even if he does not know ninjutsu, he can leave safely. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 3, Start Off. Yeliyang thought in his heart, and immediately ran towards the distance, and walked away with Misera red beans. In line with the principle that beauty is in the arms, there is no reason to want it, although Yeliyang is not familiar with red beans, he is still ready to take it away. Asshole! Where are you going? Stop for me! Stop your MP! Yeliyang is not a good obedient boy, otherwise he would not disobey his parents in his previous life, and he would die suddenly after playing games. Damn it! Shimaru's anger is worth a bodyguard. In line with the saying that there is no anger when being deceived, he immediately followed Yebufan, who was running away quickly. Ninfa! Hilarious shadows are more snake hands. A series of long insects flew from the sleeves of Shiwan to Yeliyang's back. Eating a ditch and gaining a wisdom, Shiwan dare not fight melee. Shen Luo Tianzheng. It was another old-fashioned trick. Before these snakes came into contact with Yeliyang, they were instantly torn apart by Shen Luo Tianzhen's repulsive force, leaving no trace of flesh and blood. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Yeliyang yelled again when he was nervous. But he was surprised to find that the warlock had started. Nest. Yeliyang was shocked. The original Shen Luo Tianzheng has a clear activation interval. But his own Shen Luo Tianzheng has no cooling off. No cooling. As long as you inject enough chakras, you can start unlimited. This is really a surprise. However, Yeliyang didn't pay attention. The original Shen Luo Tianzheng was actually the blood succession limit of Nagato. Now Yeliyang can directly activate it regardless of the blood succession, which in itself is unreasonable. Of course, this was originally a skill forcibly added by the system, which is not difficult to explain. Yeliyang shook his head without thinking too much. Behind him, the Ashimaru was still chasing, and the two ran all the way, sprinting quickly on the branches. Woko! Are you counting monkeys? How far have you gone? Why are you still chasing me? Are you hungry? Put down the red beans for me, or make you a specimen. Shiwan threatened viciously from behind. Let it go? Are you so old and skinny? This is a little girl, she is a good age like a wolf. If I say you definitely can't. Yeliyang ran desperately while provoking the provocateurs, and also raised his backwards by the way. Young upstarts are like this, with a little ability, they just, oh. I don't know why, the is universal in the whole dimension. It was just a provocation. Ashimaru is still fine, but just after putting up this noble posture, Ashimaru's mentality collapsed. Liar boy! You are going to die now. Heaven's curse seal! Kai! Does Shiwan roared, and the muscles of the body suddenly changed. I saw that his skin gradually turned grey, and a pair of palm-like wings grew behind him inexplicably. With a tight flap, he flew forward more than 10 meters. After a while, he was close to Yeliyang. Grass! This isn't Sasuke's curse seal. How come you two? Yeliyang was startled. Think about it, Sasuke's curse seal was originally developed by Ashimaru, and he knew it, and that was normal. MMP, it's a big game. Yeliyang felt that he was going to be cold. After hitting the dashi pill again, Yeliyang finally found that his chakra was not enough. He was just chakra on Shinobu. Shangren said that he is strong, and he is also strong. Where is he strong? No one knows. In Shippuden, Konoha has so many ninjas, but there are really few who can really fight. Yeliyang suddenly felt that his Shangren chakra was about to bottom out. It is estimated that it will be used 10 times 8 times. Hey, little beauty, it's time to say something after pretending to be dead for so long. Where is Konoha? We should be able to live there. Yeliyang suddenly threw the stubble to Mitere Red Bean on his back. Now is an extraordinary period. Naturally, we must unite all the forces that can be united. This is what Mr. L. Yusun said. Bah! The who touched my ass? It would be nice to die soon. Hey! What are you talking about? I wasn't chased by Ashimaru because I saved you. As a party, I have to take some responsibility. You touched my ass. Well, women are too vengeful. Yeliyang was silent for a while. But it didn't take long for Dashimaru to catch up again. Then you can always tell me where Konoha village is, you don't think about me, always think about yourself. Yeliyang is anxious, he still doesn't want to die, especially after he has the golden finger. You touched my ass. MMP. Yeliyang is crazy. The ancients are really right. Only women and villains are hard to raise. Yeliyang is not machismo at all, really. Looking at the cliff in front, Yeliyang slowly put away his debauchery. Now you can't play nonsense, you must be serious about life and death. However, at this time, there is no need to remind him, Yeliyang already knows where Konoha village is. He ran around and came to the place of Hokage Rock. That's right, at the big cliff in front, 4 handsome Naruto adults are being realistically carved on the rocks of the big cliff. Yeliyang saw the first generation statue smiling at him from far away. Really like a child. He blurted out, and looked back at the approaching Ashimaru, and finally didn't panic. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Once again forced to retreat. Yuan, Yu reading www.yukansha.com. Yeliyang rushed down the cliff and jumped down. The following is Konoha village. Although Dashimaru has not yet rebelled, as long as there is a silly girl like Red Bean, it can be proved that Dashimaru is studying forbidden techniques in private. At that time, even if there is any excuse for Yuan, it will be indisputable. Thinking about it, Yuan chased Yeliyang because of the red beans. Alright. Rush into the village, I see what else you can do with me. Yeliyang smiled. He even thought about his identity. See the uneven road, draw your sword and help. The hero screamed for help. He is a good boy who is brave enough to fight for justice in the new era. To implement the leadership policy of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, I will bring the beautiful enthusiasm of our Chinese people to Konoha village. Yeliyang said to himself. Who? Suddenly 2 figures in green clothes appeared in front of them. They were wearing Konoha's forehead, which was obviously the guardian of Konoha village, Shangren. Below the Naruto rock is the house of Naruto office, where there is the guardian of Shangren, which is normal. Yeliyang didn't panic, he quietly landed on a house, and then put the red bean down beside him. At this time, the red bean was already able to walk. After all, Yuan only used her as an experiment, so she didn't put too much. You two, Konoha's rebels are chasing us, hoping to help us get rid of them. Konoha betrayal. The two guardians were puzzled, looking at Yeliyang behind him in shock. It's Ashimaru-sama. How did he become like this? Yuan from Konoha village is researching the living forbidden technique. If you don't believe it, you can ask the girl next to me, she is also one of the test subjects. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 4, Sarutobi / Strong Invincible. What? The two guardians Shangren was shocked instantly. They didn't believe it in the first place, but seeing the imprint of the curse of Ashimaru's sky, it was really hard to believe it. Master Yuan, please explain to us the current situation. They immediately stopped in front of Yeliyang. Go away. No matter what, Dashimaru moved the hidden shadow snake hand, and directly threw the two Shangren aside. This is the power of Shangren especially, even if they are Shangren, these ordinary guardian ninjas are not opponents of Ashimaru at all. However, Yeliyang was not worried. He smiled at the Ashimaru that came towards him. 3, 2, 1. Just after reciting the countdown in my heart, a long stick flew the big snake pill in front of him. Come on! Yeliyang was secretly delighted. In fact, he had guessed that there was a master nearby, so when Ashimaru came over, he didn't worry at all. Even if the master didn't protect him, he wouldn't be able to ignore the Materai Adzuki beans next to him. Who made the red beans be with Yeliyang? Yeliyang tilted his head and looked at the old man leaning on the iron rod. It was his hand just now. Sarutobi / Konoha 3rd Generation Hokage. With the title of Dr. Ninja, according to Yeliyang's understanding, Sarutobi High / does not know the skills of god-level ninjutsu, but his basic ninjutsu is particularly awesome. It can be described as a solid B. Yeliyang swallowed. Sarutobi Rizen's aura is still very strong, anyway, as far as Yeliyang's current strength is concerned, he is far from his opponent. Seeing Ri Zhan retracted the golden cudgel and walked towards Yuan, Yeliyang was relieved. Teacher Sarutobi. It's not like that, I just want to resurrect my companions. I want to resurrect my parents. I don't want to die. Ashimaru, how many times have I told you that human research is absolutely forbidden? No matter what reason you have, you will never trample on human life easily. But all I studied were the bodies of captives. That's not okay. Sarutobi Hisaki was very angry. As the 3rd generation, Sarutobi is the one who values life the most in these few Hokage sessions. It is completely different from Anbi's Danzo. Rizan has been nurtured by one generation since he was a child, and he has developed the good habit of venerable human rights. At least Yeliyang thought so. He pulled the red bean back a few steps, and now the fight between Dashimaru and the 3rd generation is no longer immune. As an audience, he must consciously give up the fighting space. Ding dong! He just took a step back when the system in his mind rang. Congratulations to the host for triggering the side mission watching the battle. Completing the task can get a random D-level ninjutsu as a reward. Friendly reminder, the more difficult the task is to get the stronger ninjutsu, the host is asked to die quickly. This system is not optimistic about this weak chicken task. Yeliyang felt a crow on his head calling again. What is called a weak chicken task? This kind of broken task is not what he wants to choose. But, even though Yeliyang was full of complaints, it was actually very cost-effective to get a ninjutsu just by watching the battle. Yeliyang smiled and held the inconvenient red bean in his arms. Unfortunately, there is no popcorn, otherwise watching Hokage live, that would still be a very enjoyable thing. Hongdo's face was full of reluctance, but now his body hadn't fully recovered, so Yeliyang could only let Yeliyang sit on the roof holding himself. The battle in the distance has begun. Sure enough, as Yeliyang had expected, the current Dashuan was not an opponent of the third generation at all. First, a few snake hands were completely empty, and then the power of the curse seal was completely wiped out by the third generation with earth escape. Although the curse of the sky is tyrannical, it can't last for too long, so under the impact of Tudun turbulent river, it is impossible to get close to the third generation. The apprentice has been attacking right now, and it will be a violent beating on the apprentice in a while. Yeliyang on the side was speaking rashly. Bah! You pervert, wait for the 3 generations of adults to solve the problem, he will definitely not let you go. Hungdu reluctantly wanted to break away from Yeliyang's embrace, but his weak body was unable to move at all. Perhaps, after feeling her uncomfortable, Yeliyang slowly let go. Yeliyang suddenly put away his contemptuous eyes. The battle between Ashimaru and Sanda Ishi is very fierce. Although Yeliyang despises the current Ashimaru, he has to say that as a special shinobu, he does have some knowledge. Although he has been constrained by 3 generations of ninjutsu, his ability to resist is really not covered. After so many advanced ninjutsu, he still stands firm in place. Unfortunately, you still lost. Yeliyang shook his head in the distance. As an apprentice, Oshimaru, how could it have beaten Sarutobi Hitachi? This is simply impossible. Yeliyang's eyes straightened, and suddenly a trace of comprehension flashed in his mind. He didn't know what was going on, it was as if the battle between the two had played in his mind again, as if it had been engraved in his memory. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission watching the battle. Reward then reward D-level ninjutsu instantaneous technique. Because the host clearly understands the fighting skills, UU reading www.uuganshu.com has additionally improved the quality of this reward, and the instantaneous technique has been strengthened. Shattering technique. This skill is actually only a D-level task. Yeliyang felt a little puzzled. In his memory, the instantaneous technique is one of the most useful ninjutsu. From the strong shadow level to the ordinary ninjutsu, almost anyone who is a ninja will learn instantaneous technique. Because he is so simple. Yeliyang felt a hint of surprise. With the instantaneous technique, his movement speed could be accelerated a lot. When the time comes, a Shenluo Tianzhang will force back the opponent, and an instantaneous technique will run away, which is simply perfect. However, what does this instantaneous enhancement mean? The distance of the teleport has increased? Or is the chakra needed reduced? Yeliyang was confused. He hasn't actually used it yet, so he doesn't know what it means. Forget it, let's talk about things from now on. Yeliyang shook his head, too lazy to think about it. The battle ahead is nearing its end. Da Shiwan squatted on the ground with scars, panting heavily. The effect of the curse of the sky had disappeared, and the previously paralyzed nerves were also revived at this moment. Da Shiwan only felt a sharp pain pouring into his brain, and his body instantly lost control. It's a pity that it hasn't been fully developed, otherwise it won't be defeated so quickly. How can it be repaired? Dashimaru lost his voice and annoyed, but was immediately swallowed by a giant fireball. Several Anbi ninjas quickly took the seriously injured Ashimaru down. At this moment, Sarutobi Rizan walked towards Yeliyang step by step. Sure enough, the one who should be here is coming. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 5, Confrontation with Sun // Yeliyang brushed the dust off his body. The knowledge of modern people made him understand that at this time, he must pretend to be B, and pretend to die, otherwise he will be despised by the other party, and then he can only over. You are the Hokage of Konoha, I am the ninja of Otanin village. I traveled here and accidentally bumped into your disciple. Don't blame it. Yeliyang extended his palm to the third generation. No matter which world you are in, shaking hands is always part of etiquette. Sarutobi Hizumi hesitated for a while, but still stretched out his hand. Just when the palms of the two of them touched, a powerful force suddenly uttered from the hands of the third-generation target. After that, Yeliyang saw the third-generation eyes look at him with a hazy expression. This guy wants to test my strength. Yeliyang immediately guessed what the former thought. He immediately exerted his strength. When chasing Dashimara before, although chakra was consumed, his physical strength was still alive, and Yeliyang could only gamble on the power given by the system. Crack! Yeliyang's sleeve suddenly tore open. Because of the increase in strength, Yeliyang's arms were as swollen as an inflated ball. Naturally, the clothes in the previous life could not bear it. In an instant, Yeliyang broke his sleeve. Good fellow, this Yufang ninja actually has the strength of Shinobu, no wonder he can delay with Ashimaru for so long, but how come such a strong kid has never heard of it before? Otanin village. Sarutobi Hizaki was very puzzled, but it was impossible for him to guess where Otanin village was, because this village was created by Otashimaru, and Otashimaru didn't know if he could survive. Mr. Hokage, is it a bit too much for you to deal with traveling guests like this? Yeliyang looked at the third generation of eyes clingingly. His palm hurts terribly, more painful than a broken bone. Yeliyang even feels his bones are cracking. This is the power of the third generation purpose. Yeliyang understood the gap between the two, but still persisted. MMP, who counsels first, who is the puppy? With a roar in his heart, Yeliyang was kowtowed to the third generation. Then you are letting go. The third generation is actually very awkward. He has just experienced a big battle, and the physical consumption is very huge. Now suddenly let him compare strength with Yeliyang, a young and energetic guy, he is still a bit heroic and short of breath. According to Yeliyang's knowledge, the third generation of this era is actually in his 50s. But the three generations also need face. Old guy. At such a big age, he has so much strength, he belongs to the rhinoceros. Yeliyang's face flushed red, and the three generations of eyes were not too much. The two of them looked at each other like two inverted monkey butts. Hokage-sama. Or it's over like this, you've all held it for a while. The ninja next to him couldn't stand it anymore. The two confronting each other were congested and died. The others were blind and saw the current situation. Who is this young man? Can actually compete with Master Naruto? I don't know. I just heard him say something about Otanin village, it should be the ninja there, but I have never heard of it. It must be some powerful hidden village. It is said that in the early days, there were some powerful peace-loving villages. Because they hated war, they would hide in some deep mountains and old forests. It should be like this. No wonder you can fight against Hokage-sama. Sow's tearing milk. Hidden village, powerful bloodline. Mysterious super master. I don't even know such a village, it's really a shame to Konoha village. The people around were very sorry, and Sandame quickly shook off the palm he was holding tightly. Now someone gives the stares, it's just the best time to let go. Boy, you are pretty good, but the big snake pill hasn't come to light yet, so you can live in our Konoha village for a few days. I admire you very much, haha. Three Generation Mei laughed a few times and quickly took the surroundings. His subordinates fled away. Force. Yeliyang shook his head, despising the old guy's behavior. However, the old guy asked him to live in Konoha village for a few days, which made him worry. As a social youth who traveled through the body, Yeliyang now had no money at all, and even if he brought it, his money was useless. So, where do you live? Yeliyang silently turned his head behind him. Mitara Adzuki Bean, who found something bad, was about to leave. Even the master of Hokage-sama can't help, but how can she report the other party and give the head away? Miss Red Bean? As far as I know, you should live alone now, right? What does this man want? How does he know that I live alone? It's impossible. Sure enough, he has been coveting my body for a long time, no wonder he always used my hands and feet before. Hokage-sama. Help me. For a long time, at dusk, Yeliyang came to a remote house. It was very shabby, and it was a slum area of Konoha village, but Yeliyang guessed at a glance that this was the room where Matere Adzuki beans were located. Adzuki's parents died in his early years. At that time, Konoha village was very dark and wars were everywhere. As an orphan, Adzuki had to live alone in a slum. This is the same as Naruto. At this time, Yeliyang also guessed the specific time now. There are still 3 generations of rule, and Dashimaru has already begun to study the forbidden technique. In other words, it is the time for the war of the Sanchoyu Hanzo rule. However, it won't be long before the 4 generations appeared, and then the 9 tails attacked the village and officially entered Hai Fengchuan. Unexpectedly, I actually passed through the early stages of Shippuden. This is a good thing, otherwise I can't cope with those god-level abnormalities with my current ability. Yeliyang secretly rejoiced for a while. In the later period of dawn, Hui's army attacked the village. That was the time when the real strong came. This transitional period just gave Yeliyang enough time to develop. It's just that the goddess Hinata should not be born yet, which is a bit difficult. Hinata should be born in these 2 years. Let me wait for her for 20 years? Yeliyang is still an 18-year-old boy, even if he waits for her 20 years, he will be 38. Yeliyang thinks he can wait. Moreover, with the immortality art studied by Dashi Pill, Yeliyang could use it to strengthen himself. When the time comes, he will be immortal, and there will be time. Tisk tut, perfect. Yeliyang smashed his mouth and walked into Hengdu's intimate boudoir very naturally. Hey, what do you want to do, so shameless, this is my house. What's wrong with your house? I saved your life before, so what happened to you after sleeping? Ah! Why are you moving my wallet? Go out and eat ramen. Any comments? My poor wallet. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 6, Good Come. Early morning the next day. Yeliyang got up from Hengdu's bed with a smug face. Of course, he didn't do anything, even if the 3rd generation asked in person, he would answer like this. Red beans are not in the room. There was a ding ding dong dong in the kitchen. This little Nazai got up early enough. Yeliyang knew that Hengdu was cooking breakfast, and the ninja had to perform tasks in the morning, so he got up early enough. He stretched and got up, it was raining outside. Big. I don't know if the rain was so heavy when Yusun broke up with Yunhai. Yeliyang walked to the window with some emotion, there were several figures watching outside. Yeliyang knew that this was a person sent by the 3rd generation. Although the latter asked him to play in the village of Konoha for a few days, he still didn't trust him, so the outsiders were all supervising him. Somewhat interesting, this monkey is very careful in doing things. The nickname of the 3rd generation is called Monkey. Yeliyang walked to the living room, and a scent of smell hit him immediately. Not to mention, red beans can be made for breakfast. When you finish eating, leave as soon as possible. My wallet has bottomed out. If you don't want to starve to death, go and harm others. She looked at Yeliyang angrily, but she just stared at him immediately. Blushing, afraid to stare. The two did not do anything last night, but they slept on the same bed. There is no way, Hengdu's house is only 1 room. Hengdu was still a little girl, so she couldn't stand this, she didn't dare to look at Yeliyang at all. Got it. Yeliyang answered lazily. In fact, he asked for this situation today. When he went out to eat ramen last night, he ate a few more bowls on a whim, which caused the red bean wallet to be completely empty. Of course, Yul's ramen is really delicious, Yeliyang is still thinking about it. It's just that I'm looking for something to make money today. Yeliyang didn't expect that he would be trapped by money after crossing, which is a bit ding-dong. At this time, Yeliyang's system sound finally sounded. In response to the host's current needs, immediately start a side mission. Task requirements: earn the first pot of gold. Reward: a random C-level ninjutsu. It's this kind of low-level task again. Yeliyang had already guessed the specific situation of the task now. The more dangerous the task, the greater the reward. Simple daily tasks like this are just ordinary ninjutsu. Yeliyang was helpless. But judging from his modern experience, people who really live long enough are not those who take risks. Risk is never equal to opportunity. He thought about it roughly. In addition to getting rewards through quests, you can actually learn from those masters who already have god-level quests. Apprenticeship is undoubtedly a choice. Yeliyang didn't know his talent, but he knew he needed to go out to make money now. After helping Hungda to clean up the dishes and chopsticks, Yeliyang went out alone. Konoha's street was very sluggish, except for a few cowering eyes staring at him. Yeliyang knew that these people were Konoha Kaminen, who was in charge of stalking. Good fellow, there seems to be a lot of people. Yeliyang chuckled his lips, and when he was about to go to the Olalan noodle shop, when he couldn't recruit people, some cold feeling suddenly spread from behind his back to the nape of his neck. Murderish. Yeliyang immediately noticed the crisis. He has the strength of Shangnan, so this vigilance is still there. This murderous aura was very strong from the inside out, but Yeliyang was very puzzled. How could he welcome such hostility when he first came to Konoha? For the time being, he only offended Yuan alone, but as everyone knows, Yuan is a boring gourd. It is impossible for personal friends to come out to seek revenge, so the source of this killing intent is very interesting. Yeliyang suddenly thought of someone. Danzo. If anyone is hostile to him in Konoha, he can't think of anyone except Danzo. Danzo is the darkness of Konoha. This is the time when Danzo's Anbi Legion was most active. Although Sarutobi Hirakai rules Konoha on the surface, Danzo has done a lot of great things in this age. Such as subduing Uchiha Itaki. Plot Uchiha Shisui. Even Uchiha's clan extermination is inextricably linked to Danzo. For Danzang, the three-dimensional evaluation is mixed. In addition to most people who abuse Danzang, some people also admire him very much. Putting all his life into Konoha's prosperity is a portrayal of Danzo. If it was really him, it would be really bad. Yeliyang knew that his appearance had brought Danzang a sense of crisis, so he ran around quickly. He tried to stay away from this murderess, but how could he escape in Konoha village? In an uninhabited dead end, Yeliyang was stopped by a few people in Anbyo costumes. 1, 2, 3, 7 people. It seems that Danzang still takes good care of me. Yeliyang snorted and looked at the several Anbyo staff who surrounded him. Just a few of you? Haha, if you have to die, you can't blame me. Yeliyang said harshly. In the current situation, apart from the harsh words pretending to be, he really didn't know what to say. As for the number of opponents, it is estimated that his chakra was exhausted and he could not kill the 7 people in front of him. Haha. Little brother Yeliyang is really joking. You are our Konoha guest, how could we deal with you? A muscular man with short hair came over from behind the crowd. Yeliyang recognized him as Danzang at a glance. Danzo at this time has not yet had blood-round eyes transplanted, so he is not covered in gauze. The little brother ninjutsu is so exquisite. He actually severely injured a special ninjutsu like Ashimaru, but now that he came to our Konoha village, naturally we have to follow our Konoha rules. I don't know if you have nothing to come out and run around. Well, I want to investigate the situation. Danzang suddenly amplified his voice, and Yeliyang was startled. It wasn't that the louder the voice, the stronger the aura. Yeliyang was speechless for a while. No wonder Sarutobi Hizaki is the one who became Hokage, not Shimura Danzo, you have a louder voice than others. What did you say? Danzo was on fire immediately. He scanned the dark parts of the cats' faces around him, and immediately let people attack Yeliyang. But it was in the middle of Yeliyang's arms. Yeliyang knew that it would be difficult for Danzo to be truly jealous of him just by frightening, so he planned to show his hand to deter him. If Danzo can't figure out his true strength, he can live safely in Konoha village, otherwise he will be pulled out of the room in the middle of the night and poisoned in the food, which will be really wronged. Good job. Yeliyang looked at the Anbu ninja who quickly surrounded him, not laughing. Suddenly. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 7, it turned out to be the protagonist's father. An invisible wall of air spread towards the surrounding ninjas. Shenluo Tianzhang will never be absent, it will only be late. Pang! It was like hitting the tempered glass. These dark ninjas had not touched Yeliyang, the cat face mask on their faces suddenly shattered, and then the whole person was suddenly distorted and flew out. This is the mysterious ninjutsu that Dashimaru said. Danzo said from a distance in shock, but before finishing speaking, Yeliyang's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Don't mess with me again, or this will be your end. The voice echoed in the air. As soon as the voice fell, those Anbi ninjas slammed into the wall and passed out into a coma. Danzo quickly probed the breath of these people, and was not dead, but the injuries were very serious, and he had basically bid farewell to the ninja stage. Yeliyang has no plans to kill him. After all, this is Konoha village. Killing Konoha's dark part here is really a light in the toilet. What a strong repulsive force, and this kind of disappearing method. Is it instantaneous? But it doesn't feel like it. Shisui, what do you think? Danzo asked the cat face mask man next to him. This person had also participated in the action to encircle Yeliyang before, but when Shenluo Tianzhang was about to approach him, he instantly retreated to Danzo. Master Danzo, it should also be the instantaneous technique, but this person's instantaneous technique is unfathomable, and even my speed is completely incomparable. What? You are not as fast as you. Danzo was surprised. The man next to him was already the fastest man in Konoha village. If even he was faster than Yeliyang, there would be no one. It's better than him. Forget it, forget it. Since this person did not kill us, it means that he has no plans to be an enemy of us, so let's send someone to stare at it first. Danzo sighed, and then left the scene with a cat face mask man. Not long after, Yeliyang was panting heavily in the far room. Just now in desperation, he used almost half of the chakra at once. Otherwise, with the strength of the Anbi elite Shangnan, it would never be defeated by a single move. Of course, there are also factors in which the opponent is not aware of the Shenluo Tianzhang. Boss, have a bowl of ramen, a big bowl. Yeliyang was sitting in a ramen restaurant in Yule, regardless of whether he had money or not, he should eat first. Okay. The guests wait a minute and come right away. The proprietress Changpu agreed and immediately started doing it. Unexpectedly, I came to the downtown area in one breath. This instantaneous technique is indeed an enhanced version, it is a cow. Yeliyang said in surprise. Just now when he was escaping the alley, he subconsciously used the instantaneous technique he had just obtained. The next second, he suddenly felt that his legs and feet became extremely light. With a slight movement, he teleported more than 10 meters. So he ran all the way, and in just a few seconds, he ran to the downtown area a kilometer away. After chakra was exhausted, he stopped. Judging from the current situation, his enhanced version of instant is different from the ordinary instant. The ordinary instant is to invest a certain chakra and then move a certain distance instantaneously, but as long as he still has chakra, you can always move with the instantaneous spell cast. It's simply home travel, special for escape. Yeliyang felt very satisfied. While eating ramen from Calamus, he admired each other with joy. Iris was only 15 or 16 years old when he was young, and looks very cute, but at this time, he has already begun to take care of the family business. Many men come here to eat noodles, but most of them are friendly gentlemen like Yeliyang. It's just that Yeliyang didn't know, Changpu didn't get married in the end, and didn't know why. Tisk tusk, it's a pity. Yeliyang smashed his mouth. At this time, the surrounding crowd suddenly dispersed. Yeliyang was curious. Suddenly, he saw a few Konoha, who were holding and dragging huge puppets, walking out from the center of the downtown road. All of them were in uniforms, but the leader in the front was a bit conspicuous, with the yellow hair. When passing by Yeliyang, he glanced at Yeliyang as if there was nothing. Yeliyang curled his lips when he came to another world, and he would be robbed of the limelight. This naturally made him very upset, and the captain seemed to notice him, which made him very strange. "Madam, who are these people? Everyone is making way for them in such a big show." Yeliyang asked the calamus next to him. "They are Konoha's heroes. I heard that in the battle against Sand Ninja Village, they cut off the other two special ninjas. You see, those puppets are their trophy. Fight against Sunin Village." Yeliyang recalled the history of Shippuden carefully, but the plot has not yet begun, so there is no picture of the hero's return in his memory. Could it be that I didn't pay attention to the details? Then what is the name of this captain? I think he just glanced at me. Captain? Oh, you mean your lord? That's the hope of our Konoha village, Lord Bofeng Watergate. Bofeng Shuman? Poof. Yeliyang took a bite of his ramen and spewed it out just after he finished eating. No wonder it is so high. It turned out to be the protagonist's father. Yeliyang quickly looked at the Bofeng Watergate that he had just walked through. You reading www.yunsha.com, this guy is now about 20 years old, and it seems that he will soon take over the work of the fourth generation. This is a big man and needs to pay attention. Miss Changpu, I am also a fan of Lord Watergate. Do you have any banknotes here? I want to get Lord Watergate to sign. What, you need Lord Watergate's signature? Then please ask for one for me. I have business here and I can't live without it. Okay. Yeliyang took the pen and paper, and quickly left the ramen restaurant, but his position was completely opposite to Bofeng Shuman. Fortunately, I'm alert, I don't need to pay the face money. In the evening, a golden figure pried open the door of the Hokage office. You're here. Sarutobi Hizen was sitting on his Hokage swivel chair, and when he heard someone coming, he immediately turned around. Master 3, this time we went to the Kingdom of Wind, and we intercepted a piece of special information. Cheyenne Village has teamed up with Wuyan Village to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. It will be 3 months later. I already know this. The spies sent by the Anbu have already reported the specific situation. You will be responsible for handing over. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Watergate responded, but did not leave. Is there anything else? Sarutobi Hizen asked. Before, I found a kid with a special aura in the village, but this person is not from our Konoha village, so it's a bit strange. Oh, that person came from another village. He has some strength, and he is not even his opponent. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 8, Watergate's Suspicion. What? Lord Ashimaru lost to that hairy boy? Yab. About this guy, someone will tell you later, but you must not provoke him. I heard that Danzo also suffered from this guy today. What? Anbi is also defeated. I can't say that I lost, I can only say that I suffered a small loss. Watergate was uncertain. Since these words are said from the 3-generation large population, it means that the mysterious master is really powerful, otherwise the 3rd generation will never let him not provoke him. No, for the safety of the village, we absolutely don't allow such a dangerous element to stay in the village. I will visit him tonight." Watergate immediately had a plan in his heart, and said hello to Sandame and left the Hokage building. "Hey, pray to Nam, I hope you don't cause trouble." After Mizuno left, Sarutobi sighed. He knew Mizumo's temper too well. Although he was young and upright, his feelings for the village were even better than Danzo. Therefore, Sarutobi was sure that Watergate would definitely go to see Yeliyang tonight. But at this time, the instigator of everything is holding the thigh of Mitawashi Adzuki bean like a sand sculpture. "Red beans. I'm your savior. Let's have a meal, I really want to starve to death." Yeliyang's expression was exaggerated, crying and making trouble. He didn't know whether he was really begging for someone, or to take advantage of him. "No way, this is my reward for completing the task today, and I will never give it to you again." Just so unfeeling. Just so unfeeling. Grass. Seeking fruitless, Yeliyang ran into the bedroom angrily and opened the door by the way. "That's my room." Hongdu was speechless for a while, but the door was already closed. Yeliyang in the room, his stomach groaning, even though he cheated a bowl of ramen from Yule today, he did not get in for dinner. He planned to let Hongdu sponsor him another bowl, but he did not expect that. Xiaonazai is so unfeeling. Angrily bulging the mulberry clappers, Yeliyang didn't know that there was a master on the roof outside the window. "Is this a master?" Watergate showed a trace of astonishment. He could see Yeliyang's shameless movements just now. In order to eat, even Hongdu, a lonely orphan, has to blackmail. How could such a person be a master? Watergate was uncertain, and for the first time in his life he suspected 3 generations of words. "Would you like to try your skills?" A thought flashed in Watergate's mind, and then he threw a shuriken in from the window. "Call out!" A golden voice appeared in Hongdu's boudoir. S-class space ninjutsu Flying Thor. This is the famous ninjutsu of Watergate, because this Watergate will shine on the battlefield, and it is called Golden Flash by countless enemies. Just now, Watergate placed a space mark on his shuriken. No matter where the shuriken is, he can instantly appear in the position of the shuriken. This is the power of S-rank ninjutsu. Yeliyang was taken aback. He was rolling on the bed, and suddenly a golden shadow appeared on his head. He subconsciously was a move Shen Luo Tianzheng. Pang! The big bed of red beans broke to pieces. The Watergate flew out of the window. Woko! Haunted! What was that just now? Yeliyang didn't know anything at all, just a subconscious action. He just saw the phantom of the Watergate and subconsciously played Shen Luo Tianzheng. I have to say that Shinnen's reaction speed is fast. With a loud bang, Yeliyang's heart became even more heavy. Oops! The bed is gone, Xiaonazai will be making trouble again tomorrow. What do I say? Haunted? Will she believe it? Yeliyang was bitter. And the Watergate far outside the window was stupid. After smashing 2 or 3 chimneys, he stopped heavily on a stable roof. So strong! Incredibly strong! He spat out blood. How can anyone have such a terrifying ninjutsu? I didn't even see how this person acted, so I shot me so far. And I didn't even see the action. I am a master of physical skills. Countless question marks flashed in Watergate's heart, and at the same time the invincible confidence was also blown. Originally, the 3 generations of adults still expected me to inherit Naruto, but because of my current strength, how can I be worthy of being a Naruto? With my shameful speed, it is also called Golden Flash. I didn't even see the moves that people attacked me. How can it be repaired? At this moment, Watergate felt a deep weakness. I should go out and practice for a few years. My current strength can't protect Konoha village at all. Well, that's it. Mysterious kid. When I get stronger, I will challenge you again. Just do it, and Watergate immediately went outside the village. The next day, A farewell letter was placed on Sarutobi's table. Kids, do you have many question marks? This fool, Watergate, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was planning to let him inherit the position of Hokage, so he left directly. I was mad at me. 3 generations slapped them on the table in front of them. But the desk that was originally as hard as iron broke into several pieces after this one. What the happened, Lord Naruto? Narashika Issa looked at the angry 3rd generation adult with a puzzled face. This morning, he still followed his usual habit to report the battle with Sarutobi Hizen, but just after he came, he already saw the violent Hokage-sama. Look at it for yourself. This idiot is really not worrying. Sarutobi re-threw the farewell letter to Ryuju in an angry manner. This is... Naraluyi looked through the envelope, and his expression suddenly became heavier. My lord, although the captain leaves, he will never betray the village. I believe the captain is a man. In this era, leaving the village privately basically means defecting. What's more, it is still a period of war, and there are still wars across the country. I naturally know that he did not defect to the village, but as a former hero, leaving the village now will definitely have a very big impact on the front line. My lord, why don't we just notify each place and say that Captain Watergate has carried out the long-term secret plan? This is a good way. Sarutobi Richin repeatedly exclaimed. Although Naraluyu's strength is not good, but his brain is still very easy to use, this is especially with his son. After the two separated, Ryuju immediately rushed to the front line and began to spread news of the departure of Watergate. I just hope that Watergate won't be devastated, otherwise the 3rd ninja battle that is about to come will be dangerous. Sarutobi Hitashi's eyes showed a trace of melancholy. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 9, I Want to Challenge You. Yelyang never dreamed that his unintentional failure would bring such terrifying consequences to Konoha. After going to several bazaars, but did not find a suitable job, Yelyang planned to try his luck at Hokage. This is an extraordinary period. Most of the ninjas survived on the rewards issued by Naruto. Outsiders like Yelyang didn't know at all that the ordinary shops outside would definitely not dare to hire him as an employee. Therefore, if Yelyang wants to survive, he really has to talk to the 3rd generation. Boom! Yelyang knocked on the door of the Hokage office. It's deserted here. He frowned. Along the way, he saw nothing except seeing a young man who looked like Shikamaru leaving in a hurry. Please come in. In the office, the voice of Sarutobi Hizaki came. Yelyang pretended not to be humble and walked in. His current image is very mysterious, so mysterious that everyone regards him as a super master. The master naturally has the temperament of a master, so his attitude is not modest. 3 generations of adults, long time no see. Yelyang said lightly, then found a stool and sat down casually. Yeah, it's been a long time. Sandaimo replied. What happened? Is this old man's attitude a bit wrong today? Feeling a bit cold. But I didn't seem to provoke him, did I? Yelyang was a little strange, but his current situation made him have to keep talking. 3 generations of adults, you have seen my current situation. Although you have allowed me to go unimpeded in Konoha, I am a traveler and don't even have money to eat. So I want to ask if there is a simple reward task. I want to help Konoha complete a few and receive rewards by the way. Reward mission. Sarutobi Risen was shocked in an instant. But it suddenly occurred to him that what Yelyang said was not unreasonable. Although he had kept Yelyang, this kid seemed to have no money to eat, which was quite embarrassing. There are a few reward tasks, but they are all Konoha's confidential tasks, which are not suitable for outsiders to do. And those low-level tasks, the bounty is only a few hundred taels. I believe you don't bother to do it. You won't do it. Sarutobi Risen shook his head. A few hundred taels? I will do it. Liang was surprised. The hundreds of taels in Naruto world are actually equivalent to the hundreds of yuan in the three-dimensional world. Here, the cost of eating a bowl of ramen is about 40 taels, so a few hundred taels is enough for Liang to eat several meals. I want a few hundred taels too. Liang screamed in his heart, but he couldn't say it directly. After all, he is a master, so naturally he has to be a master. The amount is small, but how can people refuse to help others because of the lack of money? I think I can still do it. Sarutobi Ri cut a kiss. He didn't expect Liang to say these things, but he didn't bother to care about Liang now. Even if he was willing to do these low-level tasks, he still didn't bother to publish it. Who told him to force the wave of Feng Shui Gate away? In fact, individuals have some personal feelings, even Hokage in a high position. When they were about to send Liang away directly, the three teenagers suddenly rushed in. Master 3. Our teacher has gone out to do the task. When will he come back? What about our tasks during this time? Several people were chattering and making noises all the time. Liang didn't care. He randomly glanced at these young men who rushed in, about 13 or 14 years old, 2 men and 1 sister. The men are handsome men, and the girls are soft-looking ones. Why is this white hair so familiar? A trace of doubt flashed across Liang's face. After looking at another teenager with a windshield, he suddenly realized it. It's Heiki Kakashi and Uchiha who brought the soil. By the way, Bo Feng Shuman brought their class before. Master Hokage, did the teacher really leave? These people asked hastily. Well, your teacher has a secret mission, so I left temporarily, but don't worry, you will be back soon. Sarutobi slashed back, but at the same time he glanced at Liang as if there was nothing. What is this old man looking at? It's inexplicable. Liang vomited, then cast his eyes on the face of the only girl. This is Lin Yeyuan, she really looks good, she is so protruding and warped at such a young age, no wonder that Jidou is so jealous with Kakashi, it's a confession. Liang watched Rin Nohara smash her mouth, but this scene fell into Uchiha's eyes with dirt. There is no way, the writing wheel is too keen, although Liang has been very careful to sneak a glance, but he was still found by the dirt. Who are you bastard, what are you looking at? Look at Laozi punching you to death. This guy was like an Iron Man, waving his fist at Liang. No wonder Yeyuan Lin doesn't like him, so naive, people must like Kakashi with unlimited B. Liang shook his head. The Sarutobi Hitachi next to him was anxious. Liang was a very mysterious master in his eyes, and when he talked to him so satirically, Sarutobi Rizan was really worried that this kid would be taken care of by Liang. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After all, Liang is a character who is forced to retreat from the water gate. What nonsense! This is our noble guest of Konoha, don't be so polite. How can a distinguished guest be so wretched, he doesn't know who he is staring at. You kid! Sarutobi slashed his anger, and at this moment, Lin Nohara immediately bowed to Liang. The girls are always very delicate in doing things. Seeing the attitude of the third generation, she immediately understood what was going on. I'm sorry, this gentleman, this guy with soil is always so impolite, but he is a good person, don't mind you. She apologized, but brought the soil unhappy. My goddess actually apologized to another boy, how can this be tolerated? Although Liang looked a few years older than him, he still made a provocative gesture towards him. You! I want to single against you. He pointed his at Liang. Liang's forehead wrinkled. It's a silly lack. Look at the Kakashijao next to him. He doesn't have a word. This is a handsome guy. You deserve to be like a girl. Liang sneered in his heart, then flashed towards the soil. Passed. The easiest way to block a person's mouth is to do it. Pang! Before bringing the soil, he was pressed to the ground by Yang, but, after all, he was a child, and Yang didn't make a heavy hand. So fast. Kakashi's eyes flickered next to him, and Sarutobi Hizumi sitting in a swivel chair was also surprised. When Ashimaru explained before, he didn't say that this guy would be able to instantaneously so quickly. It seems that the evaluation of this person has been greatly improved. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 10, I think so too. He immediately became alert. Let go of me. Let me go. If you have the ability, don't hold me and see how I beat you. Uchiha on the ground yelled with soil, but Yang would not let him go easily. Mr. Yet, let's do it, he is still a child after all. Sarutobi Risen also persuaded. Seeing Hokage, Yang spoke up, so naturally he gave a bit of face. Had to let go. Humph. This time I am in poor condition, but it won't be that simple next time. He whispered in a rustic style, obviously not convinced. But at this moment, Kakashi suddenly swept Yang in front of him with a dark color. Master 3, can I ask Mr. Ye to take the place of the teacher and take our class? What? What? 3 generations surprised. Yang was also surprised. He never expected that Kakashi Heiji, who had been taciturn, would actually make this weird request. Joke. I, Yang, came to Hokage world. I came here to take care of it. Want him to lead the class? How is this possible? Without thinking about it, he decided to refuse. But at this time, Uchiha, who had been complaining, immediately jumped out. Kakashi! Are you crazy? The teacher has just left, and you actually let an outsider lead our class. And this person is a ghost, he is not a good person at first sight. This kind of person leading our class will only be a joke. He straightened his head and uttered what was in his heart completely when he didn't agree with him. Yang was immediately angry. You said I can't do it. I will take your class. 3 generations of adults. I beg you to let me take over the Watergate class. To tell the truth, my talent as a teacher is a leverage. Within 3 years, these students will inevitably continue to learn for the sake of the sage, and create peace for all generations. What? 3 generations almost didn't fall off the swivel chair in shock. What a peace for all generations! He is a 3-dimensional person, or an out-and-out child of an island country. He has never heard such majestic rhetoric. At this moment, I don't know why, an invisible good feeling spontaneously arises. After looking at Yang again, the feeling in his eyes has changed. How could this young man suddenly become so righteous? Not only the temperament is no longer wretched, but even the look has become much more handsome. The originally restless Uchiha belt soil was also touched. Although he couldn't hear the meaning of this sentence at all with his IQ, it felt like a cow bee. This is really amazing, even if you don't know the meaning, it's amazing. Bring the soil instantly admired. Yuanlin next to her is full of peach-hearted eyes. So handsome, how can this Mr. Ye say such handsome words? He is simply a ninja among ninjas. A model among male gods. What kind of genius Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, these originally handsome and splendid male gods, in front of this Mr. Ye instantly lost their color. Kakashi's expression also changed. In fact, he originally put forward this opinion because of the lack of the protection of the teacher, and many tasks are unacceptable. This must be a huge blow to his own pockets. Therefore, after realizing that Yang is a master, he casually suggested that Yang should be his lead teacher, but I did not expect that this teacher could say such a pretend to be B. Kakashi instantly became Yang my little fan. On the road of pretending to be B, he has since served Yang Shen. Kakashi's face turned red unconsciously. Ahem. Since you are willing to be the teacher of Class 7, please make it so. During the time when Watergate is away, you will temporarily replace Class 7. Sarutobi Hisan is relieved. How can someone who can speak such bold words be a suspicious person? Yep. Yelyang nodded. Although I agreed because of my anger, I now think about it. After accepting the 7th class, I can accept Konoha's reward task. Although I am a bit busy, I will at least not be hungry. Okay, my good days for Yelyang never start from being hungry. On the grass 3 days later, the Konoha army assembled at the entrance of the village. The mission this time is to guard the village of Kusakage. According to intelligence, there are probably thousands of ninjas who have launched aggression in the Kingdom of Earth. Therefore, our purpose is to sneak in and attack the target from the rear to disrupt the formation. To win the victory for Cao Ying. So, is it a sneak mission? Kakashi on the side stroked his chin and thought. Although Kakashi was only 12 years old at this time, he had already become Konoha's upper ninja. He already had a little bit of his own insights on how to fight. Therefore, Yelyang was prepared to follow his arrangements, and he called for training him in battle. Method skills. But actually, Yelyang knows how to fight a fart. In other words, what is going on with these thousands of people? This is actually an S-level mission. Although the rewards are very attractive, it is thousands of people. Yelyang's heart is in grass. Unexpectedly, the first time he took the class, Sarutobi Hizaki would assign him such an important task. He didn't know whether he should be grateful or MMP. Teacher, I want to start with the Shinmubi Bridge. This is the place where the land of the earth must pass through for food. As long as this bridge is cut off, the opponent's attack speed will definitely be blocked. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is the same. Very reasonable. Well, you are right, I think so too. Yelyang nodded shamelessly. Just looking at the place marked on the map is a bit familiar, but I can't remember it. Perhaps when I watched Hokage in the previous life, this was an unimportant place. Yelyang claimed to be a Super Hokage fan. Although this place is familiar, but I can't remember it now, it must be an unimportant place. He didn't think too much. After a few people made plans, they immediately moved in the direction of godlessness. In the past few days, the 7th team has been almost endlessly moving towards the destination point day and night. Unfortunately there is no train. Yelyang sighed in his heart. Naruto world is still very backward. Although there are communication facilities, the transportation still continues the style of the Edo period. They are all horse-drawn carriages, stone boats, and the like. The speed of this kind of thing is not even as fast as Shenren's sprinting. Therefore, most ninjas use walking when performing tasks. Yelyang's speed is faster. His enhanced instantaneous technique can travel a distance of 10 or 20 meters per second. In 1 hour, he can travel about 70,000 meters, which is far larger than an ordinary car in his previous life. Although his staying power is only 2 hours. In order to wait for these little guys, Yelyang still slowed down. The front is the Shenmubi Bridge. It seems that there are no enemies in ambush. Otherwise, we will cut off the bridge first, and the teacher will go nearby to inquire about news. Kakashi made a judgment. Cutting off the bridge is a very simple task. To the wooden bridge of this period, it only needs a piece of soil to split instantly, so Kakashi did not let Yelyang accompany him. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 11, Ambushed. Okay. The task is left to you, do it hard, and the teacher will look after you. Yelyang lightly nodded to Kakashi's forehead, which was regarded as an encouragement to him. Well, let's act now. Kakashi laughed miserably, and the teacher nodded my head. Such a powerhouse affirmed him, and Kakashi was a little proud of him. He immediately rushed towards the Shinmubi Bridge with envy eyes with Tou and Lin. At this time, the sky above the bridge was empty. After checking the surrounding environment, Kakashi slowly touched it. Yeliang randomly found an unmanned tree trunk and squinted. Kakashi, this side is empty, there is no one, let's go straight. Dai-tu walked towards the bridge nonchalantly. Still waiting, although no one looks at it now, it doesn't mean that there are no ninjas lurking. What are you afraid of? Even if someone is really here, I will punch Lin once, no one will hurt Linear. Hehe, I'm afraid that you will be the first to kneel when the time comes. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Today we are just lurking work. It is said that this time the land is infested with tolerance. Hehe. Seeing the two of them so funny, Rin Nohara couldn't hold back for a while and laughed. Lin, what do you think we are going to do? Do we continue to lurch, or should we pass now? Seeing Lin said, Dai-tu said immediately. I think it's better to go directly, after all, it is a hidden task, to complete it early, or to make a deal. Lin replied. Kakashi sighed after listening to it, but seeing that they both said so, he had to go with them. Not long after the few people left, the uninhabited grass suddenly trembled a few times. Head, they got it. Shall we do it now? Wait until they are caught in the trap, we will make up the knife in the past and get twice the result with half the effort. Okay, head. The leaves of the bushes moved a bit, and it was actually a few people who were disguised as vegetation. Their color is green, like a chameleon. Mr. Kimu, let's put the detonation talisman here. The structure of this bridge is relatively loose. As long as you explode the surroundings, you should be able to destroy the suspension bridge. Nohara Lin said. Although her actual combat ability is not good, but the theoretical knowledge is still very complete. Okay, just do as you say. Kakashi agreed, and immediately followed the earth to the surrounding area and set up the detonation charm. But just when the few people arrived at the target location, a series of shurikens suddenly shot at them from high above. No, it's a trap. Kakashi reacted first, and immediately waved Kyo to block. He is the shinobu, and it is very easy to fight against this simple shuriken trap. But Lin Nohara is in danger. Lin! Be careful, stand behind me. Tai-tu has always been with Yayuan Lin, and rushes to her in spite of her own danger. But at this time, the soil is not good enough to block the simple shuriken trap. After a few stops, the whole body is colored. Damn it! Too done too Lyubi. Kakashi immediately launched the soil ninjutsu. The towering earth wall rises from the ground and quickly casts a shield in front of everyone. Although the earth ninjutsu costs a lot of chakras, it is very effective in the face of such a large-scale attack, and it is instantly completed for everyone. Of the bunker. Are you all right? Kakashi looked at the injuries of the others. I'm okay. But bringing the soil to save me was so badly injured. Yayuan Lin quickly took off the soiled coat and used the palm fairy technique for treatment. She is the medical ninja in the team. Since the Second Ninja War, Konoha has gradually discovered that deploying medical ninjas in the team can reduce the casualties of members with a high probability, so this model has continued. It's too late to be treated. If I guess right, the enemy is nearby and must break through immediately. But bring him. Before Lin Nohara spoke, Kakashi carried the soil on her back. Go. Several people retreated immediately. But at this time, 4 yellow figures were already stuck in the middle of their back road. Are you Konoha's ninjas? I didn't expect Konoha to send small shrimps like you to the war. Did the adults die? Haha, Dashi, your mouth is really getting worse, but this little girl is pretty good, I look like it. Damn it, if you dare to touch Lin a hair, see if I don't beat you to death. Bring the soil on Kakashi's back and screamed. Lin, you take care of the soil, I will solve them. Kakashi immediately handed the soil to Lin Nohara, and walked up alone. These 4 people have a very strong aura, and they should all be at the upper level of shinobu. Rin Nohara and the others are just shinobi. Although they can beat them, they obviously can't deal with these people now. However, if you just postpone some time, you can still do it yourself. In Kakashi's view, the only way to escape at present is to notify the teacher Yelyang, who is patrolling far away. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bomb. A huge water dragon rushed at the top of the four of them. These four people should be ninjas of the land of the earth. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, so the effect of wind escape and fire escape is not too ideal, only water escape can barely fight. Several people jumped away quickly. Hey, this kid actually knows advanced ninjutsu. He seems to be a Konoha genius. No wonder Konoha dared to let these little ghosts come here to perform tasks so relieved. Humph, they look down on us too much. Even if they are geniuses, they are also kids. Dashi, you should solve the two little ghosts behind, and this genius will be given to us. Yes, head. Ninfa camouflage. The ninja who was provoking at first responded, suddenly his body became transparent, and then gradually disappeared in place. No wonder I didn't find them before, it turned out to be capable of this special ninjutsu. Bring soil. Lin. Be careful. Kakashi quickly reminded the companions behind him, but at this time the rest of them had already rushed towards him. The looks of these people are very similar, some are slightly fat, and apart from the strong aura of the leader, none of them should be Kakashi's opponent. Chong. One of them drew the long sword behind him, slashed it towards Kakashi's head. Is a master of swordsmanship. Soil escape, crack the earth and turn your palms. The leader touched his hands on the ground, and a piece of chakra came. The ground behind Kakashi was cracked, which broke the connection between Kakashi and them. Boy, you have nowhere to run. The last ninja attacked Kakashi from the side. Soil escape, rock house collapse. A series of undulating ground quickly spread towards Kakashi. No, these people are going to kill me from all around. Kakashi secretly said that it was bad. The situation is very urgent now. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 12, Yelyang. What? A shout suddenly came from a distance. Suddenly a few drops of blood dripped on the originally empty land. How could it be? How could you discover my existence? After a question, the invisible ninja who had disappeared suddenly appeared next to Rin Nohara, but with a stiff shuriken stuck in his chest. He stepped back unbelievably, then fell down. Hehe, don't underestimate me. Lin gave a bitter smile, holding the shuriken in her hand. Dashi. Damn it, you can actually see through Dashi's ninjutsu. Firelight, Demon Leech. You go and kill the two boys together, I stop this Shangnan. The leader immediately gave the command. Kakashi was also a little unbelievable. He suddenly noticed the soiled eyes. Two crimson guyu hovered tightly beside the eye. It's the blood wheel eye. Bring the soil to open the blood wheel eye. That's right, the blood wheel eye, as the nemesis of all illusions, can definitely see the invisibility technique. Kakashi immediately ignited fighting spirit. The shuriken shadow clone technique. Rows of sharp shurikens quickly threw towards the opponent's leader. Humph, this low-level trick wants to have an effect on me, too. The leader gently threw out kunao and blocked the shuriken in front of him. However, when the two collided, there was a violent explosion in the air. It's the detonation talisman, ridiculous, how could such a low-end thing be effective for me? The leader laughed and rushed towards Kakashi immediately. But a sneer appeared at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. The plan was successful. The two quickly fought each other. Haha, boy, although you are smart enough, you are still a child. Based on my years of experience, you won't be my opponent at all. The leader laughed loudly, and Kakashi fell short on the first day of the match. As he said, although Kakashi was genius, he was still young. Although Konoha was exquisite, his immature combat experience was not enough for him to defeat the leader in front of him. After a few tricks, Kakashi couldn't stand it anymore. And Lin Yiwen in the distance couldn't hold it anymore. She was not a fighting ninja originally. If it weren't for the eyes with dirt to show the way, she might not even be able to lose the shuriken. "Give up, kid. You are dead today," the leader shouted again. But at this time, the 7th team didn't have a hint of looseness at all. Although the battle fell into a disadvantage, the will to fight was indeed getting higher and higher. Because they all understand one thing. The detonator just now exploded. That's right, the sound of the detonating talisman was enough to attract reinforcements for them. Where is the outcome? It's still unpredictable. Kakashi stubbornly endured the leader's attack, and just when he was about to die, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Healing Ran had both eyes. A faint light looked at everyone present coldly. "Who?" the Tuken leader screamed, but before he could react, a shuriken was stuck in his neck. "Your father!" The figure kicked him over with a kick, and then flashed to the side of Yayuan Lin in seconds. "Shen Luo Tianzheng!" With a roar, a white gas mask suddenly appeared around Nohara Lin, and a wall of gas quickly knocked out the two ninjas around. A crooked neck. Died. "Teacher Ye Yang! You are finally here, I knew you would come to save us." Yayuan Lin threw into Ye Yang's arms excitedly, making him embarrassed. "Woko! The 7th squad was almost destroyed, scaring me to death." There was a cold sweat behind Ye Yang. At this time, he finally remembered what this task was all about. The famous Shinsubi Bridge event. This incident was mentioned in Shippuden, but because it was a memory of Watergate, Ye Yang didn't remember it in time. In the original book, Watergate led the team to the Shinsubi Bridge to disrupt. Although it is very simple, there is still a problem with this incident. The 7th team was ambushed by Tuken here. In this battle, Lin Nohara was implanted with Mitsuo Isosuke, and she died tragically. Kakashi went blind. After Tai-Tu gave his eyeballs to Kakashi, half of his body was crushed by the tree, and finally blackened into a fey. "Damn, I forgot such an important plot. What a miscalculation." Ye Yang was very regretful. How could a character who played Naruto's sudden death forget such an important plot? Shouldn't. Fortunately, it ended successfully in the end, otherwise Ye Yang would be very upset. "Hey, since everyone is okay, then prepare to leave. I found a large number of ninjas in the country of Soil before, and it is estimated that I will be here soon." Ye Yang said vigorously. "Actually all lies. If it weren't for Kakashi's detonating charm, Ye Yang would still be asleep." But whether it was the lie or the truth, Ye Yang just wanted to leave here now. Since this is really the Shinsubi Bridge, then this is the center of the war. No matter whether there are other ninjas in ambush, the follow-up will be reduced to a battlefield. "Okay, let's leave now." Kakashi replied nervously, quickly threw a few detonating talisman shurikens towards the Shinsubi Bridge, and then came over and carried the dirt on his back. "Let's go." Several people reached a consensus, but just as they were about to leave, the Tuken leader who was stabbed in the heart by Ye Yang suddenly rushed towards Ye Yang in a daze. His heart was injured and he was not dead yet. "I won't let you ruin the master's plan, go to you." He clenched the sword in his hand tightly and rushed towards Ye Yang. "Teacher, be careful, there is a detonation symbol on the shuriken." Kakashi immediately reminded. Obviously, this shuriken was the tool Kakashi had originally planned to blow up the Shinsubi Bridge. Before Ye Yang could react, he was hugged by the leader of the Tuken. Grass. He is a modern person, so the fighting consciousness is still a little worse. He quickly launched the Shen Luo Tianzheng, ready to line up the leader holding himself. But before he could start it, the detonating talisman on the shuriken detonated. This detonation talisman was actually used before Ye Yang was near. According to this posture, the Tuken leader should be planning to die with Ye Yang. "Mom, After the explosion, Yeliyang's body turned into half a branch. Fortunately, when I left, I learned the substitute technique from Xiao Hongdu, otherwise I would really be planted here today. Yeliyang Hao gasped in fear, the scene just now almost didn't scare him stupid. For the task, even life is not necessary. This spirit is absolutely worthy of admiration, but if the goal is yourself, it is really worrying. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 13, Follow-up Tasks. The leader? What leader? At the last moment, Yeliyang naturally heard what the leader of Tukan said, but he can definitely determine that the original book did not mention this person. After the original Tukan leader repelled the 7th team, he was directly destroyed by the Watergate group, so there was no leader. Yeliyang had deep doubts. Is it possible that this is not Konoha in the story? A few days later, Yeliyang sat in the Hokage hall with a cool look. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the first pot of gold. Reward, Psychic. Psychic. I didn't expect to get this ninjutsu. Yeliyang was a little surprised. In Naruto world, Spiritism is a ninjutsu that everyone knows. However, according to the characteristics of people, the spirit beasts that everyone calls are different, so Yeliyang is still looking forward to this ninjutsu. Just as Yeliyang took the bounty and was about to leave the Hokage hall, there was a series of noises in his head. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for over-completing the S-level mission repelling Watergate. Reward, the Art of Flying Thunder God. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the task Overlord meal. Reward, Transformation. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for over-completing the A-level mission Chenmubi Bridge. Reward, Ninja Shadow Clone, Ninja Shadow Camouflage. Due to the overfulfillment of the task, Ninja Shadow Clone has been upgraded to the technique of multiple shadow clones. Why? Yeliyang stayed. What's the situation? Where did these rewards come from? Overlord's meal? Godless. Yeliyang thought for a while. These are all things he has already experienced. Shinmubi is the bounty task that has just been completed. The bawang meal should mean that he had eaten ramen for nothing. These are things that have already happened. Why did it just pop up now? Yeliyang was a little confused. He thought for a moment, and suddenly he understood. I understand. The first two tasks are triggered almost without interval, that is to say, the task triggering is actually not that long. But up to now, there have been no new tasks. It's not that they haven't been triggered. It's because there are unfinished tasks hanging on the head. If the task is not completed, the new task cannot be displayed. So it is. He understood it thoroughly. Although the new mission is not displayed, as long as the pending mission is completed, the follow-up rewards will still be given out. Yeliyang's face immediately showed a burst of joy. I didn't expect that I had completed such a large number of tasks in just a few days. Yeliyang roughly counted it, only 7 or 8, but except for the Shinmubi Bridge, the others were daily trivial tasks. What kind of overlord meal? The thief caught in the street, stealing red bean clothes. The rewards are also some ordinary low-level rewards. Transfiguration, Avatar, and Avatar are all scum ninjutsu taught in ninja school. But it doesn't matter. But what is the situation with this flying thunder god? Yeliyang instantly felt joy from the sky. The golden glittering of thunder. It's another S-rank ninjutsu. But Yeliyang thought about it and couldn't think of when he repelled the water gate. Amnesia? Or did I repel it when I was sleepwalking? Couldn't it be my dream to fight back? Yeliyang suddenly remembered that he had really dreamed of the water gate. He stepped on the water gate firmly, and by the way, he hugged Juzune next to him. Ha ha ha! Thinking of Juxune's bright and moving posture, Yeliyang's saliva almost drained. Mr. Yat, if you are okay, go back and rest. After the task is completed, there will be a few days off. Sarutobi Rishao reminded. He looked at Liang, his eyes twitched. Isn't it just a bounty? As for drooling, it made the third generation very strange and urged Liang to leave quickly. Hey? Oh! Liang immediately awoke from his fantasy. It doesn't matter how he got here, let's play around first. He didn't want to think about it. Immediately weighed the bounty in his hand. Shinmubi Bridge was an A-level mission, and probably had a bounty of tens of thousands of taels, enough for him to be cool for a while. Teacher Liang, if you are fine, can you guide me to practice in the afternoon? At this time, Yayuanlin next to her suddenly asked. She was a shy girl with a very small voice, but Liang still heard it. Haha, mean, wait for me at the training ground in the afternoon. Liang laughed. He was still immersed in the joy of getting rich, and he agreed to Yayuanlin's request without even thinking about it. It's just that he forgot that apart from opening a plug-in, he doesn't know any specific ninjutsu, and he doesn't know how to do it. Nohara Lin nodded. There was obviously joy on her face. In fact, as a medical ninja, there is no requirement for strength, but after this incident, Lin Nohara deeply felt her weakness. Obviously the soil is so weak, but he still needs his protection. In this case, he is simply dragging his feet. Therefore, Lin Nohara wanted to improve her strength. With the help of Kakashi, the soil at this time has gone to the infirmary. So now there are only 2 people. Yayuanlin casually followed Liang out of the hall door. Teacher, let's go together. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com Lin Nohara asked. But Liang ignored her. Imagine that red beans are surprised to see so much money at once. His mind was thinking, and then, like a sand sculpture, he left Lin who was preparing to travel. Forget it, I guess something is going on the teacher. Nohara Lin was a little dazed, but she still comforted herself by force. And Liang. I forgot what I just promised. Habitual consent is the basic response of being an otaku. Liang was a good old man in his previous life, so he naturally kept this habit. After some setbacks, Liang returned home. A few days later, Uchiha rushed into Atsuki's hut with a scorching fire. Teacher Liang. Lin has something wrong with her. What's the situation? Liang was eating at the table, and he was suddenly confused. Lin is practicing on the training ground alone, she seems to have endured the conflict with a group of people. Kakashi has passed, I will inform you. What? Liang was startled. The scene from the previous few days suddenly sounded in his mind. Teacher, can you guide me to practice in the afternoon? No problem, go to the training ground and wait for me. This is his dialogue with Nohara Lin. Damn, how did I forget about this? He immediately dropped the red beans that were still eating, and followed with the soil to go outside the village. Konoha's training ground is on the outskirts of the village. Because the power of ninjutsu is too great, it is obvious that you can't let go of your hands and feet in the village, so Konoha village has set up a decent training ground in the small forest outside the village. When the original Naruto exercises, they are all carried out in this kind of training ground. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 14, Practice Storm. There are countless targets here to facilitate the practice of shuriken. Because it is in the woods, there are also rivers around, so you can practice water escape and fire escape. When Sasuke and Itachi practiced the fireball, he was also by the river here. I want to see if anyone who doesn't have eyesight dares to trouble our 7th class. Liang came here angrily. Several ninjas similar to him surrounded Nohara Lin and the others, and it seemed that if it weren't for Kakashi, they were ready to do it. What happened? Liang leaned over. Teacher Liang, when I came, they were already around here. Liang looked at Yayuanlin again, but the latter dodged, and did not answer Yeliyang's words. It looks like this little Nazai is angry with herself. Sorry, the teacher is not good, the teacher's house suddenly had an emergency, so I didn't make the appointment in time, you have to trust the teacher. Yeliyang said these words solemnly, but Ye Yuanlin still ignored. Lin. You should be self-reliant and self-reliant. The teacher did not attend the appointment in time. In fact, he wanted to tell you this truth. Only when you learn to be independent can you become a real strong person. Yeliyang said again. Self-reliance. Ye Yuanlin suddenly had a slight reaction. She glanced at Yeliyang suspiciously. Could it be that the teacher really thought that way? Seeing Ye Yuanlin's loosening, Yeliyang immediately hit the iron while it was hot. Yes, when you have a self-improvement heart, the teacher can teach you the next step. Lin, you did not disappoint the teacher. Although the teacher is not there, you still insist on practicing in the training ground. The teacher is very pleased. It turned out to be like this. The teacher used to test me all the time. I didn't even see it at all, and I almost wronged the teacher. What a fool! Ye Yuanlin suddenly became annoyed. She looked at Yeliyang vigorously, her eyes full of guilt. Lin. It's fine if you understand. God self-reliance. Yeliyang's face was already honest and unbeatable. He looked at Ye Yuanlin solemnly, expressing affectionately the friendship between teachers and students, but he didn't laugh at all, as if what he said was true. Hey! Have you said enough, silly, we really don't exist. Shinobu in the group suddenly spoke. As soon as Yeliyang came, he talked with the girl loyally. Although they didn't know what they were talking about, they were still fed a mouthful of dog food. You are the teacher of this team. We are Zhongren who just came up this year. Now the big battle is about to come. This little girl actually dominates our training target. This has seriously affected our training. So you attacked my team members. Yeliyang's face became cold. Ye Yuanlin was fine, but Yeliyang clearly found a trace of burnt on Kakashi's wrist. This is obviously burned by Huo Dun. What do you mean? Do you intend to give way to us? I'm telling you, pre-war training is a very reasonable thing. You are just a waste of forbearance. You are not qualified to occupy such precious training materials. If you don't get out of the way, we will do it carefully. Take it for nothing. Yeliyang's face is getting worse and worse. Haha, the guy who can't even lose the shuriken, what is it if it is not a waste? These people immediately laughed. Yeliyang suddenly noticed that Ye Yuanlin's eyes were suddenly red. He instantly understood. What these people said should be Lin Nohara. He didn't believe that Kakashi would lose the shuriken. He suddenly became angry. He said he could, but he couldn't say Lin Yuan. Although Yeliyang is not a person who cares for a calf, he is a person who cares for a girl. What's more, he is a little sorry for Ye Yuanlin for this matter today. If it hadn't been for him to speak out, Ye Yuanlin would not be bullied like this. Since you said that you can't lose the shuriken, let's try the shuriken. Try the shuriken? With whom? With you. Follow her. Yeliyang suddenly grabbed Ye Yuanlin's arm and raised it up. Ah, sir, what are you talking about? My shuriken is very bad. Lin Yuan immediately exclaimed. It's okay, the teacher said you can do it, you can do it, don't you believe that the teacher can't do it? No. Of course Lin believes in the teacher. Nohara Lin quickly explained, but the few Zongren laughed. They had seen Ye Yuanlin's level just now, saying that she didn't save 1 in 10, and they were complimenting her. Basically, it was possible to hit the last time with more than 20 shurikens. Teacher. I think you are joking. If you want to say you come, I still believe it, but you want to let her come, haha. I think you are stupid. Humph, how are you even better? Yeliyang snorted coldly. Comparison. Of course, it's just that it's boring to be so much. How about we bet something? Bet? How do you want to bet? Yeliyang asked angrily. I still have 10,000 or 2 oceans in my pocket that have just completed the task. You are a teacher. You can bet as much as you want. You read www.yuyuganshu.com, but you can't have a little bit of money. Okay, I promise you. I'll bet 10,000 taels. Yeliyang said boldly. He had just finished the task, and there was still some spare money in his pocket, but Lin next to him was suddenly unhappy. Teacher. I really can't. She stared at Yeliyang frantically. Let her have no bets, it's better than playing, but 10,000 taels is too much. It takes several B-level tasks to get it. It's okay, just let you go. Yeliyang pushed Yayu and Lin. Since Rin Nohara dared to compare shuriken to Nakanobara, he naturally had some certainty. Otherwise, how could a nouveau riche who is addicted to money make a joke about half of his fortune? Yeliyang was delighted. In fact, he already had a complete plan. Okay. Now that it's done, let's start. The Fuzongnin immediately took a posture and walked to one of the targets. Just start here. He stood 100 meters away and threw out his shuriken with a hum. 4 rings. Jianfeng landed beside the center, and it was only 1 step away from the center. Okay. Losing the 4th ring from 100 meters is already a very high score. The Fuzongren immediately stunned. Then go ahead. Yeliyang spread his hands towards him. This time the competition is to cast 10 times in a row to see whose final score is higher. This is an endurance battle, because shuriken throwing is very focused, so it has a great impact on endurance. Don't panic, you follow what I said, and you will be able to surpass him in a while. Yeliyang whispered a few words in Yayuanlin's ear. At this time, Yayuanlin was sweating all over her palms, and it was obvious that she was nervous. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 15, Make a Big Profit. After Yeliyang gave a few words in her ear, he didn't say more. At this time, that Zhongren also lost 10 times. There are 6 fourth rings, 1 fifth rings, and 3 non-inflows. This score is already extremely high. In the original book, those heaven-defying ninjas lose hearts at every turn, which looks very hanging, but in fact, it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to achieve the 5th ring again, and they still stand 100 meters away. Teacher, is Lin really good? Kakashi asked. 100 meters away, hit 10 times in a row. Even Kakashi could not guarantee 100% at such a long distance, let alone Lin Nohara. But when Lin threw out the shuriken in her hand for the first time, everyone's mouths couldn't close anymore. 5 rings. How is this possible? The ninjas on the opposite side exclaimed. In their opinion, the girl who couldn't throw the shuriken for 10 meters just now threw the highest score in the 100 meters, which is incredible. It's okay, relax, go on. Yeliyang cheered Yayu and Lin. Hoo! After Lin Yaiwen took a deep breath, she threw another dart. Pang! Still 5 rings. How is this possible? This time, not only was she frightened and silly, but even Lin Nohara herself was stunned. I actually lost this. She stared at her hand blankly. She didn't expect the teacher's method to be really effective. Yeliyang let her stand upright, her feet closed together, her hands and feet collapsed with strength, and her eyes were fixed. This is the formula for throwing a dart in a previous life. Yeliyang played trick darts in his previous life, so he learned a hit formula specially. Of course, it is completely impossible to be so accurate just like this, but don't forget that this is a ninja world. He stared at something and walked over, it was 100% vertical. The same goes for throwing a shuriken. Before Yeliyang handed over the dart formula to Rin Nohara, he also used the Naruto skills of Naruto World to improve it. Don't forget, Yeliyang has got the advanced ninja skills gifted by the system. This kind of knowledge that can be learned by shinobu is not comparable to those of the shinobu, and combined with the skills of throwing darts in the previous life and Yeliyang's shuriken skills, not only ordinary shinobu, but also elites. Shangren may not be his opponent. After hitting the target, Lin Ye quickly lost her shuriken in her hand. 5 times the 4th ring, 5 times the 5th ring, each way is mixed. This score absolutely surpasses that Zongnan, and it's not even a star. Wish to bet and lose, go. The few Zongren saw this appearance and immediately waved their hands and prepared to leave, but Yeliyang, who had quick eyes and quick hands, would not let them leave in vain. People can go. Money stays. You. Don't overdo it, be careful that our elder sister takes revenge on you. Money. These people went straight without saying a word. Obviously they were going to fall back on their accounts, but Yeliyang was the ancestor of the hooligans, and the modern hooligans are not comparable to these half-hearted ones. After dismissing these people with Huero means, Yeliyang grabbed the money bag in his hand. Although his hand hurts a bit, he still watched these Zongnan leave with joy. Kakashi, your arms are all right. Yeliyang now remembered to care about Kakashi. If you didn't attack my disciple first, I wouldn't blackmail you like this. In his heart, he made an excuse for his greed. Arm. Kakashi stretched out his hand. Yes, your wound was burned by them with fire, right? It's okay, let Lin heal it for you, it's all right. What? Kakashi looked dazed. Teacher, I accidentally burned it last night. If you don't believe it, it will scar. What? Yeliyang stretched out his hand to buckle, and the mark immediately fell off. It's really scarred. It's okay, you'd better let Lin Ji. Teacher, it's really okay. Cure. What a mother-in-law. Yeliyang increased his tone, and then left the training ground. Lin, what's wrong with the teacher? It's just a small wound. He wants you to waste chakra. I think it might be a practice for me. Blame me, because I misunderstood the teacher before. After that, I will definitely follow the teachings and practice alone. I must be self-reliant. Amount. Seeing Lin Nohara's serious expression, Kakashi left here with a little helplessness. Lin actually believed the teacher's words. Although Kakashi also admires Yeliyang, such a clumsy lie today does not deceive his IQ. It seems that women have no brains. A few days later. So easy. Since the practice field incident, Yeliyang hadn't encountered any other problems. On this day, he was lying on the soft and chatting with Hongdu. Hey! You have earned money, why don't you move out? You are so shameless. Yeliyang didn't bother to answer that kind of old-fashioned topic. He closed his eyes and thought about today's task. Talk about life with red beans. Reward, sea-level physique Konoha Cyclone. Simple and weak. In the past few days, Yeliyang has received a lot of these tasks every day. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is a common chore. Yeliyang calls them daily tasks, just like playing games. Made. But the reward is naturally not seen. It's just some ordinary ninjutsu, and nothing can be seen after pulling out. Yeliyang has now acquired countless low-level ninjutsu, and even a lot of repetitions. Of course, the system will reinforce the original if the repetition is drawn, but overall, there is still no eye to see. Yeliyang recalled the important ninjutsu again. Fei Lei Shen, Shen Luo Tianzheng, Yeliyang has already mastered 2S level ninjutsu, both of which have worked hard. Of course, Flying Thunder God doesn't know. But no matter what, the more difficult the task is to get a powerful reward, this is always the same. As for low-level ninjutsu, Yeliyang also commonly used instantaneous body technique and double body technique. One thing to mention here is that when Yeliyang repeatedly drew low-level ninjutsu, the substitute technique accounted for a lot, that is to say, his current substitute technique has also become superb. When starting, just look at something, you can switch instantly, even without chakra at all. This kind of low-level ninjutsu doesn't need many chakras, let alone it has been strengthened countless times. Yeliyang rolled a few times on the couch, and suddenly thought of a special ninjutsu. Spiritualism. As mentioned before, spiritism is very special. As one's strength increases, the summons produced by spiritism will become stronger and stronger. Moreover, psychic creatures are different according to their own. Yeliyang was ready to try spiritism. In case something super invincible, huge, and awesome, wouldn't it be a good thing? The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 16, Psychic March. Just do it. Yeliyang left the Red Bean Hut immediately. Spiritualism is a special kind of ninjutsu. Yeliyang didn't plan to go to the practice field to train. If the supergiant psychic beast like Toad Wenta was summoned, it would definitely destroy the practice field building. Yeliyang didn't want to lose money. After thinking hard, he finally decided. Go to End Valley. The rocks in the mountains. This is the place where Naruto and Sasuke fought decisively in the original book. There is gentle flowing water everywhere. Because there is a huge waterfall upstream, there is never a shortage of water here, and because the gorge below is very wide, the water flow is not particularly deep. Yeliyang chose this place because the place is spacious and suitable for huge creatures with psychics. He found a fairly smooth boulder and sat down. There are a lot of rocks in the creek, so you can walk. It's always okay here. He took out a huge scroll and spread it out on top of the rock. This is a high-level psychic scroll. To learn spiritism naturally requires spirit scrolls, because spiritism requires very complicated rune rituals. If there is no scroll, it would take a long time to depict rune rituals in situ, so engraving runes on the scroll, carry it with you, it becomes the basic requirement of spiritism. Yeliyang smiled and looked at his psychic scroll. It was bought by him for 10,000 oceans and 3 generations. It is said that it is still the internal price. The average ninja will cost at least 10 times the amount. The location is very suitable. The tools are adequately prepared for the psychic ritual. Over. Yeliyang didn't know what nonsense he was talking about either. After chattering for a while, he suddenly took a knife out of his pocket and slashed his thumb. Spiritualism requires blood. Yeliyang's psychic scroll is a random psychic scroll. The regular psychic scrolls are handed down from generation to generation. For example, the scroll of the original Naruto, which was given to him by Jiraiya, was originally engraved with runes, and has signed a contract with the Toad of Miyamu Mountain, so Naruto summons spiritism and directly summons the toad there. But Yeliyang couldn't. Yeliyang didn't have an ancestral psychic scroll, so he could only use this random scroll to summon random psychic beasts nearby onto the scroll, and then tame them into his list of psychic beasts. Yeliyang beautifully pressed his finger on the scroll. Pang! A tadpole doll that laughed like a thumb appeared on the scroll. Woko! Impossible! With my psychic talent, how could it be possible to summon only one tadpole? Yeliyang was a little confused. He is the upper ninja chakra, and the more psychic chakra is, the stronger the psychic contract beast is. With the amount of chakra he has just now, it is absolutely impossible to summon only one tadpole. He was greatly disappointed and immediately proceeded to the next call. This time it was a fist-sized snail. As long as you don't sign a contract, you can call spiritism again, so Yeliyang didn't worry about the first mistake. He cut his finger again and called again. Long time passed. Konoha. The Sarutobi Hizen who was far away in the office was reviewing the documents, and suddenly, a hurried Shangnan broke into the office. It's not good for 3 generations of adults, the warehouse was suddenly stolen, and the high-level psychic scroll originally placed on the wooden cabinet is missing one. High-level psychic scroll. Sarutobi Risen was stunned, but suddenly took back the file in his hand. You said that, Mr. Ye came to buy the scroll this morning, and I gave it to him. Gave it to Mr. Ye. Shan Gren suddenly realized, but his mind was really tight. That psychic scroll seems to be a defective product. Not only can it not summon high-level psychic beasts, but it also always summons some weird things. I don't know if Master Naruto knows. He looked at the third-generation eye again, but Sarutobi Hidazen ignored him, and he could only retreat. End Valley. Yeliang has failed for the 100th time. Fuck. After the summon failed, I went and smashed the Hokage office. At this time, he naturally understood that he was deceived by the third generation of eyes. As a Shangren, he paid countless chakras. Not only did he not have a decent psychic beast, he always summoned some strange things. What a broken shoe! What a paint bucket! The most terrifying thing is that Yeliang summoned a very big slug. As big as a mountain. Yeliang almost spit out the ramen he had eaten in the morning. What he feared most in his life was such sticky things, so he quickly lifted the psychic ritual. Hey! This is the last time, God bless, we must make a reliable psychic beast. Yeliang prayed. At this time he was already a little dizzy. 100 times of cutting his fingers with the knife had put him in an extremely dangerous state of anemia. Yeliang estimated that there were not 10 bowls of 8 bowls of bone soup, and he was afraid that he would not be able to make up for it. Pang! The psychic scroll again appeared in smoke. A slimy, stool-like thing appeared. Yeliang looked at this thing dumbfounded. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Also faintly creeping slowly. Damn! It's a failure again. 3 generations of dogs. I'll kill you! He cursed, and immediately wanted to rush towards the Hokage hall. But just when he was about to leave, the slimy, poop-like thing rushed towards him. Yeliang quickly used his hand to block it. But just when the two sides first touched, a golden light flashed. The contract was successful. Spiritualism wants to succeed in a contract, generally it is to convince others with love. In other words, to connect with the psychic beasts, help each other, and in short, be friends. But there is actually another contract method. Convince people with reason. As long as your fists are hard enough, no matter how arrogant a psychic beast is, you can tame it. Yeliang is now using the second method. Just when he subconsciously blocked the stool with his palm, he used a part of his power habitually. Stool felt that the opponent's power was far greater than his own, and instinctively chose to surrender to the opponent, so the channeling was successful. Why? Why does God treat me like this? Psychic stool. This is probably the first time in ninja history. Yeliang looked at his psychic beast with disgust. The soft mud was wriggling. He naturally knows that this thing is not real stool, it may just be an unknown mollusk, or even a remnant cell of a certain organism. But one thing is undeniable. This thing has absolutely no fighting power. Yeliang guessed everything when he saw his slow speed as a snail. 30 minutes later. An angry figure rushed into the Hokage office. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 17, Experiences in Poland. If it is said that 10,000 prayers in the previous life can only be exchanged for one encounter, Yeliang would rather not meet this time. After the stool incident, Yeliang only received compensation from 100,000 taels of oceans, which was a huge sum of money. But Yeliang would rather not want this huge sum of money. Once the psychic is activated, it is very difficult to obtain other psychic beasts, because you can only perform a similar summoning of the original psychic beast if you perform the psychic ritual again. For example, if Yeliang summoned a poop, he could only channel the poop's close relative, which could be a snail or another mollusk. But it is undeniable that they are very weak. If Yeliang wants to summon other psychic beasts, he must obtain the ancestral scroll, but this is impossible. He was depressed. In an important opportunity, only one piece of garbage was obtained. Even if Sarutobi Risen compensated him for 100,000 oceans, it could not restore the grief in his heart. Kakashi, what's wrong with the teacher lately, always smiling at a ball of stool? I'm afraid it's not crazy. Bring soil, don't talk nonsense. I have heard 3 generations of adults say that this is a psychic beast of teacher Yang, a god-level psychic beast, and a fairy psychic beast whose power is no less than the 3 holy places. I even heard that, even Miyamu Mountain's Toad Wenta is not an opponent of this kind of psychic beast. What? This thing is so strong. With the soil, he took a breath. They are now on their way to perform their tasks. Because I have been resting for many days, the second mission will begin immediately. Yang listened carefully to the players' conversation, and felt relieved. In order to prevent damage to His Majesty, Yang not only extorted a large wave of silver money for 3 generations, but also threatened him not to tell the fact that he had channeled a junk. It can only be said that this poop is a very powerful psychic beast. But he did not expect that the 3 generations actually boasted this poop so exaggerated. Immortals comparable to 3 generations of Holy Land. Rule, are you so good? Yang touched the soft summoned beast on his shoulder. Softly is the name given to him. After a period of groping, Yang suddenly discovered that his summoned beast was not useless. In addition to its lack of combat effectiveness, he could even transform into the appearance of any creature he touched. Although the size was a little small, Yang believed that as long as he is given a certain amount of time to grow up, this will inevitably be an amazing monster. According to the test, even the sentient ninja cannot discover the authenticity of a creature that has become soft and deformed. It's an unexpected joy. Yang said with satisfaction. Today they are going to Poland to encircle and suppress a group of rebels. Because of the frequent wars, most ninjas who are afraid of death have chosen to rebel from the village, but if you rebel, then rebel, and they have to go to the surrounding area for disaster and rob the house. This is wrong. Yang looked at the map, and he was about to reach the country of Poland. In a few moments, I will find a civil society to ask about the situation. It is very dangerous for the country to be close to Wuyan village and it is not suitable for revealing the identity. Okay, teacher. Kakashi and the others responded and followed Yang into the village. The place they are going now is a fisherman's house called Kaiju. The country of Poland is surrounded by a very large moat, so if you want to travel, you must use fishing boats, so the fisherman industry is very common in Poland. That's it. Yang finally found Kaiju's courtyard after questioning many passers-by. It was a dilapidated earthen house. Seeing this dilapidated appearance, Yang suddenly felt a little suspicious that Kaiju couldn't afford Konoha's bounty. Although this is a sea-level mission, it is worth a few thousand taels. In this era of turmoil and chaos, a few thousand liang is a fisherman's salary for half a year, but that is when there are customers every day. Most fishermen only have income from crossing the river occasionally, because there are too many piers in Poland. Go in. Yang greeted the players behind him and pushed the door open. But at this time, a wooden stick hit him in the face. Yang was surprised. However, he immediately found that the stick was swung out of strength. He turned his face slightly, and hid away. Fuck off! You black traitors, we don't have what you want in our house. Get out! A child rushed out the door. He was still holding a decayed thick wooden stick in his hand. Obviously, it was Yang he hit just now. Hey, kid! You have admitted the wrong person, we are ninjas from Konoha, not some black business. Yang looked at the little guy faintly and explained casually. Hey! Don't lie! You have pretended Konoha ninjas several times this month, don't want to lie to me. The child waved a stick again. Yang shook his head helplessly. With a light grab, he snatched the child's wooden stick into his hand. Give it back to me quickly. Bastard! The child played the stick. But at this moment, a black-faced fisherman hurriedly walked out of the hut. Say he is a fisherman, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is because Yeliyang could smell the seafood on this person in an instant. This unique taste can only be possessed by the fisherman who fishes all year round. Keisha, stop making trouble. This is Konoha's ninja adults. He rushed out immediately and pulled the child away. Master Ninja. The child looked at Yeliyang, a little dumbfounded. Sorry, sir. I am the client kaiju this time. The child is not sensible. Please forgive me. It's okay, I don't care. Yeliyang replied lightly. He looked at the fisherman again, and his heart suddenly became gloomy. It was correct with him. This person was yellowish and thin, and his body was still full of the smell of sweat after a long time without a bath. He had obviously been hungry for several days. How could such a person be able to pay for hire? He glanced at Kakashi unconsciously and found that Kakashi also frowned. I believe he can see it too. Uncle Kaiju. Do you have anything to eat? I'm almost starving to death. Bringing the soil abruptly shouted. He is an Iron Man, and the road is mountainous areas, and he has never had a chance to eat. Yeliyang hurriedly sought his employer again, so his stomach was already grunting. This. Kaiju's face immediately showed a touch of embarrassment, but after hesitating for a while, he welcomed the group into the earthen house. Uncle. Your house is so dilapidated, won't you catch a cold at night when you live here? With dirt, I looked at the surrounding walls, there were holes everywhere, and even saw a large piece of the roof missing. It's summer, so cool off. Kaiju greeted several people and took the children to the kitchen. Kakashi, what do you think? The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 18, White Prostitution Task. I guess this should be a task for vain prostitution. The task of white prostitution means that the client is unable to pay the remaining bounty after the deposit is paid, so that after the reward is over, Konoha will work for others. Of course, the term white prostitution was learned by Kakashi and Yeliyang. Originally, this type of task was called a false task. I think so too. Yeliyang nodded. There was a trace of doubt in Yuanlin's eyes. Teacher, let's continue this task. Since it is a false task, let's just cancel it. Let's take a look again, I'm not sure what development will follow. Yeliyang replied. At this time, Uchiha took the soil and looked at a few people silly. Kakashi, what's the task of prostitution? He didn't understand this kind of common sense question, so he was a little confused. However, Kakashi ignored him. Take the soil and looked at Nohara-lin, but the latter still ignored him. The same is true for Yeliyang. No way, who made him an Iron Man? After a while, Uncle Kaiju came out carrying a basin of melons. He smiled and put the sweet potatoes on the table, and said at the beginning, Adults, take your time. Bringing a look at the sweet potato in front of him, he immediately stretched out his hand. However, Yeliyang clearly saw that the child couldn't bear it when he saw the sweet potato with tuna. Yeliyang immediately understood everything in his heart. This pot of sweet potatoes should be all their rations. Everyone, eat, there's still in the kitchen, you're welcome. Kaiju greeted these people diligently, but apart from bringing the soil, the others did not do anything. Seeing that a few people didn't move, after Kaiju sent the child away, he walked back again. Adults, this time is really going to be troublesome. He bowed to Yeliyang, it seemed that he was about to get straight to the point. My lord, this rebellion is hidden in the moat of Poland. They robbed all merchants who tried to travel to and from Poland along the river. If we want to enter and leave the country, we can only use fishing boats, but we continue to do so. There really are no guests coming to our country of Poland. His expression was very nervous, but Yeliyang didn't have any expressions. I know what you mean, but I want to ask, this time the mission reward is 3,000 gold, are you sure you can afford it? Are you doubting me? Kaiju shouted immediately. It's just that his expression is embarrassing, and his neck is all red, obviously lacking confidence. Yes, so what? Yeliyang said coldly. There is no free lunch in the world. As a modern person, Yeliyang naturally understands this truth. If you want to help, you need to pay a reward. Even if Yeliyang wants to be a good person, he doesn't have such ability now. What's more, the reward of 3,000 taels is given to the village, and they will only draw a few hundred taels at most. Kaiju saw Yeliyang's look, and immediately became decadent. My lord. It's not that I don't want to pay the reward, but the silver used as the reward was snatched by the Black Chamber of Commerce, just this morning. After that, he added. That was made by all of our fellow fishermen. Black Chamber of Commerce. A trace of doubt appeared on Yeliyang's face. Yes, the Black Chamber of Commerce is a local bully in our country of Poland. Their leader is Cardo. These years, the Black Chamber of Commerce has been established and controls all maritime transportation and traffic structures. These years, they have been suppressing their peers through the mafia under their hands. I believe it will not be long before they can fully grasp the lifeline of the country of Poland. Our fisherman is the only industry that disrupts his Chamber of Commerce. That's why they suppressed you. Yes. Yeliyang fell into contemplation. As early as when he saw that the mission was the Nation of Waves, he remembered the mission of the Nation of Waves. That was 10 years later. The protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, was commissioned by the bridge builder Dines to guard the bridge. At that time, even the evil businessman Cardo who wanted to destroy the bridge. Yeliyang remembered that this man was killed by a traitor Tao Di, who was not beheaded. Of course, he didn't stop slashing now, because it was still 12 years ago, but Yeliyang didn't expect that at this time Cardo had already controlled the lifeline of the Nation of Waves. It seems that it is time to meet this dark merchant. Yeliyang was going to check this person. Although Kaiju's task was to get them to clear the moat of the rebels, Yeliyang knew that the real Black Hand was definitely Cardo of the Black Chamber of Commerce. This black businessman not only controls countless mafia under his hand, but also often hires passers-by to commit crimes. The fisherman's industry is in conflict with the transportation industry he monopolizes. Now that the fisherman is suffering, there is a high probability that this card is behind the scenes. Thinking of all the possibilities, Yeliyang took the 7th class out of the door of the 2 hut, thanks to Kaiju's thousands of times. Teacher, are you sure we want to help this Uncle Kaiju? This is a false task. Kakashi, be a human first, then do things. Although Yeliyang knew that Kaiju couldn't pay the reward, now that the incident involves the original work, he can't ignore it. End. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the SSS level task eradicating the black merchant Cardo. Condition 1, kill Cardo directly. Reward random A-level ninjutsu. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Condition 2, kill Cardo and solve the mafia. Reward immediately A-grade ninjutsu ×2. Condition 3, kill Kato and solve all the forces of Kato at the same time. Mafia, betrayal. Reward random S-rank ninjutsu. Woko. S-level skills are here again. Yeliyang was shocked. This task is actually one of 3 choices. This kind of task was the first time Yeliyang had seen this task except when Yeliyang first started to travel. This must be a very important task. The last time this task was rewarded by Shenluo Tianzheng. MMP, in order to reward, fight this time. Kakashi in the same place was shocked. Being first, then doing things. Be a man first, do things later. He was shocked instantly. The teacher is the teacher. I didn't expect him to say such a philosophical and moving language. As early as in the Tsuchiya, because of Yeliyang's reality, Kakashi had forgotten the teacher who said for the peace of the world. But now I hear the phrase be a human first, then do things. Woke up in an instant. Sure enough, the teacher's ruthlessness in the soil hut must be considered. Let me just say, how can the teacher be a money-thirsty turtle? Ye Yuanlin also had some feelings in her heart. She slowly moved closer to Ye Liang's arm, and the stars in her eyes intensified. And Uchiha Dado nodded slightly with deep meaning. Bull B. Cardo's Black Chamber of Commerce is a country of waves. After half a day of inquiries, Ye Liang has roughly understood the branch of the Black Chamber of Commerce. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 19, Rebellion Strikes. In the evening, several people met at the edge of the moat. Teacher Ye Liang, I have found the mansion of Kaduo, where there are more than a dozen rebel guardians in the Misty Village, all of which are at a moderate level. Teacher, the moat was infested with rebellion and intolerance today, so I got rid of it. Bringing the earth triumphantly asked for credit. In order to prevent rebellion from attacking the fishermen, Ye Liang asked Uchiha to take the soil to follow Kaiju. Obviously, it was very useful. At this time, Ye Yuanlin was rather hesitating. What's the matter, has Cardo Shang found anything? Ye Liang asked. The Cardo Chamber of Commerce is composed of some mafia. Although there are a large number of them, they are all ordinary people who can't understand ninjutsu. Therefore, Ye Liang asked the weakest Lin to investigate there. Teacher, I saw the situation of the Kado Chamber of Commerce today and found that most of the employees are still 7 or 8-year-old children. They are carrying tools and holding bamboo baskets. They are working the construction site. I even saw the hands and feet of those children were ground into blood. Ye Yuanlin said this, and suddenly bowed solemnly to Ye Liang. Teacher, please help them. Ye Liang was startled. He didn't expect Lin Yeyuan to have such a feeling, which made him feel ashamed. Compared with Ye Yuanlin's righteousness, Ye Liang's attitude of doing good deeds for the reward of the task was naturally a little unattainable. I have contacted Konoha. It won't be long before they will control the rebellion in the water. As for Kado's Chamber of Commerce, they are all ordinary mafia. I believe it will not be a trouble to solve it afterwards. Speaking of this, Ye Liang swallowed a little. As for Cardo himself, when the support comes, I will solve him personally. Thank you, teacher. Nohara Lin thanked her. Ye Liang's plan is seamless and three-pronged. As long as he supports it, he believes that completing the task will naturally come in hand. But at this moment, in the water of the moat, a dozen ninjas suddenly sprang out, and they surrounded Ye Liang and others on the shore in a very orderly manner. Tisk Tusk, your plan is really good, but it's a pity that the brat boy exposed you today. There is an ambush. Ye Liang and the others were startled immediately. At this moment, Tai Tu looked at the talking boss in shock. Aren't you the traitor who attacked the fisherman today? You dare to come, see if I won't be beaten to death. He cursed, and immediately planned to go up and teach this man, but just after 2 steps, he was dragged away by Kakashi behind him. Shoo-hoo! Several fast shurikens shot at the place where they stood before taking soil. Shuriken Shadow Clone! You are Shinobu! Kakashi called out immediately. He just rushed over with the dirt, and he immediately noticed something wrong. The boss didn't panic at all when facing the attack with the dirt. Naturally, it was very problematic, so he unconsciously pulled the dirt away. Hiss! Bring the soil in a cold sweat. Shuriken Shadow Clone is an A-level ninjutsu, and it's hard to practice ninjutsu. Few people learn how to learn shinobi, but they all learn especially shinobi. Tisk Tusk Tusk, this white-haired kid reacts quickly. The boss smashed his mouth, but his eyes always fell on Ye Liang. In this situation, anyone can see that Ye Liang is the strongest here. You guy, you seem to be quite good. Ye Liang applauded suddenly. He smiled and looked at the leader of the ninja in front of him, acting very relaxed, as if it was not more than 20 ninjas who surrounded him, but more than 20 ordinary people. What is going on with this guy? The boss was suspicious. But Liang was very plain. The first thing to do is Liang's attitude towards others. If you don't know how to deal with others, you will pretend to be B. No matter how strong your opponent is, you will always be afraid of yourself. Good fellow, it's another Shangnan. When I watched Naruto in the previous life, why didn't I see so many Shangnan? Now that he crosses through, Shangnan instantly abounds. Moreover, Liang clearly discovered that this rebellious ninja was really not an ordinary renunciation. He looked at the weapon wrapped behind this man as if there was nothing. Broken knife. Decapitate the big knife. This person is Loquat Jozo. The original Wuyan village ninja swordsman consisted of 7 people, the first owner of the beheaded swords. Many names are blessed. Loquat Hanzo is a famous ninja in Wuyan village. Later, although he lost to Mat Dai, he is now a strong character. Liang can be sure that Dashuan who has not studied the forbidden technique is definitely not the opponent of this person. No wonder this task is actually an SSS level task. Liang suddenly thought of the system's evaluation of this task. He didn't pay attention at the time, now he wants to think carefully. The first SSS level mission at the time, but let an ordinary person fight the Ashimaru, if it weren't for his IQ exploded, he might have died at that time. The expansion of strength and the inexplicable flying thunder god had made Liang a little fluttering recently. If you recognize the reality, you should naturally become serious. Kakashi, you have to deal with these miscellaneous fish, this boss will let me deal with it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Liang said heavily. The 7 ninjas are not something these children can deal with, even if Kakashi is already on the forbearance, but facing the Loquat Jozo, it is a gift. In order to avoid accidents, Liang plans to deal with this 7-man Loquat Shizang alone. Yes, teacher. Kakashi responded and hurriedly led the miscellaneous fish away with Dai Tu and others. He rarely saw Liang being so serious, so he naturally understood what was going on. Boy, I really admired you, but it's a pity that someone wants your life, and I can't help it. To my life. Liang was a little stunned when he heard Shizang's words. At this time, he suddenly realized an important point. The Loquat Shizang is the spiritual pillar of the Wuyan village, and at this time, there is no betrayal of the Wuyan village. How could it be here? Someone wants my life. He recalled Shizang's words again, and he didn't understand. It's an old man, but his strength is very strong, and he gave money. Old man? Danzo? Or 3rd generation? But that's impossible. Liang recalled his own memory, but he couldn't find such a person anyway. What is his name? Loquat Jozo shook his head. Obviously, he didn't know. Stop talking nonsense, get ready to do it. Liang suddenly flashed, his body suddenly disappeared in place. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Flash and big move. This is the reasonable combo he currently thinks of. But the fact is not that simple. After seeing Liang disappear, Shizang instantly blocked the decapitating sword behind him. The first release of this book is from 17K Novel Network, the first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 20, Showdown with 10 Loquats. Pang! A huge force knocked Shizang away, but because of the protection of the decapitated broadsword, Shizang was hit tightly, and he was completely unharmed. Water escaped the technique of Water Dragon Bomb. A huge water dragon rushed towards Liang from the moat. Water escaped the technique of Water Body. 3 figures stepped onto the water dragon. Water escaped the technique of Mist Hiding. A large cloud of mist instantly enveloped everything around him. Liang frowned. The surrounding site was instantly shrouded in heavy fog, and the 3 water bodies with the water dragon in front also attacked Liang. What a quick water dragon bomb! Liang quickly threw a shuriken to the side. Water Dragon Ball is an A-level ninjutsu. The advantage of this Dragon Ball ninjutsu is that it can chase the target until the chakra that maintains its form is exhausted. Liang didn't plan to fight hard, the Water Dragon Bomb was very powerful. He didn't have defensive ninjutsu, so he could only dodge. Flying Thunder God. Liang's body instantly disappeared in place. And the shuriken that had disappeared in the mist was suddenly held. Liang looked around closely. The Water Dragon Bomb had disappeared 100 meters away, but with the tracking technique of the Loquat Zhuzang, it was only a moment of effort to find oneself. Sure enough, in the fog from far away, 3 humanoid figures had already rushed towards him. Art Fire Escape Fireball. Liang spit out his newly learned fire escape towards the 3 dark shadows. This is a misty environment, and Huo Dun's power is actually greatly reduced, but the strength of the water body is only 1/10 of that of the body, so this ninjutsu still disperses the 3 shadows. Puff! A bayonet was inserted into Liang's back waist. Shui Dun, the technique of silent assassination. Shizang's voice sounded coldly on Liang's neck, and all the bayonet had not entered Liang's body. Sorry, no one can take out my mist concealment technique. But when Shizang thought he had succeeded, suddenly a pair of white arms stretched out on the ground. Earth Escape, the art of beheading in the heart. It's soil ninjutsu. Liang had already activated this ninjutsu when he realized that he couldn't see his surroundings clearly, and now he was just a shadow clone. As predicted. When these hands just pulled Shizang into the ground, Liang, who was injured above, instantly turned into a white mist. How is it possible? When did you use the earth to escape? I have been staring at you the whole time. Shizo was very surprised. As the ancestor of the assassination world, Shizang was very confident in his own eyes. When he bounced you away, Liang said coldly, his body suddenly emerged from the soil. Bounce me away. Shizang revealed a trace of doubt, but immediately thought of the first Chen Luo Tianzheng. That powerful repulsive ninjutsu is actually just a feint. How could it be possible that you didn't know me? How could you use such a powerful ninjutsu to feint? Yes. I don't know you, but as early as the beginning, I still made adequate plans. Liang said lightly. He is indeed unfamiliar with Loquat Zhuzang, but he can't hold back from reading the original. The first generation of ninja swords. Liang couldn't help being careless. It didn't take long for Shizang to be pulled by those hands, leaving only one head. The art of decapitation in the heart is a trick to pull the opponent directly into the soil, because it strengthens the current thickness of the ground. Once it is pulled into the soil, it is difficult to climb out of it. Although it is a low-level ninjutsu, all of Liang's low-level ninjutsu has been strengthened by daily tasks. After all, as long as the reward is repeated, it will be infinitely strengthened. Damn, you bastard, where did so much powerful ninjutsu come from? Shizang looked at Liang angrily. He tried to get out of the soil, but after exhausting his strength, he still didn't move. Decapitation is obviously a low-level ninjutsu. Don't move, or I will kill you now. Liang took the decapitation knife that fell to the ground and put it on Shizang's neck. I will ask you questions now. Whatever I ask, you will say what you say. If you let me find out that you are lying, I will kill you soon. Liang said coldly. First, what exactly is the old man who asked you to kill me? Second, why would you listen to an old man? Third, why did your hidden fog village appear in the Nation of Waves? If I'm not mistaken, you are still ruled by Yakura, and leaving Fog Hidden Village privately is a felony. Liang asked 3 questions in a row. These 3 questions seemed ordinary, but they were all closely related to him. He has to figure out who is killing him. After all, his head is always thought of, which is not a good thing after all. If I said, would you let me go? If I am satisfied, I can naturally consider it. Shizang swallowed after listening. Yes, but I hope you don't break your promise. I didn't know that old man before. I came out this time to find a pillar of strength for Sanwei. As we all know, Jifu has been hiding in the lake in the village of Misty Hidden Village, but the power of Sanwei has been out of balance recently. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com has a faint tendency to be uncontrollable, and Yakura asked us to find a level of ninja outside and redo the human column force test. Sanwei Ren's Huli. Yeliang thought about it for a while. Isofu's first-generation jury seems to be the Nohara Lin of their squad. Originally, when she was at the Shinsubi Bridge, Nohara Lin was forced by the ninjas of the Land to make the Sanwei Jojo. Wait, Earthland Ninja? Ren's Huli? Isn't Sanwei from the Mizuhide village? Yeliang suddenly flashed a little doubt as to why the three tales of Wuyan village had something to do with the Kingdom of Earth. He suddenly discovered that the plot of the original book seemed to have an unexplainable problem. The 9 big-tailed beasts are controlled by the major ninja villages, but they are obviously the tailed beasts of the hidden village of Fog. Why are they controlled by the Kingdom of Earth in the original work? This is obviously a bug problem. Is it possible that something special happened in this? Yeliang felt that something was wrong. The original work had been changed on the Shinmubi Bridge. The original tragic end of Ye Yuanlin had been saved by him, so the subsequent development would naturally change. So, what happened later? Yeliang asked again. Shizang Guang talked about the task, but he still hadn't said the old man's problem. Then, I met that terrifying old man. Shizang's eyes suddenly flashed with panic. He is a super ninja who is close to the shadow level. Such a person will show fear because of an old man. Yeliang's face showed a dignified look. I will never forget what this person looks like. It is a very thick and straight hair, with the upper body, eyes like a flushed moon. Just looking at it, I was trapped in an endless environment. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 21. Desire to become stronger. Thick, big straight hair? A bright red moon. Yeliang instantly realized the identity of this person. Go to his uncle, this is not the famous madman. Although the big straight hair is very vague, but the red eyes, there are only blood wheel eyes, and in this era, the old man with this kind of strength should only be the old Uchiha spot. It's just, why did Lord Ban kill Lao Zi? Yeliang felt a little puzzled. He began to recall the memories of his previous life, and it became a lot clearer instantly. By the way, the Shinzubashi Bridge incident was originally an incident involving Uchiha Madara's design with soil. Therefore, the reason why the country of the earth had 3 tails before, it is most likely that Uchiha Madara gave it. Uchiha Madara used Sanwei to kill Rin Nohara, which caused the soil to be completely blackened and planted the seeds for his resurrection. By the way, I solved the ninja of the Earth country, which caused Uchiha Madara's plan to fail, so this is the reason he wants to kill me. Yeliang suddenly realized. If this is the case, the Loquat Jizo in front of you has really suffered a disaster. Ahem. After a dry cough, Yeliang looked at Shizang on the ground again. I have said everything I should say, believe it or not, that's it anyway. Yeliang slowly turned and left. Now that he understands everything, he can't stay here for long. Since Uchiha Madara wants to kill himself, it is a very dangerous thing. This time it is just a Loquat Jozo, but next time it may not be who it is. It may be Nagato, it may be Haiden, or even himself. Yeliang understands that although he has mastered a lot of S-rank ninjutsu, when he really meets these top powerhouses, he is still steadily behind. Thinking of this, Yeliang blew a loud whistle. This is the way he communicates with the players, it belongs to his unique signal, learned from the anti-Japanese drama. It's the captain's signal. Kakashi quickly knocked down a trash fish and ran towards Yeliang. And the other trash fish in the same place did not dare to hunt down. In fact, Kakashi had abused these people before, but they were afraid of punishment after failure, so they have been dragging Kakashi. Now Kakashi is leaving. They dare not continue chasing. Lin and Tai too also went in Yeliyang's direction. The few people quickly met in the town of Poland. Teacher, the boss has resolved. Well, I have trapped him temporarily, and when the village sends someone, I can take him away directly. However, the plan has changed, and there is a bigger black hand behind the scenes of this incident. The previous plan is invalidated, let's make a quick decision. Yeliyang sighed suddenly. Kakashi and the others immediately looked. A few days later, Yeliyang frowned and looked at the three generations in the Hokage Hall. You mean, Loquat Jozo was dead when Anbu arrived? Yes, it seems that he died from a kind of illusion. Before he died, his face was horrified, but his body had no other fatal injuries. Three generations said lightly. Yeliyang thought deeply. It seems that it is indeed Uchiha Madara. Died of horrified illusion. Except for moon reading, Yeliyang couldn't think of any other illusion arts that could directly kill a super ninja. It's just that he didn't plan to leave the village during this period. It's so dangerous. I was stared at by Uchiha Madara, which is too scary. You know that guy is a big conspirator. Ahem, if you're okay, go out first. This mission is done well, because there is a Loquat Jozo, I will increase the reward for the mission. Sarutobi Hidari replied simply. Yep. Yeliyang nodded. After leaving the Hokage Hall, Yeliyang went straight to the Red Bean Hut. Counting money is a good talent of the Chinese people. After counting the rewards, Yeliyang immediately forgot about Uchiha Madara's affairs. It's actually a tail beast jade. This thing can be considered ninjutsu. Yeliyang muttered to himself in the Red Bean room. After solving Cardo this time, the system rewarded him with a ninjutsu named Tailed Beast Jade. But in this strict sense, it has nothing to do with ninjutsu. The Tail Beast Jade is a nirvana of a creature called the Tail Beast, condensing its own power in the mouth and squirting it out in one breath. Although powerful, it needs a very strong chakra. Yeliyang experimented a bit before, although he could also use the Tail Beast Jade, but the power was so weak that he could only kill one Shangren. Because chakra is insufficient. Yeliyang is not a tail beast, so he does not have the inhuman chakra like a tail beast, so that the S-level ninjutsu is not as good as the A-level. Is there no other way? Yeliyang fell into thinking again. He is now being watched by Uchiha Madara, and he must be on the agenda to improve his strength. If it were you, just entered the novice village, you would be targeted by the final boss. This kind of huge pressure is unimaginable. Just how can I improve the chakra? Yeliyang thought hard for a while. The chakras of Naruto world are derived from the sacred tree of the night in ancient times. At that time, Kagayaji, an alien, had just arrived on Earth. www.readaloud.com. She was not a kind person. The plan of Kagaya civilization was to directly squeeze out the energy of the earth through the sacred tree to improve her civilization. Repair 4. But it's a pity that when she was about to succeed, she was actually given by a local native. You know, the Hui civilization at that time could be compared to Yeliyang's previous life. And the earth of Naruto world is still in the cold weapon era, it is almost no different from monkeys. Perhaps it is really hungry. Yeliyang sighed. This beautiful woman actually got a big belly by the monkey. Shock. Anyway, Yeliyang couldn't understand this woman's thoughts at all. By the way, Yeliyang in his previous life had heard such rumors. AIDS is actually spread from chimpanzees. The first man to get AIDS must have inextricably linked relationships with gorillas. This is the case for Kagayaji, the first woman to have a relationship with a monkey. Tisk tusk, it's a woman after all. After Kagayaji had an affair with the local monkey lord, she soon had her own children and grandchildren. She thought that her life was happy and moist. But unfortunately, at Fenghua Zhenmao's age, she was missed by another monkey lord. And this monkey is bigger. Stronger. The lover betrayed her quickly. No way, the beast respects the strong, and the husband who is also a monkey can't disobey the words of the superior. Kagaiji was attacked. She was dying and almost died. During the crisis, she suddenly realized that she used the power of the sacred tree to kill all the monkeys who tried to disobey her, except for 2 people. One is called Ha Yi and the other is called Ha Village. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 22, Looking for a Cave. These 2 people are actually her children, born to natives. No way, tiger poison still doesn't eat children, and Hui Yeji's heart softened and she let go of the 2 children. What happened later became clear. Under the blessing of Hui, the 2 brothers gradually grew into local indigenous leaders. After a series of events, they accidentally discovered the identity of their mother as an alien. My mother is an alien. How can this be tolerated? Righteous Ling ran. Must kill mother. With the help of the natural energy of the Toad Immortal, Brother Yi quickly accomplished this feat. At the same time, he was also called the originator of the ninja world 6 Dao Immortals. This is the origin of Naruto world. Yeliyang knew that all chakras originated from the entire Hui family, and it was because of their deaths that all the people on earth were allocated a part of chakras. But the chakras of everyone's body are fixed. They are hidden in every corner of the body, but at the same time they are blocked by the meridians. The chakra practice of the ninjas is to slowly lift these blockades so that they can gain more potential chakras. Yeliyang didn't know if he had chakra or not. His abilities were all given by the system, so his potential was not stimulated. Ninja's chakra practice was spent years in his childhood. Yeliyang didn't have this time. He once considered using a special exercise method to temporarily open up the body's meridians to obtain the body's chakra, but this obviously didn't work. Because this exercise method is only known by Mat Dai, many people in previous lives know it. This method is called Beiman Dunjia. It is a pity that Mat Dai was sent to the front by Naruto. The only remaining way is to refer to the 6 immortals and learn the magic of absorbing the power of nature. Xian Fa. This is actually the original energy of the earth. The 6 immortals learn through Toad Immortals, but in fact there are the White Snake Immortals and Slug Immortals who know this kind of immortality. Don't think about the Slug Fairy, the original book doesn't mention where it is, but the White Snake Fairy can give it a try. In the second blog post, the blogger once came to Longdi Cave, the location of the White Snake Immortal, in order to save his companion Siu. Yeliyang vaguely remembered where Boren entered the Longdi Cave. Although this kind of sacred place needs people to enter, Yeliyang also wanted to try. He is the son of crossing. Haha, let's start with you. Yeliyang lying in the room immediately laughed. Yeliyang. What are you going crazy again? You can't sleep anymore. The red bean next to him complained. She felt very strange today. Yeliyang had always been carefree. Today, he suddenly searched through chakras information, and he lowered his head in thought at every turn, as if he was studying. Oh, woman! I know that I sleep every day, and I don't have anything to do with it. It sounds like you are really reading a book. Of course. Reading makes me happy. Books are the ladder of human progress. Genius is made up of 1% inspiration and 99% sweat. Bright gives us experience, reading gives us knowledge. Ostrovsky Yeliyang gave a series of attacks, but the red bean blocked was not a rebuttal. By the way, what does Ostrovsky mean? Hongdu was confused. It was the first time she saw Yeliyang who loves learning so much. But why is his words so reasonable today? A kind of tailing particle, really illiterate. The endorsement was too fast and I accidentally said it. It turned out to be like this. In the middle of the night, Yeliyang came to the small woods near the End Valley alone. The blogger of the original book found Longdi Cave near this forest, but in fact, this forest has been traveled a long time ago. In addition to the blogger, there are also CU and pharmacist who actually enter the Longdi Cave. Boren has not been born yet, and SIU has not been developed. As for the pharmacist's pocket, Yang is sure that this guy is still in the orphanage now. The pharmacist from the previous life was sent to the orphanage during the war, but unfortunately, after a period of training, he was sent to the front line as a spy by the orphanage. Therefore, he was favored by Ashimaru in the later period and became a god-level powerhouse, but now it is estimated that there is no chance. Dashimaru has been sent to prison. Of course, Yang didn't expect him to find Longdi Cave. After searching in the woods, Yang carefully searched every corner of the woods with the enhanced instantaneous technique, but there was no clue to Longdadong. Could it be that I am really not destined? Yang still had doubts about himself for the first time. As a traveler, even if there is no fate bonus, there is always an adventure bonus. But Yang rummaged through the small woods, but there was really no clue. Do I really have no luck? Yang fell. But just for an instant, he raised his head again. If you can't become stronger, you will be killed. Although Yang didn't have such a powerful mind, he still had a sense of tension in the face of crisis. Yang began to think. He has been thinking for an hour. That's right. The bloggers saw Longdi Cave after a fog, but no matter where the Longdi Cave is, UU bloggers didn't go too far away from www.yunsha.com. In other words, Longdi Cave is still in this small forest, but it may be hidden because of the environment or other confusing methods. Yang understood everything instantly. As a modern person, he believes in science and the law of conservation of mass. At the same time, he also believes that Hokage is not a fantasy world. As long as it is a scientific world, it is possible to find a way to force an explanation. With a sudden move, Yang set up Shenluo Tianzheng towards this large forest. A bag of rice carries several floors. He roared loudly, and his body slowly floated into the air. Shenluo Tianzheng can increase its power exponentially by accumulating energy. Yang felt that since he could not find the existence of Longdadong, he would simply use a large-scale attack to destroy the grove directly. Without obstacles, Longdadong would naturally be discovered. He condensed his strength and released all the chakras in one breath. Boom! A large piece of woods, almost half of the land of Konoha village was cleared by Shenluo Tianzheng. Haha, this method is absolutely feasible. Yang quickly sat cross-legged and responded to chakra. Just now, he destroyed a small half of the woods at one time. At this rate, it only takes 20 full-strength Shenluo Tianzheng to completely clear all the woods. After calculating the recovery time, it will be able to complete this in about 1 month. A feat. Yang went to Konoha to purchase some stamina pills and began to implement his plan. Boom! Within a month, the roar of the grove did not stop. Fortunately, there is no forest protection bill in this world, otherwise Yang would be imprisoned. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 23, The Test of Longdi Cave. Although the people of Konoha village were strange, no one dared to care about Yang after seeing that the initiator was Yang. After all, he is a mysterious super master. Hey, I finally found it. After clearing the land, Yang found the entrance of Longdi Cave. It turned out to be in the middle of this forest. It really seems to be an illusion technique, no wonder I couldn't find it. Yang touched the door of the Longdi Cave with his hand. It was a little illusory, and there was a faint cold biting chill. He went straight in. This is a palace-like place, it looks very magnificent, and the plaque at the door is also engraved with the 3 characters Longdadong. But Yang knew that this was only a superficial phenomenon. This kind of fairyland-like place is actually changed through illusion, this is actually just an ordinary snake cave. He tightened his guilty conscience slightly. When the original book enters the Longdi Cave, it is not immediately possible to obtain the fairy mode, but also to complete the 3 tests of the White Snake Fairy, otherwise it will be directly consumed by the snake girls in the cave into bones. Swallowed. It's just 3 tests, I have read the original, and I am afraid of a bird. Yeliyang exasperated himself. He remembered that the first test was the fasting test. At first, it will become countless delicacies on your table. You will become very hungry because of illusions, but as long as you eat the delicacies on this table, you will be the toxin is completely paralyzed. Then become the meat of the snake girl. Snake girl's meat? Yeliyang was a little embarrassed. As a modern person, he still stays at home. Yeliyang is actually very interested in food, so although the test is simple, he is still a little fictitious. Walk into the cave. Sure enough, there was a table of super big food, and there was a beautiful woman next to it. Yeliyang looked at this table of delicious food, then looked at the snake girl next to him, and stopped moving. Snake girl, what are you looking at? Yeliyang, look at a fool. Snake girl, who do you mean, fool? Yeliyang, the idiot said you. The snake girl felt her heart was insulted. You said that if you don't eat such a large table of things, what is going on staring at me as a snake spirit? There are no flowers on my face? Yeliyang stared at her big breasts. Attention shift is an excellent method of abstinence. What Yeliyang banned was appetite, and he used it for transfer. From this point of view, Yeliyang was a figure whose lower body was larger than his upper body. MMP, met a fool. Seeing that the food is not effective for Yeliyang, the snake girl at the table can only leave angrily. Yeliyang rubbed his eyes in disappointment, and everything around him disappeared without a trace, including the big breast. It looks like this level is over, but it's a pity, shouldn't I make it again? Soon, he came to the second level. It's still that kind of nice palace, but this time there is a deep hole in it. Yeliyang looked around the pit. The entrance to the next level was blocked by a gate with a cross keyhole, but he was not given the key. Yeliyang naturally knew this. In the blog post, the second level is called the IQ level. In the deep hole in the middle, there are endless kinds of gravel. Yeliyang needs to find 2 stones in it and put them in the keyhole to open the door. But this level is actually very difficult, because among these tens of thousands of stones, only 2 stones are just right. The blogger of the original book took a very long time before opening the 3 gates. Yeliyang picked up 2 stones casually and returned to the gate. He did not rush to try, but gradually fell into memory. Uncle San, I don't want to go to school anymore, I want to learn from you a mason. I want to make money for my family. Yeliyang. You are crazy, you obviously have the IQ for college entrance examination, why do you do such a stupid thing? You know, the family has exhausted their savings in order to support you in college. That's why I don't want to go to school. I want to work, I want to reduce the burden on my family. It's hard for poor people's families, and so is Yeliyang. He thought of this, and suddenly stopped. This memory is the conversation he had with Sanshu. Because his family was poor, he had to give up his studies. Later, after a few days on the construction site with his third uncle, he returned to school. It's so bitter. Yeliyang was a little tearful. For a laptop, he and a child went to the construction site to move bricks. I lied to my third uncle to reduce the burden on the family. His third uncle is a contractor. Can't afford the tuition? After swallowing, Yeliyang quickly gathered a chakra knife in his hand. This is a very simple C-level ninjutsu, which Yeliyang learned by doing daily tasks. Looking at the stone in his hand, Yeliyang quickly manipulated it in his hand, and soon a key to the cross star was created by him. Mason. I learned it seriously. The entrance to the third level was opened. Is this the fairy white snake? As soon as Yeliyang entered the door, he saw a giant white snake that was more than 10 meters long lying next to it. This thing had an old woman's head, but the lower body was completely a snake body, crooked and a bit ugly. Of course, Yeliyang was talking about the face of the white snake fairy. UU reading www.uucanonshu.com. The blogger of the original book did not directly encounter this white snake, because he was still only a child, so he was confused by the hallucinations and could only see the problem of the third level, but Yeliyang is an adult, and he is still a forbearance. Hey, this old woman is a bit big. Looking at her bloated body, Yeliyang felt a little cold. If he was swallowed by such a long white snake, he was afraid he would never come out again. Yeliyang could only pretend not to see her, and walk straight into the 3 passes. There is a dark one in the 3 levels. This level is a spiritual level, so there is no need for a scene. The blogger in the original book only started the mental level after he was hit by the illusion snake venom, but Yeliyang was different. He didn't have the snake venom at all, just because the previous level was too simple. Those snake girls didn't give Yeliyang Zhong a chance at all. This led to a very embarrassing thing. Without snake venom, the level cannot be opened. Without the level, there is no way to pass, and without the level, there is no fairy mode. Yeliyang never dreamed that he would encounter a Matryoshka incident. I knew it, when I passed through the barrier just now, it was a bit slower. Yeliyang regretted it, but there was nothing to do with the current situation. He swept around, there was nothing except the big white snake. Is it possible to use this method? Yeliyang walked towards the white snake very slowly, and now except for her, Yeliyang couldn't find other ways to obtain snake venom. Fairy White Snake was sleeping, she didn't notice Yeliyang's coming quietly. Hey! This guy hasn't brushed his teeth in a long time, vomit. Yeliyang stretched out his hand and flipped in the white snake fairy's mouth. Although the snake had a human face, it was transformed from a white snake, and the face was several times larger than Yeliyang. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 24, Final Level. Yeliyang carefully took a few drops of her saliva with his palm. Drink or not, this is a problem. Yeliyang remembered Xingda's words. Shinjid was a great man in his previous life. He devoted himself to researching poisons, but eventually he tried the medicine and died. This is a kind of spirit. Yeliyang thinks he can learn from it. But drinking the saliva of the old woman is a bit. Just as he hesitated, the huge white snake lying in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. Youth! Do you want strength? What do you have to give, body or soul? Yeliyang almost didn't kneel on the ground in shock. He looked at the white snake in front of him dumbfounded, but suddenly realized that this thing seemed to be a little half awake, and then fell again. Is it a dream? Yeliyang was a little puzzled, but after weighing the pros and cons, he still swallowed that bit of saliva in one go. No way, the momentum of the white snake waking up just now is too strong. Yeliyang almost urinated his pants because of her words tightly. Once this kind of power really attacked him, Yeliyang would not be able to resist. Although he can only complete the task quickly. Yeliyang is not a predestined person. He forcibly entered the Longdi cave, so there is no bottom line about whether the white snake immortal will attack him, but Yeliyang believes that as long as he completes the white snake immortal's test ahead of time, the latter will naturally. Recognizing his strength, he will be safe. Yes. The strong are not afraid of difficulties, let alone a mere woman. Yeliyang roared, but dingy away from the big white snake. What a mere woman! As soon as Yeliyang left, the sleeping white snake fairy opened his eyes again. I was going to eat you directly, but for the sake of your words, I will give you a chance. I hope you don't let me down, Tusk. White Snake sneered and said, she is a strong, but also a woman. Most of the ninjas here in the past are geniuses, and there are even more powerful people than Yeliyang, but these people can't leave the third level at all. In summary, it is eaten. Eaten by the White Snake Fairy. Even if you are a powerful genius, you don't even have a chance to start the level, how can you get out of the Dragon Cavern? The power of genius in the past was very strong, but they all committed a common problem, that is to please the white snake fairy. This is actually against common sense. As everyone knows, a woman can't get used to it at all. If you treat her a little better, she will push her nose to her face. Although the white snake fairy is a snake, she is also a woman. Those geniuses were naturally despised by her because they pleased the white snake fairy, but Yeliyang's masculinity approach immediately caught the white snake's heart. Even if she is an old woman, she still blushes. Yeliyang in the center of the room noticed a faint, which should be the cause of the toxin. The blogger of the original book fell into a faint because of this toxin, and then saw his former companions speak bad words to him. Island countries are countries that attach great importance to partners, so it is very difficult for them to accept such bad words. But Yeliyang is different. How can an otaku have friends? He is afraid of being alone. Yeliyang! Yeliyang, you wake up soon. Yeliyang suddenly found a person shaking his back, and he subconsciously glanced at it. It was Yuan. What? Something? Yeliyang replied coldly. It is Yeliyang's motto to force the pretense to the end. Seeing him like this, Ashimaru was obviously taken aback. Yeliyang, let's go play football, Odaodu is already waiting for us. Play football? Yeliyang was a little confused. Football is something of Yeliyang's previous life. Although there are footballs in reality, it is after the blogger's turn. The wind spreads every day and shouts for war. Naturally, there is no. But it is not important, Yeliyang is concerned about another point. Ashimaru took my hand and kindly called me to play football? Is there such a weird thing in this world? Yeliyang's eyes widened, just as Shen Luo Tianzheng struck out. Boom! The Yuan in front of him was knocked into the air by an invisible wall of air before he could react. What's the matter? How did you see me? She yelled, then turned into a snake girl and died on the ground. The eyes of the white snake fairy moved in the distance. This little guy is kind of interesting. Facing his deepest person, and his favorite things, he can be so unpredictable, he is indeed a genius. The fairy white snake exclaimed. These illusions are automatically changed according to the opponent's inner thoughts. For example, one person's hobby is to become Hokage, and the person who is impressed is his father. The illusion of the snake girl will become, and father takes his hand to participate in the coronation of Naruto. This was originally a very reasonable thing. But something happened to Yeliyang. Yeliyang's hobby is football, and the impressed person is Dashimaru. After all, he is the first boss he encountered after crossing. Very profound. So the illusion of Snake Girl becomes Oshimaru pulling his hand to play football. My grandmother, there is a hole in the test of this Longdi cave. Yeliyang saw the third generation who was walking towards his own money. Sarutobi slashed his fat buttocks www.readaloud.com and blew into his ear very kindly. Guests, do you want health care? Want her grandma's great health care? Yeliyang shouted again, another snake girl. Next. The red bean carrying the child appeared. Next. Don't even your own children. You are ruthless, you are shameless, and you are making trouble without reason. Then you are not ruthless, shameless, and unreasonable. Yeliyang replied weakly. Fart. You are more ruthless, shameless, and unreasonable making trouble. Loop here countless times. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Yeliyang really couldn't bear to start, but the cycles were too many. Another woman appeared. It's Miss Changpu from Yul Noodle Shop. The snake girl saw that Yeliyang's time to kill red beans was significantly longer, and she naturally saw Yeliyang's weakness. Women. Liang, do you eat noodles? I will give you something to eat below. Roll. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Tailed beast bomb. Earth burst into the sky. Triple Rashomon. Yeliyang's countless S-rank ninjutsu was thrown at her, and even out of anger, he used ninjutsu that he didn't know. How is it possible? This is not your hobby. The snake girl screamed, and the white snake fairy in the distance was also a little surprised. These illusions are based on Yeliyang's heart. Yeliyang, who likes ramen noodles, cannot escape the sanctions below. This is an insult to me. I don't eat under women. Yeliyang cried out startled. Again, he is not a machismo. Seeing that all the illusions cast were not effective on Yeliyang, the white snake fairy was a little difficult to handle. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 25, Yeliyang Crazy. In fact, the root of this test is to see how the candidate can escape from the hallucination after falling into the hallucination. But Yeliyang's problem is serious. He can't catch illusion at all, so how can he escape from illusion? The white snake fairy doubted life. It's not that she is not good at illusion, but that she has not enough staff. No way, this test is too much a snake girl. You say that you have to take the exam, you kill an examiner at one level, and then kill again. Even if there are many snake girls in Longdedong, you can't help but kill it like this. Immortal White Snake felt very distressed, and after countless mental evaluations, she decided to go to battle herself. No matter how strong Yeliyang is, she is not the opponent of the White Snake Fairy. Husband, do you want me? An affectionate foreign woman touched Yeliyang. Yeliyang was startled. He naturally knew that this woman was still a white snake, but this time he couldn't do it anymore. Because this woman turned out to be a big star in her previous life, Dili Baba. How is it possible? How can these snake girls know the memory of my previous life? He was surprised. Past life memory is the root of Yeliyang, and it is the only thing Yeliyang doesn't want to tell others. When encountering this kind of thing, he has no other thoughts besides being shocked. No, even if she is Dili Baba. She must be hacked to death. Yeliyang's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists after the battle between heaven and man. Flying Thunder God Shen Luo Tianzheng. This is a set of tricks, and it is also Yeliyang's best skill now. How is this possible? The fairy white snake was shocked. She saw Yeliyang suddenly disappear from the place, and immediately realized that it was wrong. She immediately surrounded her body with natural chakras, and then she was shaken by Shen Luo Tianzheng and flew out of the palace. Dead. Must die. Because of the toxin invasion and anger, Yeliyang couldn't control himself. Shattering technique Tail Beast Bullet. This time it was a chase attack. The tailed beast bomb originally needed to be charged, but under the blessing of anger, Yeliyang didn't aim at all, so he released it in seconds. Feeling another heavy blow behind him, the white snake immortal couldn't stand it anymore. What are you doing? Come out and help. She gave an order, and all the snake girls around rushed towards Yeliyang. Although these women didn't know much about ninjutsu, they were all transformed by big snakes. All of a sudden, the entire Longdi cave was filled with countless white big snakes. Don't let people know. Damn it! The red-eyed Yeliyang quickly used the chakra scalpel. Although this trick is very weak, after countless enhancements, it is already comparable to a real sword. Chiang chiang. The scalpel slashed on the scales of the serpent, and there was a crisp sound, followed by a spurt of blood. Good guy, it seems that he is crazy because of the snake venom invasion. It's just that this kid is obviously a strong ninjutsu. How can he use so many S-rank ninjutsu? Is this impossible? The white snake fairy was a little confused. Because she had gotten a breath, her breath had been relieved at this time, and Yeliyang's next attack also surprised her. The original S-rank ninjutsu is actually not only because of its great power, but actually because it is far more difficult to learn than others. Even an ordinary S-level ninjutsu must take several years or even 10 years to complete. Just like the Thunder God of Watergate, it took him several years to complete it on the basis of the second-generation development of Watergate is still a genius, in the story of the storm. But Yeliyang's genius of this level is a bit scary. It seems that we have to get rid of his snake venom first, otherwise we will die in Longdedong. The white snake fairy changed his eyes and had some plans. The unparalleled genius like Yeliyang naturally won her recognition. What's more, the former has seen through her illusion before. In the entire Longdi cave, the white snake immortal's illusion is naturally the strongest. If she sees through her illusion, he will naturally pass the third level. Immortal white snake spit out a mouthful of green liquid into his hand, and then quickly approached Yeliyang. Zion Fa Bai Jizi. A red imaginary giant snake appeared in Yeliyang's ear out of thin air. Immortal law is the ultimate meaning of psychic beasts, and the ultimate ancestors of the three holy places will use this kind of fairy art that surpasses ordinary forbearance. A loud noise. Yeliyang immediately covered his ear. Bai Ji's technique is to vibrate the surrounding air through sound, causing the opponent's bones to resonate. The original pharmacist Do used this technique to imprison the heroine's actions. Yeliyang can't move. The white snake immortal immediately leaned in. She was a snake-like body, and her body bones were all cartilage. Therefore, this immortal method had no effect on snake-like creatures. Touching Yeliyang's back, he quickly stuffed the green liquid from his palm into the former's mouth. Yeliyang lay down completely unconscious. At this time, the Longdi cave had been destroyed by Yeliyang in an improper way. The countless Shenluo Tianzheng and countless tail beast jade, although the space was huge, were also scarred at this time. Even the original palace no longer exists. Ancestor. This guy ruined our dragon palace. Why save him? Yet. It's good for such a guy to die. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has no value. The snake girl around immediately said fiercely. Enough. Old man, I have my own plans. Immortal white snake retreated everyone, and slowly put Yeliyang's body on the stone table where he originally lived. I really don't know where you little devil learned ninjutsu, so perverted. She looked at Yeliyang coldly, but suddenly her expression eased. I heard that Miomushin just accepted a legendary son of destiny. I want to see if his apprentice is great or my apprentice is great. Boy, you are lucky. The white snake fairy slowly woke Yeliyang up, and then began to teach him immortality. Time goes by. This teaching is 3 years. This year's Konoha village has entered a state of preparation. The third ninja war has just ended. Konoha should take a break, but the ensuing disaster is really overwhelming. Sarutobi Hitachi looked at the report on the table with a frown. Is the nine-tailed demon fox going into the village soon? Damn! Who is controlling it? The tailed beast cannot attack humans for no reason. Aizan was very angry. Over the past 3 years, too many things have happened, and Yeliyang suddenly disappeared. Then, the war immediately began, and then a man with a strange mask attacked the village. According to Bo Feng Shuman, who fought with him, this masked man is strong, and the fire escape ninjutsu is extremely powerful. If he hadn't improved his strength a little over the years, he would have lost. Watergate is now the 4th generation of Hokage, and even he feels unable to defeat it, which shows how terrifying the strength of this masked man. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 26, Yeliyang returns. It would be great if Yeliyang was still there. Sarutobi Risen sighed. Although Yeliyang was not Konoha, after several tasks, Sarutobi Risen was completely relieved of him. To be honest, Sarutobi Rizuan even hopes that Yeliyang will completely join Konoha village. It's a pity that such a powerful master finally left Konoha. Did you go back to Odanin village? Just when he hesitated, the secret whistle that had gone to came over again. Master 3, the masked man is here again, this time he is riding on the nine-tailed demon fox. Master 4 has already gone to stop. Understood, you go to find out the news first, I will be there soon. Sarutobi Risen sent a secret whistle, then silently withdrew the robe on his body. With a dark complexion and strong 8-pack abs, the Sarutobi Rizuan of this era is still a bit strong, although he is still very old. He is going to fight. Stand up. Just as Sandame was about to leave, Mitere Ajiki appeared at the door. Master Hokage, is there no news from Yeliyang? Looking at the current situation, Hongdo asked hesitantly. At this point every month, she would come to the Hokage Hall to ask Sarutobi Risen, even if the latter had clearly told him that Yeliyang had really left Konoha. Hongdo, don't think about it anymore. Yeliyang really won't be back. Now the battlefield is taboo, but there is no time to worry about it. Sarutobi Risen explained a few words and left here. And Mitere Ajiki was staring at the sky blankly. She didn't know why she was so worried about Yeliyang. She was very angry when Yeliyang had just disappeared. However, as time went on, she became more and more concerned about Yeliyang's whereabouts. Is it possible that I like him? At this time, the red beans are already 15 years old. After 3 years of growth, they have become more feminine. Originally, red beans belonged to the kind of full body, so the figure is more lordotic, not only elastic and contented, but the skin is very fair. Belong to the kind that can be broken by blowing. She shook and looked into the distance, and suddenly felt a pair of big hands hugging her thin waist. Who? Red Bean was shocked instantly. This is the Hokage Hall, the most heavily guarded place in Konoha village. She was suddenly attacked here. This situation is simply appalling. But just when Jaian was about to attack the figure behind her, a familiar voice appeared in his ear. Little Red Bean, long time no see. It's Yeliyang's voice. Red Beans are overjoyed. Although the voice has changed a lot, the red beans can still be heard. She turned her head in surprise, and a familiar face appeared in front of her. It's Yeliyang. It's just that compared with the previous memories, it's a bit less immature, a bit more mature, and overall more masculine. Yeliyang. Where did you go? I thought I would never see you again. Hongdo instantly rushed into Yeliyang's arms, her eyes were moist and she seemed to be crying. Yeliyang touched his head, a little embarrassed. In his opinion, the red bean who has been harassed by him should be particularly disgusting with him. How could it be such a reaction? Could it be that I am handsome now? Yeliyang thought for a while. Yes. Except I'm handsome again, no other explanation can be found. Yeliyang believed this statement in his heart. Hey, if you are holding me like this, I will be suffocated by you, ha. Yeliyang laughed. For a woman who is conquered by herself, she doesn't need to be pampered at all. Women can't get used to it. Suffocated. Hongdo looked at Yeliyang strangely, but suddenly realized that her hand was holding the latter's neck tightly, and her body was tightly pressed against Yeliyang, and her upper body was almost deformed by Yeliyang's chest. Up. Ah. Abnormal. She reacted instantly, and immediately called her hand over. Yeliyang was taken aback, and quickly flashed past. Obviously you posted it yourself, and you said I was a pervert, and you want to beat me. He was very depressed. Women are really unreasonable. At this time, Yeliyang, who was originally observing the figure of Red Bean, was stunned. The neck is too white, it's not right. What's the matter with this birthmark? There is a black pattern birthmark on the neck of the red bean, which grows there like a small flower. I wipe it. Isn't this the curse seal of the earth? He recognized it at a glance. Is it wrong? Isn't the Dashuan solved? The original red bean actually has this curse seal, but when Yeliyang first came, he had clearly interrupted the Ashimaru cursing ceremony, and the Ashimaru was arrested. With his current strength, it is absolutely impossible to escape the Anbu prison. Red beans, what is going on? This thing. Yeliyang said seriously. Now he has no thoughts to make a joke at all. Although the curse of the earth can gain power, once it strikes, it is very easy to damage the spirit, and in serious cases, it is impossible to cause schizophrenia. It's Ashimaru who escaped. Adzuki Bean's expression immediately faded. After you disappeared, a man named Afei attacked the village. www.readaloud.com. He was very powerful. Even the fourth generation was not his opponent. Later, the third generation of adults led the team and called a lot of shinin before reluctantly let him repel. Ashimaru also ran away at that time. Afei. Yeliang revealed a trace of doubt. From the memory of his previous life, it is natural to know that Akatsuki's Afei was actually pretending to be Uchiha. Uchiha Madara wanted to make a comeback, but his body was old, so he designed the Uchiha's Uchiha as his own spokesperson. But Tio Yu Mingming has been saved by himself, and it is because of this that he will study hard to compete with Uchiha Madara. Where is the soil? Is he okay? Yeliang asked. Bring soil? Oh, you mean the 7th class? They are Xiaren and they are all guarding in the village. I was also stayed because of the curse seal. The soil is still there? That's not right. If the soil is still there, who is now Afei posing as? Yeliang couldn't figure it out. After communicating with Hongda for a while, he got a rough idea of the current situation. After the return of Watergate, he became the 4th generation of Hokage because of his extraordinary achievements in the Third Ninja War, and the 7th class of Yeliang, who had disappeared, returned to Watergate. Later, Afei made trouble and destroyed many buildings in the village. Dashimaru fled at that time. Although he repelled Afei afterwards, he took the 9-tailed demon fox and attacked the village again not long after. Has 9 tails also appeared? Yeliang gradually realized that things had gradually deviated from the track, but his eyes flashed with an imperceptible surprise. Because Shippuden is finally here. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 27, Face Masked Man. Outside the village. 10 kilometers from the door. The monstrous anger shook the entire mountain range. Watergate looked sadly at the huge fox in front of him. 9 tails. Hanging 9 tails, as the 6 tail beasts handed down, the 9 tails are the most powerful of all tail beasts. And such a powerful tail beast was actually controlled by a gloomy man wearing a mask. Damn it! Who the is this man? Watergate was a little speechless. He used to be a genius and he was highly regarded everywhere, but after meeting Yeliang, everything became strange. First, he was completely knocked off by Yeliang with a strange ninjutsu. Then, I met this weird masked man again. In fact, he was able to forgive himself after being defeated by Yeliang before. After all, he was still a weak chicken at that time. But after practicing Watergate, he clearly felt that he was already extremely powerful, but he was still defeated by a mysterious masked man. This is very wrong. So, where did these mysterious powerhouses come from? He furrowed his brows, and Sarutobi had already brought people over. Watergate, what's the situation now? Rizan stepped on the branches of the ground and quickly shuttled through the woods. The masked man was repelled several times by us, but the 9 tails are too difficult to deal with. It can share chakra countless times with the masked man. It won't work if you don't give priority to solving it. Share chakra. Sarutobi looked suspiciously at the masked man standing on the head of 9 tails. Indeed, as Watergate said, this person's body is wrapped in a deep red rich liquid, layered on top of each other, like a chakra coat. Sure enough, it is 9-tailed chakra. It's just such a big body, I'm afraid that there is no way to solve it immediately. It's okay, teacher, I already have a solution. Method. Sarutobi's eyes condensed, and he looked at the Watergate again. He didn't know where Shuman had such confidence. In his opinion, even Yeliang might not be able to hold such a huge 9-tailed monster fox. Seal. Seal. Yes. Watergate cleared his throat. I plan to use my own ghoul to seal it up and seal the 9 tails in Naruto's body. Kushina is already on the way here. I believe that without the 9 tails, the masked man will be easy to deal with. You are crazy. The ghoul seal needs the soul as a carrier. It's okay, teacher, I am willing. Bo Feng Shuman suddenly looked at the teacher in front of him with a resolute expression. In fact, in the plot of the original book, The 4 Generations of Purpose, Bo Feng Shuman is a very upright person who knows righteousness very well. Although Yeliyang has gone wrong because of Yeliyang's existence, he still can't stand his own character. Teacher, after I die, Juxina will ask you. He faintly explained to the 3rd generation. Yab. At this time, the masked man struck again. He jumped off the 9 tails under the seat, and quickly extinguished the fire with a move toward the ninja in front of him. A huge fire wave rushed towards Konoha's ninja, covering the sky and the sun, and even the 9-tailed beasts were enveloped in the fire wave. How can it be repaired? Why is this fire wave so strong? It's almost catching up with S-rank ninjutsu. Yes. It's clearly B-grade ninjutsu to put out the fire. The Konoha ninjas around held back shock. After using more than 20 water escapes, everyone finally resisted the fire wave's offensive. Hi! This guy is really amazing. Sandame took a deep breath, and then he understood why Bo Feng Shuman would rather use his life to seal Kyuubi. Such a powerful ninja, first defeating Kyuubi is indeed the best choice. Everyone! We can't retreat anymore. Behind him is Konoha village, we should prove our strength. Watergate suddenly jumped, his eyes dimmed, and he was obviously dead. 2 red sun formations. A square red halo instantly enveloped the 9 tails and the masked man in it. This is a reduced version of the 4 red sun formations. Because of the urgent time, there is not enough time to use the 4 red sun formations. Moreover, the water gate also knows that only by this kind of simple seal formation can't help the masked man. Teacher! It's up to you. Watergate suddenly yelled. This kind of action he made was not to solve the masked man, but to trap 9 tails. As long as the masked man leaves from the 9 tails, he has the ability to use the ghoul to seal it all. Okay. Sarutobi Hizen knew immediately. As the master of tactics in the ninja world, Sandai saw Watergate's plan at a glance. He immediately rushed into the Urchiang formation with a group of Shangren. Humph, mere gravel, not as good as me. The masked man fought back. Art fire escape fireball. Just like the 3 generations thought, the masked man's fire escape completely surpassed the intensity range that he should have. Even a simple C-level ninjutsu can play the role of super S-level ninjutsu. 5 escapes the art of Dalian bullet. He immediately resorted to a shadow avatar technique, and then 5 dragon bullets with different attributes rushed towards the masked man's giant fireball. Dragon bullets belong to A-level ninjutsu. The 5 different types of dragon bullets mixed with different attributes have long surpassed the strength of ordinary S-level ninjutsu. Even if the masked man's fireball has S-level power, can't resist it at all. Boom! The body of the masked man was rushed out of 9 tails by the 5 attribute dragon bullets, and the rest of the ordinary Shangnan immediately bullied him. Fire escape the art of Phoenix Fire. Fire done flame whirlwind. Fire escape dragon fire art. A burst of miscellaneous ninjutsu struck the masked man. Their purpose is very clear, which is to completely drive out the masked people from the Urhongyang formation during the time when the 9 tails are blocked by the Watergate. Because the existence of the masked person is likely to cause unfavorable actions for Seal Kyuubi. Hey, I really can't see it. Psychic art. The masked man snorted coldly, and he immediately slapped his hand in the air, and a large fan of the size of a human appeared in his hand out of thin air. No, it's the Uchiha team fan. Stop attacking me. Sarutobi Hisaki immediately recognized this thing. This is the artifact of Uchiha's line, and it is also owned by the 6 Ways. It can rebound all long-range ninjutsu attacks. When Sarutobi was young, he had seen the Uchiha family used. But at this time, it was far too late. Ninjutsu, large and small, has already blasted towards the masked man, but when the attack was about to fall on the masked man's head, the masked man swung lightly. All the ninjutsu that attacked him turned instantly. As if turning crooked at a critical moment, all ninjutsu rolled towards the original caster. The ninjas were shocked, no one knew better than them, the power of these many ninjutsu. This is the ninjutsu issued by dozens of ninjas, and even the shadow-level powerhouse can't compete directly. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 28, Ghoul's Band. The ninjas ran away quickly, because this kind of attack could no longer be defended. Just when they left the two red sun formations, the ninjutsu that had attacked them suddenly flew behind Kyuubi. Sarutobi Hizen was shocked immediately. The Watergate is there. No, he sees through our purpose, and Watergate runs. He immediately reminded Watergate. Watergate, who heard 3 generations of voices, immediately noticed the attack above his head. His expression condensed. The whole body instantly disappeared in place, and those messy ninjutsu attacks also fell behind Kyuubi. Roar! Scream! Nine Tails screamed in pain. Hey! Space ninjutsu! The masked man glanced at Watergate and had already guessed it. Shuman is all right. 3 generations asked the Watergate beside him. Hidden on his body was the shuriken that Watergate gave in advance, and it was engraved with the imprint of the God of Thunder, so Watergate could escape in time when it was in danger. It's okay, I didn't expect this person to still have 6 artifacts hidden, but fortunately, he has already withdrawn from the Urchiang formation, now he can seal the 9 tails. Well, we will hold him back. Hearing Mizuman's words, Sandame immediately took all Shangnan and rushed towards the masked man. At this time, Watergate looked at the woman left behind and heaved a sigh of relief. You came. It was a woman holding a child, with red hair. Watergate, is there really only one way? I don't want you to die. Kushina, I am Kokichi's Hokage, this is what I should do. Mizuman walked to the woman's side, stroked her hair, and then hugged the child in his hand. If I can, I want to live with you, but I have to make a trade-off. Zygia is not as good as everyone. He bowed his head without looking at the woman's expression, and then walked back to the position of the 2 red sun formations. Seal technique Ghoul Band. A huge phantom of death instantly appeared behind Watergate. He has an abominable face, and he has a short dagger in his hand. Roar! The 9-tailed demon fox in front of him screamed in a low voice, its body trembled, and it had a faint tendency to get out of control. Damn human! I don't want it! Don't! It was uttering words, and a large white fox shadow was slowly pulled out of its body. Watergate stood still, and Death's arm was passing through his chest and pulling the soul of 9 tails. This is the Ghoul Ban. The strongest sealing technique of the Vortex line, through the sacrifice of one's own soul, summons the ghost of death. The ghost will seal the opponent's soul, but at the same time will die. This is a trick to die together. Watergate. Behind him, Juzune was already heartbroken. She shed tears, but did not stop Watergate, because she knew that this was the will of Watergate. Humph! So it's for this purpose. The masked man in the distance snorted coldly, and he immediately wanted to attack Watergate, but he was stopped by the Sarutobi in front of him. Don't try to interfere with them, I will stop you. Go away! The masked man yelled, but suddenly he couldn't break through the 3-generation purpose blockade, and he had a vague disadvantage. Damn it, after old age, chakra is not enough. He was anxious, but the more anxious he acted, the more he was suppressed by the ninja coalition. That's your Hokage. You just watched him die. This is his own choice, as well as Hokage's judgment. I can't refute him. Hey! stubborn, just like that guy in the door. You know the second generation. None of your business. The two sides fought again. At this time, Kyuubi had been completely dragged out of his original body, and his tall soul was forcibly stuffed into the baby's body bit by bit. Watergate frowned, and he didn't know if it was right to do this. After all, this was his own child, but with Watergate's upright character, he absolutely couldn't make the choice of replacing Renzulli with someone else's child. At this time, Juzune walked slowly towards a person behind him. Are you finished playing this? Watergate was shocked. He immediately cast his gaze over, but when he saw the people coming, he was a little dumbfounded. Are you Yeliyang? You are missing. That's right, the belated person is Yeliyang who has been missing for 3 years. Who? Juzune was also shocked suddenly. Yeliyang smirked. He rushed to the battlefield immediately after he learned that the battle had started from Hengdu's mouth, but because he had been warm for too long, he was still a lot late. I'm going home to visit relatives, so I will come back to see everyone. He said haha. However, Yeliyang was a little strange that Watergate would actually know himself, and it seemed that he had never spoken to him. Master 3 is fighting the masked man, I'm going to die, you will go over and help him right away. No way. Yeliyang looked at the scene in front of him strangely. Mizuma knelt on the ground with a weak look, and Kushina was supporting him. In the distance there was a motionless 9-tailed body, and a screaming baby crying in the basket. Everything about this seemed very familiar, Yeliyang understood it instantly. I'm late. Lao Tzu's 9 tails. He was deeply upset. As early as when he was practicing in Longdedong www.readaloud.com, he was already estimating the time. At that time, it was 3 years before the plot of The Wind is Turned, so he was hiding in the Longdedong and practicing for 3 years. Whoever thought that the plot happened so quickly? What to do? What to do? Lao Tzu's 9 tails are gone. He was a little anxious. But when he looked at the crying baby, his face was instantly happy. The soul of 9 tails has not been completely sealed. I saw that a huge figure was stuffing into the basket, but it was only half of it, and it was not completely stuffed. Just now because Yeliyang's eyes were attracted by the battle in the distance, he didn't pay attention. You are harming the child. Yeliyang yelled immediately. How can you put 9 tails into a child's body? If he grows up, he will be rejected, you know. We can't do anything. We can't harm other people's children. Then I'll come. You come. Mizuno and Juzune looked at each other and was shocked instantly. The existence of Renzulli is discriminated by everyone, because the tail beast is a symbol of disaster, and the human Zulai that seals the tail beast will naturally be called unknown. Therefore, in the end, Watergate can only choose his own children as the carrier, and he does not want to involve the disaster on others. Are you really willing to help Naruto bear the tail beast? Kushina was immediately surprised. She is a mother. If it weren't for Watergate's insistence, she would never want Naruto to become Renzulli. Of course, I, Yeliyang, never lie to people, especially women. Yeliyang said solemnly. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 29, Entrust Your Wife and Son. Although he often lied to Adzuki Beans, he really didn't lie this time. He really wanted to be a Q-tailed person. Juxina looked at the Watergate, this was for him to make a decision. The latter swept Yeliyang, but he saw a firm will in his eyes. It seems that he really wants to help our couple. Watergate exclaimed. Yeliyang Jun. Although I am not familiar with you at Bo Feng Shuman, I will always remember your actions today, thank you. After speaking, he immediately knelt down towards Yeliyang. This is an island country's gift of gratitude, as long as you are truly grateful to each other, you will do so. Damn, then don't be in the BB. When Kyuubi really enters Naruto's body, he really won't be able to get out. Yeliyang hurriedly. At this time, Kuabai has entered a half. Once he has entered completely, and then wants to withdraw, he must kill Naruto. Okay, I'll perform the operation. Seeing this, Juzune rushed to Yeliyang's body. She quickly carved a curse with blood on Yeliyang's belly, and then formed a handprint. Yeliyang was very quiet. He knew that Juzune was using the curse seal to pull Nine Tails again. The Maelstrom clan was the original force of the Nine Tails, and the Maelstrom clan was very familiar with the sealing technique, so Yeliyang believed in Juzune. Soon, the nine-tailed soul that poured into Naruto's body was completely motionless, and then began to flow backwards. Lines of red souls slowly flowed back from Naruto's body into Yeliyang's belly. The curse was slowly glowing. Yeliyang only felt a refreshing feeling and an unprecedented itching sensation. Soon, the conversion was completed. Is this over? Yeliyang felt his body, a huge force survived in his belly, but he couldn't mobilize it yet. It seems that we still need to compete with Nine Tails to truly control the power of Nine Tails. Yeliyang had a guess. At this time, Juzune breathed a sigh of relief. She was sweating, her lips were white, and she was obviously collapsed, but she still resisted and walked to the water gate. Am I going to die? Watergate murmured while looking at Kushina. At this time, the phantom of death had slowly disappeared, and once he completely left, the soul of Watergate would also be taken away completely. Yab. Juxina's eyes were full of tears. The two have a very good relationship, but they didn't expect that not long after the wedding, goodbye is parting. Yeliyang Jun, can you come over? At this time, Shuman suddenly called Yeliyang. What? Yeliyang is a little strange. You said your young couple are going to say their last words. Why do you call me at this time? He still walked up. Yeliyang Jun, I am about to leave, but my wife and son have to live alone, so please take care of them. What, take care of your wife? Yeliyang was surprised. His mind turned familiarly, and immediately understood the meaning of Watergate. This is to entrust his wife and son. Yeliyang was stunned. He didn't expect that Chakra, who came to join the Nine Tails, unexpectedly met the rumored wife and son. He looked at Ju Xinna next to the water gate, who lowered his head in silence, obviously tacitly acquiescing. What a thing! Yeliyang was helpless, but he couldn't refuse someone like Watergate who gave his life for righteousness. Mr. Watergate, don't worry. As long as I, Yeliyang, live in the world, your child will be my child, and your wife will be my wife. I will never let them be harmed. Yeliyang solemnly consoled. At the Watergate. I can rest assured that. Watergate faintly replied, and then slowly looked at Juxina. Yeliyang Jun is a good person and an upright person. I believe that he will be nice to you. Leave it to him and I will feel at ease. Yab. The two of them whispered, seemingly to give their last words. At this time, Yeliyang retreated slowly. He jumped to the top of a big tree. Is that the masked man? The battle in the distance continued, but it was gradually coming to an end. 3 generations of eyes carried a large number of shinobu and had already crushed the masked man to despair. After all, without the 9 tails, the masked man slowly lost his physical strength. But at this moment, an illusion of a blue samurai holding 2 swords instantly wrapped the masked man. It is huge. Like a mountain, wearing a sharp Tengu mask on his head. Suzuno. You are from the Uchiha family. 3 generations shouted, and he recognized this thing at once. But the ensuing sword strike also flew all Shangnan out. Hey, the knowledge is quite good, so let's come and die together. The masked man controlled the super samurai and slashed towards Sarutobi with all his strength. It is so powerful that you can hear the howling in the air. At this time, the 3rd generation eyes were weak and could not resist such a powerful force, but at this moment, an ordinary shuriken flew in front of the 3rd generation. Call out! A golden figure appeared instantaneously, and he stood firmly against Susanoo, holding the latter's long sword with both hands. The art of flying thunder god? Is it Watergate? Sarutobi was startled, but when he saw someone coming, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was immediately astonished. It's Yeliyang. Why are you here? I'm not here, don't you just die. Yeliyang smiled at the third generation of eyes. At this time, the masked man showed a trace of dignity, and he barehandedly took over the person who had no choice but to do so, obviously not an ordinary high-level ninja. With a little harder, Suzuonengu's long sword slashed down again, but Yeliyang's instantaneous spell, he hugged Sarutobi and ran away. Pang! The long sword slashed away. Shattering technique? It turned out to be your kid, no wonder I saw you just now. I haven't asked you to settle the matter of incomprehensibility last time, so you dare to come. Hehe, you have made people come to kill me. If I don't come, won't I not give you face? Yeliyang said back to him. Hearing the conversation between the two, the three generations were puzzled. Listening to the meaning of these words, the two definitely knew each other. Yeliyang, is this Uchiha Madara? What? Sarutobi Hizen was shocked. Later, I saw the masked man taking off his mask. An old face, with dry skin, but his eyes are piercing, and there are countless Guyu jade circulating, but just blinking, it transforms into a white ring. This is the Eye of Reincarnation. Yeliyang was surprised. In the early Uchiha Madara plan, he implanted his reincarnation eyes into Nagato's body, and then designed a layout with soil in the background, and then used Nagato's reincarnation technique to resurrect the dead self. However, Yeliyang interrupted the layout of the design belt, which was the assassination plan of the Shinwubi Bridge. Looking at the way it is now, Uchiha Madara did not show the reincarnation to Nagato. Instead, he chose to attack Konoha himself. This was actually a very risky thing. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 30, Battle Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is still old after all. Although he has survived to the present because the eyes of reincarnation are still there, his body's function has been greatly inferior to before, and he is completely inferior to his youth. Therefore, Yeliyang is not particularly afraid of age spots in this weak state. The fairy mode is activated. Yeliyang's heart burst out. Snake pupils appeared in both eyes, then the body turned white, with double horns on the head, and the body slowly became extremely soft. This is the fairy pattern of Longdadong. Slowly gather the natural chakras throughout your body to strengthen your own ninjutsu, and you can also use some ninjutsu that ordinary chakras cannot use. However, this kind of transformation needs to accumulate energy slowly, so it is usually impossible to transform instantly, but Yeliyang is different. Yeliyang refers to the tricks of Naruto from the previous life. A bunch of shadow avatars are deposited in Longdi Cave. When he needs to accumulate power, he only needs to cancel one of the shadow avatars to get a chance to become a fairy. Now he still has 3 chances. Have you even learned how to become immortals? Uchiha glanced at Yeliyang in surprise. When I saw him before, this kid could only use the instantaneous technique to talk to Shinra Tianzheng, but he had not seen him for such a long time, and he was actually so strong. In fact, Madara has been paying attention to Yeliyang, because he interrupted his resurrection plan, so he originally planned to use Yeliyang to replace Uchiha's soil, but when he was about to start, Yeliyang suddenly disappeared. He dressed up as a masked man and looked for Yeliyang for a long time, but there was no trace of the latter. Yeliyang naturally didn't know about this. After he became immortal, he immediately attacked Uchiha Madara. Xian Fa. The technique of white excitement. The huge snake energy hovered around Madara quickly, so the super large sound wave spread the battlefield. Is it a snake fairy? Uchiha Madara's heart was startled, but with Suseo's protection, this kind of magic could only hold his body temporarily, and he attacked Yeliyang again, only at a very slow speed. It can't be sealed. Yeliyang was astonished, and he felt incredible about Uchiha Madara's fact that Xianxia couldn't seal it. It's Uchiha Madara, who has such a strong ability even after aging. Yeliyang got up again, he aimed at the super long sword that was attacking him, and greeted him in a flash. Although the long sword could still move, the slow speed couldn't hit Yeliyang at all. He stepped on Suseo's body and quickly approached Uchiha Madara in his torso. "You are very strong." But that was once. Yeliyang yelled, and shot Shen Luo Tianzheng with one blow. Pang! The power of this time has long surpassed the original heaven. Because of the immortal law, Yeliyang's current Shen Luo Tianzheng is driven by the power of nature's immortals, which is fundamentally different from chakra drive. In popular words, the power has doubled more than 10 times. You should know that the ordinary power is enough to threaten Shang Ren, let alone the power increased 10 times. Crack! A trace of Suzuo's shell was cracked, but it was not shattered. 1 time is not enough, then 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. Xian Fa Shen Luo Tianzheng. Yeliyang drove again and again. His Shenra Tianzheng was not a cool Shenra Tianzheng. As long as chakra was enough, he could use Uchiha to die. Boom! The huge noise continued. Uchiha Madara's Suzu finally cracked. He looked at Yeliyang assiduously, and the huge Suzu fell behind him. "Boy, if I were in a perfect state, you would have died long ago." "Hey! I know, so I will kill you now." Yeliyang yelled angrily and raised his palm slightly. A huge black ball appeared in his palm. Xian Fa-tailed beast bullet. This was Yeliyang's trick to end everything. The tail beast bombs added by the fairy law completely reached the level of the tail beast's full blow. This kind of attack can't be blocked even by a strong shadow rank, not to mention that Madara is only the body of age spots, and it is even more vulnerable. Pang! The black-tailed beast swiftly passed through Madara's body, and even the land under him was hit by the blow, exploding a pit of about 100 meters. Call! Yeliyang Shen exhaled and changed back to the original state. Although he has become stronger, he is also close to the strength of the shadow class. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara's old age and physical decline, and Sarutobi and the others consumed most of the chakra, today's battle might not be won. "Boy, you are very strong." Uchiha Madara slowly fell to the ground, with a big hole in his chest, and he obviously couldn't survive. "But boy, today is just the beginning of the plan. From now on, I will see you in a fully integrated state, haha. Let's wait and see." Yeliyang watched Uchiha Madara close his eyes and landed on the ground. It is impossible for Uchiha Madara to die like this. This is a matter of course. A conspirator who has planned for nearly 100 years, can die easily when he is completely weak. Yeliyang believes that one day in the future, Uchiha Madara will definitely come back to Konoha village with full strength, but before that, he Yeliyang will inevitably become an invincible powerhouse alone. At this moment, Yeliyang's brain suddenly roared. He knew that his reward was coming. Congratulations to the host for completing the SSS level task, the tail beast attacking the village. Because the host reveals the true face of the Black Hand after the opening, additional upgrades are awarded. Reward S level ninjutsu creation and regeneration, the technique of 100 Hao. Because the host has overcompleted, the technique of 100 heroes will not consume life energy as a price. The technique of 100 tyrants. Yeliyang was immediately delighted when he heard this. Bai Hao art is the unique ninjutsu of the 5th generation of Naruto Tsunade. Once activated, it can quickly heal all damage at the cost of life, even if it is cut in the waist. Moreover, what made Yeliyang most delighted was not the healing power of Bai Hao art, but the function he wanted in dreams in his previous life. Eternal youth. That's right, people who have practiced the technique of the 100 powers will not increase their lifespan, but their appearance can always maintain the state they used to cultivate. In other words, Yeliyang's current appearance at about 20 years old will always be like this in the future. Grass. It's finally time to reach the end of the blog post. Yeliyangzi said. His original worry was that he would live to the later stage and the protagonists would rise up, but he had retired from the stage of history because of aging, but now he doesn't have to worry anymore. With the technique of hundreds, he can fall in love with those famous girls in 10 years. Up. It must be a sweet love. Haha. But at this moment, Yeliyang's mind heard another whisper. Congratulations to the host for all the novice missions. The system is about to enter the maintenance update state, the time is 24 hours, and other functions will be opened in the future, so stay tuned. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 31, on Meritorious Deeds. The system has been upgraded. Yeliyang was a little surprised. In his opinion, this system is nothing extraordinary. Although Yeliyang learned a lot of S-level ninjutsu through the system, S-level ninjutsu is actually the same thing. Take Shenluo Tianzheng as an example. Although it is very functional, it needs a lot of chakra assistance. The maximum amount of his reserve is about 10 times. Moreover, this power can't kill an ordinary special Shangnan, like the Ashimaru he encountered when he first crossed over. Even if he runs out of chakra, he can only severely wound it. Therefore, S-rank ninjutsu is just one more choice. For ninjas, chakra and combat experience are the standard for a strong person. Yeliyang's current 9-tailed chakra and immortalization are his core, but these two things are earned through hard work, so the system only helps him save time in learning ninjutsu. I don't know if there will be any useful functions this time. Yeliyang looked forward to it. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yeliyang also returned to Konoha village with the Hokage troops. The battle this time is tragic. Bo Feng Shuman died. A large number of Konoha ninjas lost their lives in this battle. Before Uchiha Madara attacked Ninja Village, many buildings were also destroyed. In general, this small battle was almost destroyed. Konoha's 10-year savings. Naruto office. Several special Shangren are discussing post-disaster rescue. Yeliyang looked left and right, only to find that these people were strange faces. He was inserted among these people, but no one came to talk. Leave me quiet. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen walked into the office and sat down. His expression was a bit solemn, obviously in a bad mood. Everyone, although we defeated the invading enemy this time, we also killed a lot of elites, and even Watergate was unfortunately sacrificed in the battle. What? Lord Watergate is dead. They didn't see it when Watergate was sealed with ghouls. Well, he consumed his soul and sealed the 9 tails. Everyone's expressions were suddenly unnatural. If they just died of some ordinary shinobu, they would not be so sad, but a 4th-generation Hokage died, which made many people regret it. In fact, the age of Watergate may not be older than the following people, but the character of Watergate is obvious to all, and many people have been rescued by him during missions. Sarutobi Hizen saw the scene in front of him, and also guessed their thoughts. Everyone, although Praetunam is dead, his wife and son are still there. I believe his will be inherited by his descendants. Maybe in 10 years, the next Praetunam will be born. Yes, Naruto is still here. This kid is 3 years old this year, and with his qualifications, he will definitely be able to revive the glory of the Bofeng family. The mood of the crowd improved a lot immediately. Sarutobi Rizan smiled, seeing that he had achieved his goal. He cast his gaze on Yeliyang, who was ridiculing Che. You two come in. Suddenly raised his mouth, a woman holding a child walked in. What's the situation? The crowd swept to the door and immediately recognized the woman who had come in. Isn't this the widow of Lord Watergate? They felt very curious. Lord Praetunam was dead. At this time, Juzine should be going to bury Praetunam's body. How could he be here? Master Kushina, you are outside? Don't worry, I will take care of you in the future. Master Juxina, if you have financial difficulties, I will take care of you too. Although they were puzzled, they still expressed their sincere heart, but Yeliyang noticed something wrong. Did that sand sculpture look at me just now? His mind was delicate, and he naturally noticed Sarutobi's tiny movements. Zane, I will really work hard for you in the days to come. Sarutobi said, and he let Kunao stand beside Yeliyang. The ninjas felt strange. Yeliyang, you made a great contribution to killing Uchiha Madara this time. I also heard that you voluntarily become a tail orc pillar power. This makes us old people really feel ashamed. In terms of merit, you Yeliyang is the greatest. In terms of character, you are also one of the best. I originally planned to let you inherit Mizuman's will and become a member of the 5th generation of Naruto, but you are an Otanin village ninja. This is really difficult for me. 5 generations of Hokage. Yeliyang felt a little inexplicable. He didn't know why Sarutobi Rizan said such words, but Yeliyang, who was born to the Chinese people, knew the way of old Yinbi. In this turbulent era, let alone Hokage, even if you give him the name of the country of fire, he doesn't want it. Too dangerous. His eyes blinked nervously, but Sarutobi Raisaki smiled. Sample, you know that you are interested in Hokage, but don't expect me to give it to you, first trick you from that Pasonic ninja village. He held his mind and continued talking. So, after thinking about it, I decided not to give you the position of Hokage, but first give you the status of a guest of the country of fire. Hey! Yeliyang let out a sigh of relief. www.readaloud.com. Hello, Kei-ching. Keking is Konoha's elders group. There is no real power, so there is no danger, but he will be respected wherever he goes. Moreover, as far as Yeliyang knows, Muya Keking can be reimbursed for eating and drinking in the village. This point is very important. He breathed a sigh of relief, but this action was seen by Sarutobi Hitachi. Haha, I know you feel a pity. It's a pity to have motivation. For companies, drawing a huge pie for competent subordinates is a frequently used method. Sarutobi Hizen knows this way. Yeliyang, don't underestimate Keking. This is actually a job with poor water and oil. Konoha attaches great importance to you. Of course, if one day, you really leave Otanin village, I will definitely pass Hokage to you of. Okay, but I have no plans to leave yet. Yeliyang said. His tone is very weak, even if he is extremely happy, he can't show it, this is the temperament that a master wants. The others looked weird and thought Yeliyang was not satisfied. For them, even though Yeliyang has made great contributions, he is from another village who is xenophobic. So when Sarutobi Hizen began to say that he wanted to be Hokage, they were still very worried. But seeing that the 3 generations were just polite, they immediately jumped out. Master Yeliyang, don't underestimate Keking. Although he has no real power, he is noble than us, and the current Keking are all retired from the older generation. You are still the first one as young as you. Yet. Lord Yeliyang, this is how Konoha treats guests. We will never underestimate any guest who is kind to Konoha. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 32, Things the Survivors Have to Say. They say you, I say, I am afraid that Yeliyang is not satisfied with this. After all, Yeliyang's strength lies there, and if he leaves him unsatisfied, it will be bad for Konoha. Well, I see. Yeliyang was ecstatic in his heart, but still suppressed. Seeing him like this, Sarutobi Rizan felt relieved. Although Yeliyang was not happy, since he agreed to come down, it means that the other party still has the willingness to stay in Konoha. Yeliyang, actually I still have one more thing to look for you. Sarutobi Hizen was talking, and he looked at Kushina next to him. I also know the last words of Watergate. Since he has fancied you and entrusted Juxina to you, he is affirmation of your character. I am an old man and cannot mix things with your young people. He said lightly, but the people below immediately felt bad. As early as when Zhu Zhenei was standing next to Ye Liang, they saw the weirdness, but they did not expect Master Watergate to let an outsider take care of his wife and children. This is unimaginable. In this era, trusting wives and offering children is really just letting them take care of them. People in Hokage often die, and their widows are often handed over to their relatives and friends to take care of them. This is normal. But over time, something is wrong. Ye Liang is still single, and Zhu Xinna is in his prime time. If they can't hold on for a while, what they have done is not uncommon. This kind of thing often happened in Konoha before. My 2 or 3 things with the undead. I fell in love with my friend's survivor. My unfaithful love with my surviving sister-in-law. Me and the bus. This is all there, and each one is shocking, vivid. Many men have seen it. It's so terrible. Therefore, after seeing the emergence of Zhu Zhenei, everyone was very concerned and hoped that they would take care of the widow of the 4 generations. On the one hand, it is to repay the kindness, and on the other hand, to put an end to this relationship. 3 generations of adults, this can't be done. A square face jumped out. His name was Marino Ibiki, who was good at torturing ninjutsu, and was the only Shangren who Ye Liang knew. Yes, Lord Naruto, Lord Kushina is the widow of the 4th generation, how can she be taken care of by an outsider? To me, even if you want to trust others, you must be an honest and convincing person. Indeed. For me, Lord Juxina should be taken care of by our own people. I personally think Lord Ibis is suitable for this position. He is mature and humorous, so he is very suitable for this position. As the man said, he winked at Marino Ibiki, apparently playing cooperation. Sarutobi Hizen's expression turned bad for an instant. Just now he was still complimenting Ye Liang's character, and now he suddenly ran out to be xenophobic. He really didn't know what these young people thought in their minds. Sarutobi Hizen only cares about Ye Liang's thoughts now. Ye Liang is a shadow-level ninja. If he is unhappy and confronts the village in turn, it will be very bad. At this moment, Ye Liang finally spoke out. Master Hokage, since everyone is unwilling, you can find another job. Ye Liang lacks your identity as a guest of Mui, and you won't really lose a piece of meat. He blew his beard and stared, and was so angry that everyone finally dared not speak. Just kidding, this was entrusted to me by Watergate. Ye Liang didn't know what these people thought, but he was indeed an upright person. Before Watergate, he would rather use his life to seal the 9 tails. With such a terrifying spirit, how many people can do it? Therefore, Ye Liang wants to help him. No matter what others think, Ye Liang really wants to take good care of Uzumaki Kushina. On the one hand, he completes Watergate's entrustment, and on the other hand, he also wants to see that there is no Naruto of 9 tails. Will it go another way? As a Naruto fan, he is looking forward to it. Seeing that everyone was silent, Ri Jean didn't know what to say. These idiots know how to be smooth and boast every day, but at a critical time, they will only fall off the chain, and Sarutobi Hizen does not know how to round it. When Ye Liang was angry and pretended to leave, a pair of small hands gently grabbed his arm. Everyone, don't quarrel, I know that everyone really helped us Bofeng's family, but since my husband entrusted me to Ye Liang Jun, that's an affirmation of him. I am a woman. I must abide by my husband's wishes. Zhu Xinna grasped Ye Liang in front of him with a firm face, and seemed to spot him. Silence came again in the office. Are you really willing to follow me? Ye Liang showed a trace of astonishment on his face. Yep. Juxina nodded. This is Mizuno's last words, and Kushina does not want to let Konoha offend such a terrible enemy because of his own business. This is a former Naruto wife who also does not want to see. Seeing that the protagonist had spoken, the rest of Shangren had to be silent, except for Marino Ibiki, but his face was a little unhappy. Okay. Let's end the meeting. Sarutobi Hizen announced the end. That night, Yeliang rushed to the home of Bo Feng Shuman. Because Yeliang never had his own house to live in, Yu reading www.yuyu. Therefore, after Zhu Zinei entrusted Yeliang to the water gate, it was tantamount to giving away his house for nothing. Yeliang was very happy. After tidying up the softness, I moved in. That night, Watergate's house is very noisy, not ordinary, even the neighbors next door were awakened by the noise here. Everyone didn't know what was going on, only knew that Yeliang fled back to Hengdu's house in the middle of the night. Very strong, very hungry. But everyone did not ask, after all, they knew it well. The next day, Red Bean kicked Yeliang out of bed angrily. Aren't you happy last night? How come you got back halfway? Go find your MILF. 3 hard drinks, like thunder. Yeliang was also speechless for a while. Didn't I tell you last night, as soon as I passed, Naruto's dead kept crying. I stayed up in bed and stayed up midnight without falling asleep. Hehe, is Naruto really crying? How do I feel that you are crying? It's probably because your body is dysfunctional. Grass. What are you talking about? Yeliang got angry and instantly pressed the red bean to the bed. Can you do it? Dare you to try it? Men can't say no, even if ya gets along well. This sentence is star. Hongdo's face suddenly turned red. Yeliang's rough air was sprayed on her face bit by bit, which made her completely unbearable. She is 15. It is the good old girl Sishun. In the previous life, the 15th girl had long been in love and talked about flying, and it was Naruto world, and the 15th was a child. Yeliang also noticed something wrong. When did this little Nizai look so good? The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 33, the system is upgraded. He looked at Hengdu's undulating chest, and there was a strange feeling in his heart, and the waist. Yeliang subconsciously touched it, a little lubricated. Yeliang has always regarded Hengdu as a child, so she sleeps in her bed without any pressure, but Hengdu is now 15 and is a big girl. I rely on people's bed every day, is it too much? Seeing Hengdu fled out blushing, Yeliangnan said. He finally realized it. Hey! Do evil! Until the afternoon. Hengdu never came back. Yeliang took advantage of Keking's power to eat a free lunch and then returned to his room happily. 3. 2. 1. After a slow countdown, Yeliang finally ushered in the scene he wanted. The system is upgraded. Ding dong! There was a roar in Yeliang's brain, and then a virtual frame appeared in front of him. This is the system panel. He was ecstatic. The previous system only prompted tasks in my mind by accident, but there was nothing else, but now it is different. Yeliang clearly saw the numerous functions on the panel. Mission system. Yeliang subconsciously pressed one of the numerous panels. Tick. After a small beep, a new screen popped up on the virtual panel. 3 options. They are the main task, side task, and daily task. These are the ones I have done before. Yeliang opened these options separately and immediately understood. There are 2 black missions in the main quest, which are rescue red beans and tail beasts attacking the village. These are 2 tasks given to him by S-rank ninjutsu. It's black now, and it should have been completed. The main task for the follow-up is temporarily with 3 question marks, which should not have been triggered yet. The branch mission in the middle was the one at Shinjubi Bridge, and the reward was a little bit close, and it was also black. The daily tasks are all sorts of things. For example, the beginning of the spectator mission. Although the enhanced version of the instantaneous technique was given, it was only because Yeliyang was fascinated by it and accidentally realized something that strengthened the reward for the task. And other daily tasks, like catching kittens, cleaning teeth for snakes, messy, a bunch of useless rewards. But also because of this, Yeliyang's low-level ninjutsu is much stronger than ordinary ninjas. Getting rewards repeatedly will improve the quality of the previous rewards. Click to return. Next to the mission system, there are 3 other visible systems. They are panel, Krypton Eye, and storage. Yeliyang clicked on the panel. The panel is his current attribute strength, including ninjutsu, and physique. Ninjutsu level 5. Physique level 2. Ninja level 1. Yeliyang Piank is a bit serious. He doesn't know how this level is calculated, but he clearly knows that his ninja should be at the level of forbearance. In other words, the use of Shinin's ninja is actually the lowest level of the system. How strong is the highest level? Yeliyang was puzzled. After all, there are very few masters in Naruto. Some impressions are in the line of Tian, and Uchiha's ninja level is also very high, but it is not clear how much. Forget it, that's it. Yeliyang shook his head and opened the Krypton Eye system next to him again. The eyes suddenly become clear, as if vision has improved. That's it. Yeliyang was a little strange. It seemed that apart from the improvement of his eyesight, nothing else happened. At this time, the Red Bean who had been missing suddenly pushed open the door, and she ignored Yeliyang, but hurriedly picked up the ninja bag on the table, and quickly slipped out. It seems to be on the mission. Yeliyang knew instantly. Hongdu often drops things before performing tasks, and he is used to it. Click again to return. At this time, Yeliyang probably understood the Krypton Eye system. Just when Hongdo entered the door, Yeliyang suddenly saw a red panel jump out of Hongdo. Red Bean, Female, C Cup. Favorability 99. Ninjutsu level 1. Physical skill level 0. Ninja level 0. This should be the basic data of red beans. Yeliyang didn't know what was going on with this C Cup. It might just be a system error, but he instantly understood the red bean data. In other words, except for ninjutsu level 1, the others are level 0. This is a bit weak. But Yeliyang instantly understood what level 1 meant. It is the level of ordinary shinobu. Thinking about the use of his ninja, apart from the high-level ninja provided by the system, he has never practiced before. Only ninjutsu is level 1? Is it that the red bean ninjutsu has reached the upper ninja? Yeliyang was a little puzzled. At this time, the red bean is obviously the lower ninja? Maybe it's because of the curse of the earth. He didn't think too much. Finally, he opened the package system. There are dense and numerous grids inside, but the grids are really empty. How to install things? Yeliyang Shun picked up a pillow behind him and threw it towards the panel. Snapped. The pillow passed through the panel and landed on the floor. Can the panel touch the real object? Yeliyang saw the problem, but at the same time he was also very puzzled. Since he can't touch the panel, how should he install something? He guessed roughly. Perhaps it has something to do with mental power. www.readaloud.com. Yeliyang suddenly remembered the novel he had read in his previous life. Most of the protagonists in it have similar packages, and the way to use it is to hold the things you want to store. It's okay as soon as it moves. Follow the pattern. Yeliyang picked up the pillow again. This time he didn't throw it away, but silently read a word of storage in his mind. Call out. The pillow really disappeared. He extracted again. The pillow that had disappeared appeared in his hand again. Sure enough. Yeliyang was happy. Storage. Extract. Storage. Extract. Yeliyang spent the whole afternoon in experimental fun. In the evening, he finally understood the full effect of the package. The package can only store heavy objects no larger than 5 meters. Beyond this volume, the package cannot be stored, and the living person cannot be stored. Yeliyang wondered if he could store a few beautiful women in his parcel. In order to confirm this idea, he also specially pulled a passing beauty and experimented countless times, but only a slap was obtained. In this way, Yeliyang finally understood everything. There are many functions behind the system, and he did not continue to explore, because they are all question marks. It seems that they have not been developed yet. At night, under Hengdu's merciless contempt, Yeliyang got into her bed again. Adzuki Beans, how old are you? 15 years old, what's wrong? I'm not asking you about this, I mean how old is that? What that? Cub? Are you a C-cup? That night, Yeliyang was kicked out of bed again. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 34, Readaloud Class 7. Teacher Yeliyang, long time no see. Ye Yunlin smiled and took Yeliyang's hand. Yeliyang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Say hello if you say hello, and keep rubbing my arm with my chest for several reasons. Pick something. Yeliyang was a little embarrassed. Now Ye Yunlin is also 15 years old. In fact, almost all the people in Class 7 are around this age. Saying big is not big, saying small is not small. Yeliyang looked at Kakashi who was walking in front, and reluctantly picked up the map in his hand. This is a mission map. That's right, Yeliyang took over the 7th class again because of the absence of Watergate. Although Yeliyang could understand that this was a helpless thing, but thinking of Sarutobi Rishang this morning, he was furious. What is Konoha waiting to be thriving? As a guest Ching, you must stand up and train to lead by example. Don't turn to Xiao Chun, the first time guest Ching to lead the team. Yeliyang was speechless, but he also knew that it was really impossible to let those old and undead come out to lead the team, because he was young and vigorous, and he should suffer more. Of course, it is really hard to lead the team. On the one hand, you have to perform the tasks yourself, and on the other hand, you have to take care of the Xianren and Zongren who follow the journey. Very tired. Therefore, Yeliyang refused in his heart, even if he had money. He is K-Ching now, and he doesn't need to pay for food. Who has seen Dad Ma leave the factory? Yeliyang is the same as Papa Ma, who are not interested in money. Thinking of this, Yeliyang became even more angry. At this time, the soil nearby came over. Teacher Yeliyang, last time I heard that you used a black spherical ninjutsu to defeat Madara Uchiha, can you teach me? I also want to become stronger, I don't want to be the tail of a crane. Talking. Black spherical ninjutsu. Oh, you are talking about Tail Beast Jade. Yeliyang thought for a while, and immediately understood. Well, that's it anyway. Seeing that Yeliyang understood, Tai-Tu nodded quickly. He was very anxious, but Yeliyang knew what he was thinking. Because of the ninja war, Konoha's many festivals have been cancelled, and one of them is called the ninja test. In the 7th class, except for Kakashi who was licensed to become Shinin, the other two are still Shinin who just came out of Shinin village, so they must take the Zongnin exam. On the one hand, they are getting older, on the other hand, after Zongnin exams, they can accept more difficult tasks. Yeliyang nodded. You can teach you ninjutsu, but the Black Tail Beast Jade can't teach you. That should be regarded as blood inheritance. Blood following the boundary. Tai-Tu was immediately lost. If it's the bloodstain limit, it really won't be taught. This is a bloodline skill that only ninjas of the same bloodline can learn. For example, Uchiha's blood will eye with soil is a kind of blood inheritance boundary, except for Uchiha's family, no one can learn this kind of ninjutsu. However, although I can't teach you Tail Beast Jade, I can teach you another ninjutsu that is no less than Tail Beast Jade. Seeing them like this, Yeliyang immediately changed his tone. Really? Bringing Soil was immediately surprised. He had mentioned the Tail Beast Jade before, and defeated Uchiha Madara at once. He was eager. Take Soil is also a member of Uchiha's family, so naturally I know how strong Uchiha Madara is. That was someone who didn't even look at the original Hokage. And because of Madara's relationship, the Uchiha family's situation now has a problem. Everywhere, people turn their eyes, wishing to drive them out like the plague god. Therefore, Tai too wants to rely on his own strength to prove himself. Teacher, you teach me too. At this time Lin Nohara also called out. She didn't expect this level before, because she is a medical ninja, and the assessment is simpler than ordinary ninjas, but since Yeliang agreed to bring when the soil is gone, she will naturally have a share. Okay, yes, I promise you all. Yeliang was enjoying Ye Yuanlin's acting like a baby, and he agreed. Kakashi, who opened up in front, also turned his head. Soon, a few people came to a desert. There is a lot of wind and sand here, and you can't even see the route. If you give Yeliang another chance, he definitely doesn't want to come here. But helpless. This is the mission of the 7th team. Because of the previous battles, the big ninja villages all had hatreds. For example, Konoha had hatred with Yunyan and Wu ninja villages. Where there is hatred, there is friendship. So Konoha has to make good friends with other villages, such as Cheyenne village. Yeliang knew about this. This is the site of Gaara, another concubine of the protagonist. Belongs to the country of wind. It is a desert country with constant wind and sand all year round, and it does not often rain. The leader of Cheyenne village is called Feng Ying, who is far away from Konoha's Hokage. 4 generations of Feng Ying should be in power now, right? Yeliang recalled the memory in his mind. Because of the disappearance of the 3 generations of Feng Ying, Cheyenne village became weak and was invaded by Thunder Country. And at this moment of crisis, a middle-aged man named Luosha came forward and defeated the invaders with the unique magnetic escape of Cheyenne village and became the hero who saved the Kingdom of Wind. This middle-aged man is 4 generations of Feng Ying. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is also the father of Princess Gaara. Yeliang couldn't feel good about this person. In the original book, this person planted a guard crane on Gaara. As a result, Gaara often ran away when he was young. Later, he became more and more lonely and his personality was abnormal. Gaara was still a child at the time, so naturally he couldn't resist the Shao crane in his body. Tisk tusk, I hope this mission can be safe. Yeliang smashed his mouth and continued walking with everyone. Soon, the group came to the middle of the 2 tall sand hills. Cheyenne village is surrounded by deserts. In order to prevent wind and sand from invading, the village is hidden in a ravine. Yeliang swept the sandy hills on both sides, but felt a little uneasy. Teacher Yeliang, do you feel anything wrong? Kakashi, who was exploring the way in front, suddenly walked back. Indeed, it's quiet. Although it was a desert, there was always a sound of people or wind, but the surroundings were really quiet, and Yeliang didn't hear anything. And with his strength close to the shadow level, he clearly felt a trace of killing intent. His back was cold, as if he was being stared at by a beast. Go! Yeliang suddenly hugged Lin Nohara, who was just a medical ninja, and rushed forward. The remaining 2 knew immediately and followed closely. Just as they left the place, the tall sandy hills on both sides suddenly collapsed like running water. Earth escaped the art of Earth Dragon Bullet. Yeliang yelled, and an Earth Dragon made of gravel quickly lifted up under everyone's feet, supporting several people. Boom! The sand mountain collapsed. The roads that originally entered and exited Cheyenne village were also buried. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 35, The Mystery of Sand Hidden Village. Because of the Earth Dragon, Yeliang and the others just avoided the collapsed mountain. Is it artificial? Yeliang reacted instantly. The 2 sand hills are huge, and although they are at risk of collapsing through the forces of nature, it is a bit strange to want to collapse so quickly. Yelyang clearly felt a trace of chakra above the sand hill. He controlled the earth dragon to slowly put down several people, frowning. Teacher Yelyang, let's take a look at Xianxian village. Maybe it's not the ninja of Xian village. Kakashi said. Now that the matter has reached this point, there is no need to go deeper. If Xian village is really assassinating them, then there must be a statement. Yep. Several people nodded and walked into the village. Xian village is still very far away from Shashan Mountain, which means that the people here don't know that their door has been blocked at this time. Yelyang looked at both sides of the village. There were stalls made of iron shelves everywhere, which was quite exotic. But it's a bit too poor. Konoha is now in the house age, and Xian is still a small stall, a small earthen house. Although there were some earthen houses made of rocks in the center in the distance, they were still looked down upon by Yelyang. Fortunately, I did not travel through Xian. Yelyang murmured and walked into the center surrounded by a few people. Teacher Yelyang, I want that. That civet cat's headdress is so cute. Ye Yunlin graciously took Yelyang's hand and couldn't walk. Women are trouble. Lin, don't pester the teacher, I'll buy it for you. The soil next to her patted her chest. Bah, who wants you to buy it? I want the teacher to buy it for me. Yelyang had a black line, and his feelings still believed that he had been cheated. However, he now has a lot of wealth, just a hair accessory, which is nothing. He walked straight over. The thing is a shower-style hair accessory. He looked at the boss. He was a middle-aged man with a square face. His waist was covered with bandages, and he almost couldn't stand up. Boss, how much is it? 300. How much? Yelyang was surprised. 300 taels have been his ration for a few days. This hair accessory is only made of stone. It is too expensive to sell 300 taels. Didn't you catch it? 300. Damn. Grab the money. Yelyang was speechless, and asked him to spend 300 yuan on a stone hair accessory. He really took him wrong. He immediately wanted to turn around and leave. But suddenly seeing Ye Yunlin staring at her with a pair of watery eyes, her pitiful appearance made people feel distressed. That's 300 yuan. Yelyang felt painful. But eventually he bought the headwear. Just as several people yelled at the unscrupulous boss while leaving, the stall owner suddenly stood up. He untied the bandage and stood upright, and a huge shuriken fell from behind him. It seems that the assassination of the world has nothing to do with them, but I'm not sure, let's just wait and see. Nanan said to himself, and the surrounding vendors nodded at him. At this time, Yelyang and his party have followed their secretary to the Feng Ying office. Master Feng Ying is having a meeting with the elders, so I can only ask the guests to wait outside first. The female secretary gave a few instructions and turned around and left. Confirming that there was no one around, Kakashi suddenly turned his head to Yelyang next to him. Teacher, I feel something is wrong here, what do you think? All of them are guests, but the secretary left them here like this, which aroused Kakashi's suspicion. I don't know what's going on, but there is definitely something wrong with Xian village. On the road before, those pedestrians were obviously wary of us. We are guests. Those guys shouldn't behave like this. Yelyang analyzed. Well, indeed. Nohara Lin also took a sentence. So, I just pestered the teacher to buy hair accessories, just to see if the vendors are real vendors. Fortunately, the teacher's acting skills are good, these people didn't notice it. What did you mean just now? Yelyang was stunned. He can guarantee that Lin Nohara said this without conscience. Even if such a big lie can be made up, her chest really won't hurt. Yelyang said that he couldn't understand it. However, the Uchiha belt soil next to him suddenly realized. No wonder I want to buy it for you, you are still unhappy, it turns out that it is because you are acting. Scared me to death. I thought you liked the teacher. He was a little scared, but Lin Lin subconsciously blushed. Yeliang had a headache. In fact, the most important thing now is not how to find out the truth of Cheyenne village, but how to eliminate their hostility. At the hawker's office just now, Yeliang clearly sensed a trace of killing intent. That's right. Just now, Yeliang had already seen that the hawkers were wrong, but now in Cheyenne village, Yeliang is not good at smashing them with great fanfare. If the opposite side breaks the jar, it would be bad. Before long, an old lady in plain clothes suddenly walked in from outside. She looked at Yeliang with a smile, but when she scanned Kakashi, a fierce light flashed. You are the messengers of Konoha village. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Our 4 generations are too busy, so we can only let the old man come to talk for it. If you don't mind, let's start. 4 generations of eyes are not coming. The talks between the 2 villages are extremely important, and the 4 generations have always meant to promote the relationship between the 2 villages. Under such circumstances, will they not come? Yeliang was strange, but he didn't say clearly. At this time, the old lady began to talk about the meaning of Cheyenne village. Yeliang pretended to cater. In the evening, several people parted at the door of the office. The task was completed smoothly, and the 2 villages finally happily signed a peace agreement. Teacher, is this really over? Kakashi was still a little unbelievable. At this time they had already arrived at a hotel. They just finished tasting the food in Cheyenne village and planned to spend a few days here. Of course it will not end, there is absolutely a problem in this. Yeliang replied and put everyone down. There are many things encountered today. First, I encountered danger at the entrance of the village, then I met the ninja of the sand hidden village who pretended to be a hawker, and finally I was the interviewer today. That old lady. Yeliang, who was eager to die, could detect the killing intent better than anyone else. When the old lady looked at Kakashi, she obviously had an unprecedented killing intent. Although the other party staggered in time, Yeliang would never read it wrong. It seems we have to investigate carefully. Yeliang quietly left the room after setting up everyone. The night is quiet. No one in the middle of the night. The 60-year-old old lady just took off her obscene clothes, and a strong man's hand was placed on her neck. Who? The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 36, Disposal of Sasamura. The 1000th-generation mother-in-law is very old. She is in her 60s this year. She thought she was going to be alone for life, but she couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw the body of the young and strong guy behind her. What do you want to do to the old man? She was horrified. Being your uncle, what is called is really true. Yeliang subconsciously knocked off the shuriken that was shot at him, and pressed the 1000th-generation mother-in-law to the ground in fear. Just now, while Cho was screaming, a shuriken followed her fingers and shot towards his face. If Yeliang hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have broken the picture now. Damn it, you killed the 4 generations. The old man knew that you Konoha were not good people at all. You shouldn't waste your tongue with you. The 1000th-generation mother-in-law thumped her body, trying to escape from Yeliang's hand, but it was of no use. 4 generations are dead. Yeliang's head was full of question marks. No wonder all the villagers were hostile when they came to the village, it turned out that their leader died. Yeliang suddenly realized. It's just that he is a little strange. The 4th generation of Feng Ying was a person of the same level as Sarutobi Hirakai. Why did he die like this? And according to Cho, Feng Ying was killed by him. Yeliang shook his head. I don't know what you mean, but Feng Ying's death really has nothing to do with us, because we only arrived in the Kingdom of Wind today. Bah! You want to deceive the old man. Who are you Konoha? You really don't know what old women are. They are all cruel guys. After the 1000th-generation mother-in-law finished speaking, she spit on Yeliyang, obviously not believing it. Yeliyang was helpless. He gently wiped the saliva off his face and let go of Cho. If I'm not wrong, you should be the consultant of Cheyenne Village, Grandmother Kyande. How did you know? Don't worry about how I know. I also know that the reason why you hate Konoha so much is because your son was killed by Konoha's ninjas, but that is a personal vengeance. Please don't cause trouble for the friendship between the two villages. Okay. You, what do you know? I know everything. Yeliyang shrugged. Chiyo's son is also the shinobu of Sagakura village. When he was supposed to be in his prime, he suddenly met Hagaksu Shigeru, who was here to perform the task. Shigeru Flagwood is the father of Kakashi, and he is also the Noha White Fang. This guy is not easy to get along with. It is rumored that the ninja army who has killed no less than 1,000 people on the battlefield is so cruel. But such a stubborn person, it happened that the son of Joe met him. Actually, I met him, but his son is a rookie, he still has to cause trouble. In the end, not only did he die, but also the daughter-in-law who went on a mission together was exhausted. This is why the grandmother Chide hates Konoha so much, especially today I saw Konoha's son Kakashi. I see. The old man Sarutobi must have told you, right, since he asked you to go to Cheyenne village, he will naturally tell you all these things. Okay. That's it. Yeliyang reluctantly agreed, and now he can only explain this way. We only arrived in Cheyenne village today. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone to investigate the situation in the neighboring village. We all have traces of staying there. Moreover, I think your village has initially stabilized. I think Feng Ying has been dead for a while, so it has nothing to do with us. Really not you? Isn't it a transformation technique? If you have to bargain, then there is nothing to talk about. Yeliyang turned around and left. If the other party insists that it is them, then there is no need to explain. Hey! Wait! Cho finally hesitated. As Yeliyang said, if you want to know if they were assassinated, you only need to investigate the neighboring village to find out, and there is no need for them to come to the net again. Believe it? Yep. Then tell me, well, why would you suspect Konoha? This is really unreasonable. Yeliyang asked patiently. Cho did not answer Yeliyang's question, but led Yeliyang to a cabinet. She took out 3 keys from her arms and opened the cheating. It is a special lock. There is a scratched leaf guard inside. This is... Yeliyang picked up his forehead and finally understood why Cheyenne village had doubts about Konoha. This is Konoha's forbearance. The scratches represent rebellion, and the leaves are Konoha's signs. This was discovered at the scene, so we suspect that Konoha did it. So that's it. Yeliyang nodded. I already know who attacked you, Feng Ying, but I don't know his purpose. Who is it? I can't say it now. But as long as you follow my plan, I can guarantee to catch him. Cho nodded. As long as Yeliyang can guarantee to catch the prisoner, this matter will be completely over. She is the consultant of Cheyenne village, so naturally she doesn't want to fight Konoha thoroughly because of this, because their village must be defeated by that time. In that case, I will go back and prepare a plan. I will let someone inform you if there is anything in the future. It is good. Yeliyang nodded and quickly returned to his residence. Hotel. Yeliyang yelled Kakashi and explained a few words www.readaloud.com and fell into a deep sleep. Early morning the next day. I'll go back and hand in the task first. Since you want to play here for a few days, then have fun. Yeliyang told a few people and walked out of the village. What's the situation? Just left? Bringing the soil is a bit daunting. He sat on the sand, unable to speak for a long time. Since the teacher agreed to let us take a long vacation, let's have fun. Yeah, Yuan Lin said with joy. Kakashi also nodded, but his eyes showed a hint of imperceptible depth. I don't know why the teacher didn't tell Tai too, he is not the core of this mission. Kakashi shook his head, but because Liang meant it, he didn't think much. As soon as they planned, they went directly to the market in Cheyenne village. The vendors were still there before, but looking at Kakashi and them, there was a trace of haze instead. Head. Didn't the Cho consultant say that it has nothing to do with them? Why are they arresting them? Don't worry about so much, it means the above anyway. Upper? Understood. Several vendors took advantage of Kakashi's relaxation, and immediately attacked them. Art Fire Escape Fireball. G2 immediately launched a counterattack. Although Liang let them have fun, G2 always felt that this matter seemed strange, so he kept guarding against it. Kakashi also used a trick to escape from thunder, but the power was not small, but it was broken up by the vendor with a shuriken. Shuriken actually broke thunder. Done. How is this possible? Uchiha is stunned with soil. Then, he saw that Kakashi and Lin were knocked out by the opposite side in an instant. Lin. Grass. Do you dare to move my woman? Looking for death. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 37, Captured. Bring the soil and fight hard. I don't know whether it was his power explosion or Yunlin's capture. There was a backlash with the hawker who killed Kakashi. The hawker opposite is also tricky. Captain Maki, this guy seems to be eyes. It's hard to be entangled. No matter how many of us, we will drag him to death. It is good. Take the soil into a fierce battle. 10 minutes later. Bring the soil. Chakra almost exhausted. How can it be repaired? If it weren't for the crowds of you, I would definitely not be afraid of you and Uchiha. The vendors on the opposite side were stunned. Although they were Zhongren, they had encountered such a difficult opponent for the first time. Uchiha takes soil. I respect you as a good guy. As the captain, Maji gave a thumbs up to Dato. Another hour of fighting. The soil finally fell dying. Just before coma, he said another sentence. Don't move me, woman. It is good. The hawkers in Cheyenne village applaud. Having debuted for so many years, this is the first time I have encountered a great with their strength. And it's still so affectionate and righteous. They were moved. Brothers, although we and this Uchiha are not in the same camp, if he comes out safely, I must recognize him as the big brother. Good. The so-called hero cherishes the hero, if it is not for a different stand, my Urguza will also recognize him as the big brother. Me too. My black baby too. A few people together, grandly took the soil resistance on their shoulders and took them away. But Kakashi was dragged to the ground by a vendor. You rubbish, if it weren't for the face of brother too, I would have killed you. I really don't know why you have to be caught because of your strength. Kakashi's eyes twitched. In the dungeon. Several people were tied to the stone pillars tied with 5 flowers. Kakashi looked at the Uchiha belt soil next to him, a little strange. The dirt-carrying person was really knocked out, but Kakashi was fake. Similarly, Nohara Lin is fake. This is stunned. I finally understand why teacher Liang didn't tell him the plan. His mind will definitely leak. Indeed. Kakashi nodded, but for some reason, when he was dragged away just now, he was a little envious of Uchiha's soil. Then what to do now? The teacher said that if we pretend to be captured, we can catch the man behind the scenes. Since he said that, there must be a reason. We will just wait. Yab. After the two said, they closed their eyes and pretended to be dead. After a few hours, a dark shadow sneaked in towards the dungeon. He didn't walk upright on the ground like a human, but slipped on the ground. The shadow stuck his tongue out and came to the dungeon where Kakashi was. Tisk tusk tusk, I didn't expect someone to meet Uchiha here. God helped me. The dark shadow revealed a touch of surprise. Just as he was about to take Uchiha's soil resistance on his shoulders, many sand-hidden village ninjas suddenly rushed out of the door. Who? The group of ninjas quickly exclaimed. Kakashi also opened his eyes at this time. Damn! No way to seal. They are bound by special ropes, so naturally they can't escape the stone pillars. At this moment, the shadow suddenly swallowed Uchiha in front of him with the soil in one bite. Do not! Kakashi was shocked. He thought of all the results, but didn't guess the situation at all. Who are you? Why do you want to attack the soil? Kakashi asked Sombra. He barely saw the appearance of the black shadow. It turned out to be a large white phosphorus snake over 2 meters long. Who knows this trademark? At this moment, the guarding ninjas of the sand-hidden village also rushed in. Brother, bring 2. The leader Maki was shocked. Although he was older than the soil, he was already overwhelmed by Uchiha's ability to carry soil. Now that he saw that the soil was eaten, he naturally lost his mind. Wind blade! Shout! A blue chakra blade swept from Maki's fingertips to the white phosphorus snake. Chong! There was a buzzing sound from the serpent's ling armor, but it was unharmed. How is it possible? It's just a snake-like psychic beast, how can it be possible to withstand the attack of the wind blade? Maji was surprised. At this time, the white phosphorus serpent had already rushed towards their group. Dare to ambush me? How can it be repaired? It quickly knocked the sand-hidden ninjas around, and its body swam toward the exit of the dungeon. Let us go out! Kakashi yelled, but at this time everyone was busy chasing the snake, and no one paid any attention to him. How can it be repaired? Bring the soil, don't you have anything to do? Outside the dungeon, 2 figures blocked the white phosphorus snake at the door. You are killing the murderer of the 4th generation. The grandmother Kyande said coldly, and standing next to her was his younger brother, Ilao Zhang. Tisk tusk tusk, I didn't expect you to find me. It seems I still underestimated your Cheyenne village. Why? We in the country of sand don't seem to know you. Ha ha ha. I don't know. But Yu Fengying can be used as the nourishment for my experiment. Shouldn't it be extremely lucky for you reading www.yukansha.com? The white phosphorus snake suddenly laughed, and then his body seemed to be fleshy like a piece of squirming. An opponent slowly grows, and then a human form. Ashimaru! It's you! The well-informed 1000th-generation mother-in-law recognized the ninja in front of her at once. Yes! It's me Yuan! If Yeliyang's beast hadn't ruined my plan, Lao Tzu wouldn't have become such a human being, a ghost. Damn Yeliyang, I want revenge! Magnetic escape sand iron Shiu. Dashimaru's hands were sealed, and a drizzle of sand and iron suddenly fell in the sky. There was a lot under the sand and iron, and soon it was all on the ground. It's impossible! Magnetic escape is clearly the bloodline limit of our country of wind. You are a Konoha ninja, how can you use it? The grandmother 1000th generations was shocked. Haha! I have already developed a forbidden technique to absorb other people's ninjutsu. As long as I have enough time, I am the new ninja god. I will go to Konoha for revenge. Magnetic escape great burial of sand gold. This is a 4-generation purpose nirvana. Not good. Cho quickly took his younger brother to hide behind him, but the sand gold burial was like a rolling sea of sand, wave after wave to Cho and the others flooding. Sister! Can't escape, use the secret technique. It is good. The 2 siblings quickly settled, and 10 humanoid puppets holding various weapons suddenly flew out of the ground. White secret skill Jinsong Shirenwei. This is the strongest puppet made by the puppet ancestor Bunzamon. It has been controlled by the 1000 generations of the mother-in-law of Cheyenne village. At this time, facing the great burial of Sheijin in Ashimaru, he can only be forced out. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 38, The Tragic Death of Ashimaru. Operation Puppet Manipulation. The two swiftly manipulated the puppets to cut off the burial of Shajin that had attacked. Seeing that this trick could not deal with them, Ashimaru continued to seal the seal. Magnetic escape broken glass. Magnetic escape Jinsha waves. Magnetic escape sans shuriken. 3 consecutive magnetic escapes were all 4 generations of Is Feng Ying's special skills. At this time, the 1000th generation mother-in-law was shocked. The strength of Ashimaru is really terrifying. The original 4 generations of magnetic escape are also separated, but this trick is in the hands of Ashimaru, but it is like a fish in the water, all kinds of smashing stunts, like throwing money towards the 1000th generations. Come here. There is still a person hidden in my stomach. As long as he is still alive, I can continue to use chakras. Ashimaru laughed. He was referring to the Uchiha soil that he had just swallowed. It's just that Ashimaru is full of doubts now. Although he can always borrow the chakra from Uchiha, the latter is a forbearance after all, and he can provide it to the present. Forget it. Although I don't know the reason, it's a good thing. Shiwan didn't want to think too much, and once again seriously confronted the 1000th generation mother-in-law. Tu dun tu liubi. With a one-handed seal, Ilao quickly summoned a tall wall made of earth and stone in front of him. Boom! The impact is constant. It's no way to go on like this. Sister, why didn't the Konoha teacher you mentioned before come? Didn't you say that he would help us? I don't know. I received his shuriken pass in the afternoon, but I don't know where he is hiding now. Damn it! I knew Konoha ninja couldn't be trusted. With an anxious cry, Bai Laozang once again summoned a wall. The previous wall obviously couldn't stand it. Give up. As long as I leave Cheyenne village, I am not a murderer of innocent people. This is impossible, we have to avenge the 4th generation of Is Feng Ying. Tisk tusk. Stubbornness. Seeing that they were still so stubborn, Ashimaru immediately stepped up the offensive. Fire escape the art of fire dragon bullets. Water escape fire dragon bullet technique. Earth escape the art of earth dragon bullet. A series of 5-element dragon bullets attacked the 1000th generations. These are chakras with 5 different attributes. The original Ashimaru is absolutely unusable. But now he seems to be completely off the track. Haha! Take it to death, old stubborns! He laughed aloud, but he just wailed for a while, but there was a strong pain in his stomach. Zian Fashen Luo Tianzheng. Pang! Scream! Shiwan's belly exploded directly from the middle, and he left his head and flew out towards the distance. How could it be you? Shiwan's gaze slowly shifted. His head slowly fell to the ground, but he still could see the face coming out of his stomach. Yang! How can it be repaired? I want to kill you. You should take care of yourself. Yang said lightly. At this time, Chiyo's sister and brother who had been trapped by the magnetic escape also escaped and ascended to heaven. Yang! Here you are. Yab! Yang nodded towards them. In fact, he didn't leave at all. After using a shadow clone to deceive others' secret whistle, Yang's real body became Uchiha's appearance. Last time when he saw the forehead of Renin, Yang guessed that the man behind the scenes was Ashimaru, because except for the escaped Ashimaru, the other Konoha Renin had no such strength at all, and killed the 4th generation of Is Feng Ying. Seeing Shiwan's head slowly breathe out, Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Walked over and touched his eyes. Krypton eye system is on. Shoo! With a sound, a modern transparent head frame appeared on Ashimaru's head. This is the first time Yang has used the Krypton eye system in a battle, because the people before him were too savvy and he didn't bother to use it. Ashimaru, Pseudo, Male, A Cup. Ninjutsu Level 4. Physique Level 2. Ninja Level 2. By the way, Can this A cup be displayed? Yehao wanted to vomit. He looked at the three-dimensional view of Dashimaru. Except that ninjutsu is one level worse than him, everything else is comparable to him. Even ninja is one level higher than him. Woko, I didn't expect Dashyuan to be so strong. Yeliang was a little surprised. Before he left, he had secretly tested the level of Sarutobi Hizaki and others. General Special Ninjas are level 2 ninjutsu, while Sarutobi is level 5 and Danzo is level 4. There should be no adult Kakashi level 3 in the middle. In other words, Ashimaru is already a quasi-shadow level, and it is only one level behind his level 5 ninjutsu. Woko, if it wasn't for a sneak attack today, it would be a bit difficult. Yeliang's scalp was numb. At this time, he suddenly noticed the pseudo next to the name of Dashimaru. You say you die when you die, what does the word pseudo mean? Hey! Yeliang sighed, then touched the body of Dashyuan. Sure enough, it's a fake. The original Dashyuan will become a small snake and Jin-chan escapes the shell. This is the situation now. The core of him has already run away with his brain, and now he only left a useless body. www.readaloud.com. Brother Yeliang, thank you so much this time, otherwise our Cheyenne village will really be destroyed. The mother-in-law of the 1000th generations walked over with her younger brother in fear. I'm sorry, Brother Yeliang, I thought you didn't come before, and I complained about you. He Laozang also thanked Yeliang again and again. Before, Yeliang hid in the belly of Dashyuan. They guessed it now, naturally. Yeliang also heard their conversation. It's okay. After all, this is Konoha's own traitor, and we should take care of it. After greeting the two, Yeliang walked to the dungeon and came to Kakashi's side. Teacher Yeliang, you are finally here. Save the dirt, he was eaten by a big snake. Kakashi looked at Yeliang anxiously. Obviously, his expression was not pretended. It's okay. The murderer has been solved by me, and the dirt has been hidden by me to a safe place. It's okay. Kakashi was taken aback, then relieved. Since Yeliang said it was all right, it was really all right. For his teacher, Kakashi was extremely relieved. Yeliang untied the rope and began to tell the story. It turns out that the teacher pretended to bring the soil. Teacher Yeliang, I was frightened to death. Ye Yunlin brought her chest clothes as before, but she looked a little embarrassed. Teacher, you are serious in saying that you don't touch my woman? That's just acting. Teacher. A few days later. Under Yeliang's leadership, the 7th squad returned safely to Konoha village, but the soil was a bit awkward before leaving. He has a bunch of younger brothers somehow, and they are many years older than him. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 39, Really Become a Teacher. It is often said that teachers are like candles, burning themselves silently for students. Yeliang didn't believe him. Leaning on a tree trunk, he silently clicked on his system panel, and the side mission The Country of Wind has been completed. Yeliang received the task reward silently. A random A-level ninjutsu. Earth Escape, the art of Earth Dragon Bullet. Is it too slow to progress like this? Yeliang frowned, quietly thinking about life. This is at Konoha's driving range. After returning to Konoha, Yeliang began to help the little guys prepare for the Zongnin exam. This was promised to them before, so naturally the words will count. Bring soil. Your shuriken must be up and aim again. Look at Ye Yunlin, why are you so bad? Kakashi. Even though you are a ninja, you can't slack off because of it. Look at the Uchiha Itachi, they are all admitted to the Anbi. How many times have I said that the knowledge of Shadow Shuriken must be learned? I didn't take it in the first 2 years. It must be taken this year. If you don't believe me, the teacher will bet on ramen with you. Tisk tusk tusk, so be it, you guys learn slowly, I'll see how other villages learn it. Yelyang grumbled and walked to the next door. In order to prepare for the entrance examination, he did prepare for the lesson. Although he was a teacher to catch the ducks on the shelves, the vanity of being a teacher still requires him to do everything to the end. Take 2 steps. There are students from other classes practicing. Yelyang roughly recognized this person after scanning. It's Metkai. Metkai is this year's seed player. Although his ninjutsu is very weak, it is said that his physique has surpassed the ordinary Shangren. Yelyang looked at it with Krypton eyes. Physical skill level 3. Higher than Yelyang. Woof. No wonder the person who almost kicked out the finale, this strength is appalling. Yelyang swallowed. At this time, the teacher who was next to him walked over. Yo. Isn't this teacher Yelyang? If you don't care about your class, why did you come here? Are you trying to learn my teaching method? Yelyang swept this person. Marino Ibahi. It was the person who snatched Juzune from him in the Hokage office before. Yelyang didn't like him very much. I heard Juzune say before that this person often wandered around the Watergate house, maybe it was just bad intentions. Humph, it's your kid, you dare to show up in front of me. Yelyang said coldly in his heart, but for the sake of face, he started talking pretendingly. It turned out to be teacher Ibazai. I don't know how you are paying for the high school entrance examination. Oh, this time I bet on torture. The ninja who performs the task will inevitably encounter a very tight-talked goal, but if you learn torture, the speed of completing the task will be greatly improved. Moreover, if you meet some female spies, the effect of torture can be greatly improved, you know. Ibazai suddenly showed a wretched expression. Sure enough, this guy has an impure mind. Seeing him like this, Yelyang suddenly understood what kind of person he was. No wonder this person majored in torture, and it really was to satisfy his own desires. Just like those who applied for gynecology in Yelyang's previous life, they said that doctors saw patients as patients, but they had a few simple goals in the beginning. Teacher Ibis has far-reaching thoughts, but I don't know if Sarutobi-sama knows your thoughts. You. Ibai was speechless. If Yelyang were to stab this sentence in front of Hokage, his teacher would probably end. K. Let's go. Ibi yelled angrily and left with Metkai in the distance. Yelyang had no choice but to return to his own territory, but his eyes were always looking at the distant Metkai. Such a good seedling, don't be spoiled by this bastard. Teacher, what are you looking at? Kakashi asked. It's nothing. Into the night. A figure quietly appeared near the Watergate house. Little bunny, dare to smash me during the day. See if I won't let your punk get angry. The figure appeared in the moonlight, and it was Marina Ibuxi in the afternoon. Damn it, if it wasn't for the Watergate to rob me in front of me, how could this sorrowful lady of Juzina be reduced to a woman? He quietly aimed inside from the crack in the door. Kushina had just finished taking a bath and was wrapped in a bath towel, coaxing the 3-year-old Naruto. Mother! Mother, when will Yelyang's father come? Xiao Naruto babbled, and was able to speak. He's coming soon, I heard that he has already returned to the village to hand in the task today. Juxina's face suddenly blushed. I was afraid that Xiao Naruto would have a shadow in his childhood, so Juxina did not dare to tell his father that he was dead, so he kept using Yelyang as a prevarication. Of course, Yelyang is not clear about this. Grandmas, this accepted Yelyang so quickly and blinded me. Iviza is furious. In fact, he really likes Juzune, but his inner perversion has destined him to miss Juzune. A cigarette pipe was taken apart and pierced through the door, and a burst of purple poisonous gas slowly poured into Juxina's home. This is a kind of poisonous smoke, made from 7 kinds of special poisonous weeds. Reading www.uuganshu.com is also a kind of torture. Mother, do you smell a scent? fragrance. Juxina was a little curious, but immediately felt dizzy. No, it's poisonous smoke. She quickly realized it, but it was too late. At the moment of crisis, Kushina pushed Xiao Naruto to the ground and lay on him. This is a mother's instinct. Hey, let me take care of you before. Let's see how I clean up you today. Looking around, Ibis quietly opened the door of Juxina's room. Open the window slightly to disperse the poisonous gas. These girls should both fall asleep. Looking at the two people lying on the ground, Ibis showed a hint of joy, but he didn't act immediately, but carried Kushina back to the room. Then, 2 drops of red liquid were dripped on her body, just like blood, but from a blue bottle. This is a special potion, it works, hee. Ibizai smiled. Sure enough, Juzane on the bed became restless. Her body was congested, and she kept rolling on the bed, and even began to tear her bathrobe. Ibizai looked at the picture in front of him, and his blood came to his head. But just as he stretched out his claws, an iron hand firmly grasped his arm. Who? He shouted. But he was immediately thrown out of Juxina's room. Yeliang quickly put his clothes on Ju Xin on the bed, and then rushed out angrily. Ibizai, who was thrown out, saw the incoming person clearly and asked loudly. It's you, Yeliang. Don't you live in Hengdu's house? How come you come here? But what was waiting was Yeliang's slap. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 40, Save People. Humph, I realized that you were wrong during the day. As expected. Yeliang punched Ibizai again. He didn't use ninjutsu, sometimes it was more enjoyable to beat people with physical skills. Your uncle. Ibizai yelled and rushed towards Yeliang. Pang! The two punched again. Yeliang took a step backwards, obviously Ibizai's physical skills were better than him. Hey! Rubbish, you dare to compare with me even with your strength. Ibizai mocked. Yeliang was in a bad mood. While he is not here, you want to take advantage of the maneuvering his woman. Before, Yeliang had always regarded Juxina as the entrustment of Watergate. Now that the latter is attacked, he can't help it anymore. I want you to die. Yeliang punched it again, because of impulse, he still didn't use ninjutsu. Humph, do you want to fight me with these methods? Ibizai is not afraid of him at all. Yeliang, who doesn't use ninjutsu, is actually at a particularly high level of forbearance. And his Ibizai is artifact level. Although it's just physical. Pang! After the two collided again, Yeliang staggered backward and almost fell to the ground. Does it really have to use ninjutsu? Yeliang was a little unwilling. Ninjutsu is sent by the system. Although it can still clean up the opponent, it certainly cannot relieve Yeliang's current anger. With the mentality of revenge, Yeliang now just wants to clean up him with fists, just like a man. Hey, do you desire power? Yeliang's mind suddenly heard a low cry of a beast. Who? Yeliang was surprised. Then, I saw a huge red fox in my mind. 9-tailed demon fox. Yeliang grinned wide. Since becoming a human pillar power, Yeliang has long forgotten the 9-tailed monster fox. Before that, his strength was sufficient, and when Jiwei became a human pillar power, he would naturally provide him with chakras, so Yeliang also I forgot this stubble. Now that he saw 9 tails again, Yeliang was still shocked. You can help me. Hey, of course, but as a price, you have to lend me your body. Borrowing body? Are you dumb? Yeliang denied it directly. He is a modern man, and he has long been immune to the temptation of the devil. No matter how strong he is, there is still a fart to control him. This is also the reason why Yeliang has not actively triggered 9 tails. Because he always felt that he could not control the level of Kyuubi. Stupid. 9 tails was stunned. For this vocabulary, he really hadn't heard of it. The reason it has not communicated with Liang is because it can't see through Liang. Obviously he is a 20-year-old man, but his mind is careful to die. Whether it is fighting Uchiha Madara or solving Osameru, this is not something that a 20-year-old can do. And the most important thing is that Jiwei can't see Liang's memory. You know, as its human pillar power, the tail beast can fully see the host's memory, but Liang is different. Every time Jiwei wants to check Liang's past memories, he will see a golden ball of light. In his mind, Nine Tails once attacked the ball of light, but Chakra with a full blow, not only could not destroy the skin of the ball of light, but was bounced away. If you don't want to be controlled by me, you can only gain a little strength from me. A little power? That's okay. You can send it over quickly. Hey! Nine Tails sighed. But as a tail beast, it didn't break its promise, but actually borrowed a chakra as big as a fingertip and gave it to Liang. In fact, this kind of result, it also guessed. How could Liang, who has the existence of the mysterious ball of light, agree to the request to borrow the body? But Kyuubi was not worried. It borrowed a little chakra to Liang, just to make him dependent on his chakra. People are addicted, especially absolute power. Once Liang adapts to this kind of power, he will definitely demand more power and will be able to seduce him step by step. This is the plan of the nine-tailed demon fox. On the other hand, Liang, who had just retired from the Sea of Knowledge, suddenly felt a majestic force filling his body. It was a layer of red, liquid-like chakra, the same color as Kyuubi. At this moment, Liang felt invincible. He rushed towards Ibizai angrily. Pang! The two collided again, but Ibis, who was originally superior in physical skills, was instantly knocked out by Liang. What's the situation? Ibis, who was on the opposite side, noticed something wrong. At this time, he also saw the red chakra on the surface of Liang's body. It's Kyuubi. Ibis saw it immediately. Ibis also participated in the decisive battle with Uchiha Madara, so I was very familiar with the chakra coat attached to the outside of the body. You guy, actually controls the power of Nine Tails. Seeing Liang's rationality, he naturally understood that the other side, like Uchiha Madara, controlled nine-tailed chakra. Humph! Take it to death! Liang roared and rushed directly to Ibizai, but this time was different. A trace of afterimage appeared in the same place. This is different from Flying Thunder God, it is the afterimage of running out completely relying on speed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Pang! Ibizai only felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and instantly lost consciousness. After feeling Ibizai completely passed out, Liang tied him to the stone pillar in the alley. Snapped! A shuriken fell from Ibizai's pocket. It is engraved with the mark of Flying Thunder God. Is this the one that Red Bean lost the other day? Damn, what a brute! Liang immediately understood Ibis' intentions. It is estimated that he intends to throw his shuriken on the scene after finishing the matter, to fake it as evidence that Liang did it. Damn it! Liang gave him another big mouth. After confirming that Ibis had fainted completely, he walked into Kushina's room. Ding ding dang dang! There were collapsed furniture everywhere, but I didn't see the shadow of Kushina. Jushina, where have you been? Liang called out, and suddenly a beautiful figure behind him threw him onto the bed. Who? Liang looked back and saw the delirious Juxina. You want me? Liang wants me. Juxina put his hand into Liang's clothes and helped him undress. Don't. Liang is a gentleman and never sleeps in a woman's bed. Is he anxious? But Juxina's body was indeed extremely hot. It's the red potion. Liang understood everything instantly. It seems that it should be the same thing as his previous life, but I don't know what to do. If it's those things, you really have to help Juzine, otherwise you may burst into death. At least it is said in the novel. Sorry, Juxina. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 41, The Plan for Yeliyang. The next day, Yeliyang tied Ibis and sent it to the Hokage office, while Kushina was crying. What happened? Sarutobi was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Because he needed to take care of Juxina's reputation, Yeliyang came in advance, and the Naruto Hall did not come to receive the ninja from the mission. This kid stole into Ju Xin house last night and plots against it. N. Sarutobi Risen immediately came to the spirit. Have you succeeded? What are you talking about? Yeliyang looked at Sarutobi Rishang anger, the latter was embarrassed. Ahem, it turned out to be like this, then do you have any direct evidence? Sarutobi Rizan coughed dryly and asked again. Snapped. A straw for spraying poison and a bottle of blue potion were dropped on the ground. Hiss. Sarutobi Hisan understood everything immediately. He is a doctor of ninjutsu, and naturally has a little bit of torture in Ibizai's practice, so he can see at a glance what the things on the ground are for. What a beast! 3 generations rushed forward and slapped Ibizai in the face. Originally, Ibis had just regained consciousness, and was knocked out again by 3 generations. I'll let him go to the dungeon. Sarutobi Risen took Kushina's hand and said solemnly. As a survivor of 4 generations, Juzune already belongs to the family of the martyrs and must give her an explanation. How to ensure the safety after that? Today, one Ibis can invade. Wouldn't it be easier for others in the later period? I am willing to invest in arranging a house in the city center, where there are many people and it is safer. Besides, you can live in it too, so it is convenient to take care of it. Sarutobi Risen said while looking at Yeliyang. Ro. Yeliyang nodded. This was the best result. Yeliyang couldn't let Sarutobi kill Ibis, and he did not succeed in committing the crime. Ju Xinna, you go back first, don't tell anyone about this time, I have something to discuss with Yeliyang. Yab. Seeing that the 3 generations of Hokage were serious, Kushina immediately walked out of the office door consciously. What's the matter, Master Naruto? Yeliyang asked. Sarutobi Hisan never talked nonsense to him, and if he stayed now, it was natural to talk to him about something. Do you think this incident was really planned by Ibis? What do you mean? Sarutobi narrowed his brows. I understand Ibis. Although he is not a good person, he is not good at doing this kind of thing. I feel that there must be a plan behind this thing. Planning. After Yeliyang listened, he suddenly took out a black shuriken from his ninja bag. I gave this to Hongdu, with the imprint of Flying Thunder God. I originally intended to protect Hongdu in time when he was in danger, but it was mysteriously lost a few days ago. What do you mean? That's what I mean. When I caught Ibis last night, I found out from him. If I guessed it right, Ibis should be ready to frame me, but I didn't expect to be ambushed by me. Framed. Sarutobi Hisan was silent. He originally thought that someone was planning secretly and the target was the widowed Juzune, but now it seems that others have always targeted Yeliyang. Someone doesn't want you to stay in Konoha. I think the same is true. Yeliyang nodded. Who would it be? Sarutobi Risen fell into deep contemplation, but at this time Yeliyang already had a goal. If you want to build a framed network, you must be a talented person with deep rights. When Yeliyang confronted Ibizai yesterday, he had a loud voice, but he did not attract people around him. Someone must have alienated the crowd behind him. The only ones who can do this are the kind of elders, Zhuan Xiaochun and a series of people, except Sarutobi Rizan. But Yeliyang was actually only one person most suspicious. Shimura Danzo. That's right, as the ruler of Anbi, Shimura Danzo originally had no good intentions towards Yeliyang, let alone Yeliyang is now Konoha's hero. In this case, it seems that the only option to drive Yeliyang away is to ruin Yeliyang's reputation. I think it's Danzo. Impossible. Danzo has been guarding Konoha. Although his methods are extreme, he will never give up such a powerful combat power as you. Sarutobi said decisively. But besides him, there is no other choice, right? Moreover, although I have a strong combat power, I am also a strong risk, right? This. Sarutobi Hizen was speechless. He naturally knew that what Yeliyang said was the greatest possibility. Well, I will pay attention to him recently. I know that they are all the older generation. I hope Danzo will not really make a fool of himself. Okay. So be it. Yeliyang stretched and was about to leave. By the way, you still need to be an examiner for the Zongnan exam. Got it. Just when the two were talking. Anbu. Meeting room. Danzo was looking coldly at the Anbu men in front of him. Have you failed, Shisui? Sorry, Master Danzo. I had already successfully controlled Ibizai, but who knew Yeliyang took the last shot? He stunned Ibizai and was now sent to the dungeon in the village. Hey! What a waste! After talking www.readaloud.com, he wiped his neck towards his man, and the latter immediately understood. By the way, how is your Uchiha's affairs done? Itaki is already planning. After all, it is the life and death of the family. Please give us time to think. Hey! Then quickly decide whether to choose to live and die with the family, or to be more decisive and apologize for yourself. I think you should be Ling Ching Ching. Yes, my lord. After Zishui finished speaking, he instantly disappeared in place. Danzo's eyes flashed. This kid's instantaneous technique is so powerful, but I don't know how it compares to Yeliyang. Yeliyang left the Hokage office happily. Not only solved the safety problem of Ju Xian Nai, but also successfully won a real estate for himself, which made him a little cool. Should I move with red beans? Or move together? Move together? Yeliyang was thinking. Important questions should be considered 3 times. At this time, a green figure rushed over from a distance. His speed was very fast, and the distance was grey and grey. That seems to be Metkai. Yeliyang could see clearly from a distance. By the way, Metkai seemed to be a disciple of Ibizai before. Although I don't know how their feelings are, I can't say that Metkai will retaliate against me because of this. Let's withdraw quickly. Yeliyang thought about everything, and immediately prepared to run away, but he was stopped by Metkai not long after. Please fight me, teacher Yeliyang. Metkai suddenly bowed to Yeliyang. Duel? Yeliyang was very strange. He came here all the way because he was looking for a duel? The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 42, Yakai. Yeah, teacher Yeliyang, I saw you in the practice field before, and I felt that your strength was very strong. To be honest, my recent training has encountered a bottleneck, and Ibis can no longer help me. So, you found me? Yep. Metkai nodded frantically. But I don't know how to do physical exercises. Yeliyang looked embarrassed. As far as he knows, Metkai's talent in ninjutsu is extremely poor. He has almost no choice but to practice physical skills, but physical skills are really difficult. Yeliyang's system seems to have only given ninjutsu. Ding dong. Trigger a side mission. Give instructions to Metkai. Please refer to the task panel for details. Yep. Have a new mission? Yeliyang's face suddenly smiled. Since Cheyenne Village came back, Yeliyang hasn't had a straight-line mission. Even if it was helping Juzune last night, it was a daily routine. In front of Metkai, Yeliyang opened the task panel. The task panel is invisible to others except for himself. Yeliyang discovered this long ago. Metkai's physical skills are improved, rewarded, and then physical skills. P.S. The more obvious the improvement, the richer the task rewards, and the highest S-level physical skills Yekai. Nest. Yelyang almost didn't eat the task panel in surprise. Yekai is Hokage's ultimate physical skill. No one has ever used it except when Metkai was at its peak, and Yelyang was fortunate enough to obtain Yekai directly. Although it is not clear whether the absence of 8-door Dunjia will affect Yekai, Yelyang still plans to teach it. Little devil, you want to become stronger, follow you teacher Yelyang, that's right. Yelyang immediately pulled Metkai and rushed to the Konoha practice range. After a panting rush, Yelyang fell on the road. Teacher! Don't scare me! Don't scare me, it's a fast speed. Yelyang was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Just now, in order to maintain the image of a teacher, he had to use a speed far beyond his own limit, but he was still dragged down by Metkai. K, you can't do this. Really powerful physical skills are not as fast as possible. Sometimes a slow speed can also be a king. Slow speed. Metkai looked at Yelyang suspiciously. Yes. Playing slow and fast is the way to reconcile yin and yang. Yelyang, lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. He really couldn't run anymore, and he was ready to start teaching Metkai in this way. The so-called yin and yang way cares about common sense, playing fast with slowness, and breaking through with strength. When you truly understand this truth, you will naturally be a real shadow-level powerhouse. Teacher, why don't I understand? Metkai was embarrassed. It's weird if you understand, I don't understand either. Yelyang looked at Metkai with a smile. Xiao Kai, it's probably like this. You saw this grass on the ground. You punch it at a super high speed and it's dead, but the teacher presses it lightly and it's still dead. But you said, did you consume a lot of energy, or did the teacher consume a lot of energy? That's naturally a lot of strength for me. That's right. This is the so-called slow to fast. To defeat a person's strength, as long as it is just within the limit he can bear, too much strength will consume physical strength in vain. If you encounter an ambush, wasting your energy is tantamount to looking for death. Yelyang began to teach with an old manner. This is what the Uncle Park taught him. It is said that it is the essentials of a certain school of Taejiquan. As for whether it is true or not, Yelyang doesn't know anyway. The uncle also said that he had never practiced. I understand the teacher. Metkai bowed solemnly, then walked to a tree and started practicing. Yelyang relaxed slightly. Although he didn't know what Metkai understood, he finally passed the first level. Now as long as Metkai slightly improves his physical skills, I believe Yelyang's side mission can be easily completed. But the task reward may not be very high. Looking at the Yekai reward on the panel, Yelyang sighed heavily. At this moment, a big tree in the distance was suddenly interrupted by Metkai, but this time Yelyang saw clearly that Metkai didn't use much power. Just an ordinary punch. Is this successful? Yelyang was puzzled, but seeing the task completion progress on the panel, he jumped out of a 50% progress. How is this going? Yelyang slid his finger lightly, and found that the reward seemed to be available. Is this done? Wrong. Yelyang suddenly discovered that this 50% action bar jumped abruptly. This is 51. It seems that if you want to get the highest reward for Yekai, as long as you get a 100% progress bar, you should be able to complete it. Yelyang was immediately delighted. I only thought that I was lucky to be able to receive ordinary rewards hastily, but now it seems to be a surprise. All in all, that set of Tai Chi mentality is true, and Master Park did not lie to him. Looking at the slowly growing progress bar, Yelyang was ready to speed it up. Ziokai, come here, the teacher is teaching you a formula. www.readaloud.com. Come right away. The way of the sky is more than a loss, but it makes up for the deficiencies. The avenue is the first to complete the 9 orifices, and the 9 orifices were originally at the Wei-Lo point. He forced him to be strong. The bright moon shines on the river. Ziokai, this is the formula of the three-stage supreme physical arts. If you can understand one, you can become the strongest physical ninja. Practice it. Liang stood with his hand pretending to be mysterious, and then left. Teacher. Mat Kai Nanan muttered to himself, and Liang's physical manipulation formulas still echoed in his mind. Although he didn't understand the meaning, there was an epiphany in his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for over-fulfilling the side quest pointing out Metkai. Reward S-Class Physical Skills Yekai. Woof! It's really useful. Liang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that those martial arts secrets from previous lives could really make Metkai come to an epiphany. He jumped around the house excitedly to vent his excitement. This man is stupid again. Hengdu is packing Liang. She glanced at Liang, who was going crazy like a fool. Every time this guy was always happy for some reason. Today, Liang is moving out. Sarutobi Rizen's work speed is really fast. After only half a day, Liang has already solved the real estate problem for Liang. He really is leaving. Hengdu still feels a little bit reluctant. After all, after living for so long, he still has feelings. Pervert! What are you doing with my underwear? Help you pack up. Luggage? What luggage? Move over and live together. Walk around. Liang, I won't abandon his wife of chaff. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 43, Uchiha's Assassination Plan. After half a month of daily life, Liang was happily preparing for the Zhongren assessment. It is said that the bounty this time is not average. He looked at the task list with joy, his face was full of smiles. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. There is a bounty of 100,000 taels. It is enough for me to buy a house. Liang tugged back and forth. The count is clear, just do it quickly, this time is tight, the people from the 5 great shinobu villages will all come over, only 1 month. Sarutobi Hitachi said lightly, and then waved his hand and issued a visit order. Liang went out. After giving orders to the 7th class, he went home to enjoy the blessing. Bring the soil, what do you eat at noon? I invite you. Kakashi patted Uchiha's back with the soil happily. This time the mission is very rich. As Liang's disciples, they can also receive a lot of money. Forget it, I'm a bit urgent today, so I won't do the task. Bringing the soil back nervously, and quickly left the Hokage office. Kakashi, do you think the soil is weird lately? Yunlin next to her came over. It's a bit weird, but I heard that something happened to his family. Home. Yep. After half an hour, Uchiha walked towards the edge of Konoha village in a trance. He lifted the stone under his feet, a little irritable. It has been several days. Konoha's people have rejected Uchiha's family for several days. Not only was he rejected by civilians while eating, but even when he went out to go to the bathroom, he had to be under surveillance. Although I don't know what happened with the soil, something must have happened. Hurriedly walked out of the village. For some political reasons, Uchiha's base camp was arranged outside the village. Why haven't we arrived yet? The soil quickly walked through the branches, but the way home was still far away. Who? A voice came from the front of the soil, and he slowed down. Shao Murakami? What are they doing? Tato recognized the ninja who stopped him. They were wearing Konoha's clothes, with shinobu foreheads on their heads, so they recognized them when they brought dirt. It's a special time now. Routine inspections are needed. The 2 Shangren stopped aggressively in front of the soil, and passed his ninja bag. That was given to me by teacher Liang. Bringing soil to argue, but in exchange for a blank eye. Come on, but this ninja bag has dangerous weapons and must be confiscated. What? He took a bit of dirt. In the ninja village, I have never heard that the ninja bag will be confiscated. Although this thing is really dangerous, they are ninjas. Ninjas don't have ninja bags, so they are called ninjas. Bringing the soil immediately wanted to get back his hold-back bag. What are you going to do? You know this kind of behavior, we can sentence you to absconding. The two men glared at the dirt, as if their expressions were a bit disgusting. My teacher gave me this, I can't give it to you. Bringing the soil angrily rushed towards the two Murakami shinobu. But at his level, how could he have done? The opponent not only didn't take things back, but was dazzled by the opponent's eyes, and he almost fainted. Get out! If I didn't see you as a child, I would kill you on the spot. Hateful! He hammered the ground with soil, but he was helpless. Seeing that the two Kaminari left, he could only silently walk into Uchiha's village. In the ancestral hall of Uchiha's family, a group of Uchiha people are looking at Uchiha Fudake angrily. Group leader, if this continues, the face of our Uchiha family will really disappear. Yeah, those guys have bullied us, so why don't we have to swallow so much? I propose that we go to Konoha now and seize control of the village. Agree. There was a bustling cry below. Uchiha Tomitake's forehead was deeply frowned. Previously, because of Danzo's oppression, Uchiha's family was forbidden to participate in the war against Kyuubi. This was a good thing, because Uchiha did not have to sacrifice their tribesmen with this, but it also planted the bane. The race is dead, but you Uchiha is not dead, who said that in the past? It is for this reason that all the villagers now retaliate deeply against Uchiha. Okay, stop talking, I know what everyone means, but we really can't conflict with Senju. Let's not say that Kyunju now has the support of Hyaga, that is, Yeliang, the mysterious master, is enough for everyone to eat. In such a form, how can you do it right with Jian Shao? Uchiha Fuyak quietly analyzed. The people below are silent. They can all understand Uchiha Tomitake's concerns. Originally, only the Hyaga clan, Uchiha was not afraid of Kyunju at all, but with Yeliang it was different. In addition to solving the two old guys Sarutobi Rizan and Danzang, they also had to face the super shadow class powerhouse Yeliang at the same time. Yeliang killed Uchiha Madara before. At this time, in the hearts of everyone, it is already an indelible mountain. What should I do? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can only watch us Uchiha being bullied. Hey, I will discuss this matter with Master Naruto tomorrow, hoping to give our family a good explanation. Uchiha Tomitake sighed and ended the family meeting today. On the other hand, a group of Anbi ninjas have been quietly distributed in various corners of Uchiha's house, and two of them with cat face masks stopped above the ancestral hall. Zishui, do you really want to start? After all, it is our tribe. But you heard it too. Those people will rebel. But the patriarch is unwilling. Itaki. You must understand that even if they don't rebel today, there is no guarantee that they won't be in the future. People with the heart of rebellion will do the same sooner or later. Uchiha Shisui said coldly and ruthlessly. The other person was silent. His name is Uchiha Itaki, and one of the sons of the patriarch Uchiha Tomitake. If today's Uchiha Tomitake took the lead in betraying the village, Uchiha Itaki would naturally take action without mercy, but today's situation seems to be different from what Danzo described. The Uchiha people didn't really oppose Konoha, which caused doubts about his beliefs. If you can't do it, let me kill your family. After all, I am also from Uchiha, and I must solve the traitor by myself. Uchiha Shisui continued. After years of brainwashing in Anbu, family affection has long been less important. For Anbu, the benefits of the village are above all else. Then please don't hurt my brother, he is still a child. Uchiha Itaki added. Fine. As the night slowly darkened, they slowly approached the village. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 44, Help with Soil. Grandma, isn't the hot water ready yet? After rubbing the dirt on his body with soil, he found that the bath water in front of him was completely cold. Grandma, he called again, but no one agreed. Tai Tu immediately realized that it was wrong. He walked out of the room suspiciously, but smelled a nasty smell of blood in the air. Not good. He immediately walked into the woodshed, but what he saw was the grandmother lying in a pool of blood. No. The eyes with soil turned red immediately, but a sharp shuriken came immediately. Ninja Shadow Shuriken. Countless shurikens shot towards the top of the head with soil, just like before at the Shinjubi Bridge. Who are you guys? Why do you want to hurt my family? Bringing the soil opened the eyes of the blood circle instantly, avoiding the deadly attack. He is now rising in strength, and it is not so easy to solve. I didn't expect you kid to be so tricky. A group of cat face masks squatted on the beam. It's NB. Take Soil immediately recognized it. The cat face mask represents Anbu, and from the clothing of these people, it can be seen that they are actually elite level Anbu ninjas. Almost such people are composed of special shinobu. Why did Anbu attack Uchiha's people? The Soil is particularly puzzled, but the attack on the face will not be interrupted. Art Fire Escape Fireball. A huge fireball blasted towards the Soil. Fire Escape Phoenix Fire. Bringing the Soil quickly met him, but he was just a forbearance. Although the Uchiha clan had a powerful chakra, he couldn't resist the attack of Anbu at all. Pang! Shen Shen's body was instantly knocked into the air, leaving a lot of burn marks on his body. Damn it! He took the Soil, rolled his body, and ran outside the house. Now he is not an opponent of these people at all, even if he is growing up for 2 years. Teacher. By the way, the teacher will definitely help me. He subconsciously thought of Yeliyang who taught him. In times of crisis, people always think of their most important person. Except for the grandmother who is dependent on each other, he has no other relatives. Yeliyang can be regarded as his only support. Want to run? The group of Anbu smiled coldly, and then rushed toward Uchiha with the Soil. But at this moment, the granny with Soil who had fallen in a pool of blood opened her eyes slightly. Don't want to touch my grandson. She is weak and will die at any time, but for the sake of her grandson, she still opened her eyes with difficulty. Amaterasu. Accompanied by a whisper. A pair of red eyes suddenly opened, and then there was endless black fire. What the hell? Those dark parts were not checked for a while, and they were instantly enveloped by black fire shadow, and the room with Soil was completely ignited by the flame. Grandmother. Bringing the Soil has clearly seen this scene, but the black flame will envelop the entire house in just an instant, including those dark parts, including his grandmother. How can it be repaired? He beat the ground with one hand and rushed out of the village again. On the other hand, Uchiha Shisui quietly looked at Uchiha Fudake in front of him. Itaki, if you don't start, I will really come. Uchiha Tomitake remained motionless, apparently interrupting the illusion of Shisui. Standing next to Zishui, he was indifferent, and he was obviously determined. I will do it myself. Okay, it's your family after all. At this time, from the closet on the side, a pair of poor eyes looked at this scene in horror. No. Don't hurt father. Brother, what's the matter with you? The owner of the eyes looked at the attackee outside in horror, but he didn't dare to stand up, because there was still water standing next to attackee. His name is Suzuki, the younger brother of attackee Uchiha, and the second son of Fudake Uchiha. Just now at the most critical moment, Uchiha Tomitake hid him in his closet. It must be my brother controlled by this person. How could he attack his relatives? He looked at Uchiha Shisui's face with hatred, and the latter had actually noticed him. Itaki, I promised you not to kill anyone who shouldn't be killed, but you must make the right choice now. I see. Itaka nodded heavily, and then slowly extended his hand towards Uchiha Take. No. Sasuke's heart almost mentioned his throat. No matter who it is, come and save my dad, please. At this moment, a very harsh dragon sound blasted towards the Uchiha shrine. What's the matter? Uchiha Shisui just reacted, and saw that the original ancestral hall ceiling had been opened by a fire dragon. Fire escaped the art of fire dragon bullets. A loud voice came from the outside world, and then a white figure stepped onto the fire dragon and entered Uchiha's ancestral hall. It's Yang. Shisui recognized this person instantly. Danzo had always let himself deal with him before, so Shisui was impressed. Itaki, don't do stupid things. Danzo's idiot is not a good person, don't listen to him. Yang stood in front of Uchiha Take with an old-fashioned attitude www.readaloud.com as if hating iron for not making steel. Look like. Who are you? How can you recognize me? Itaka's eyes showed a trace of alertness. How can I not recognize you? You are Uchiha Itaki, the one that everyone wants. Of course, Yang thought about this in his heart. Ahem, I've heard Sandamu talk about you, saying that your talent is extraordinary, it can be very useful. What are you doing badly? Why listen to Tuanzang's stupid words and put down my sword? That's not right. Yang lowly walked up to Itaki and put his hand off. Come down. That's right, everyone is so nice. Itaki frowned, but because he heard the name of the third generation, he did not directly attack Yang. What are you guys going to do? This is our secret service. If you are not convinced, you can ask Master Danzo to make a theory, but don't affect us. Uchiha Shisui, who was next to him, was displeased. Seeing that the other party was Yang, he didn't do it directly, not because of Sarutobi-san / but because the latter was Yang, he couldn't beat. Danzo? Haha, I still need to report to that old thing when I do something. I didn't bother him because of Ibizai's affairs, so I'm already giving him face. Then you can't either. Roll. Yang suddenly took out a token. I am Konoha's consultant, what are you? Uchiha Shisui stopped talking immediately. At this time, Uchiha Take also awakened from the illusion. He stared at everything in front of him blankly, and instantly found Yang in front of him. You are Lord Yang. He immediately looked at Yang gratefully. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 45, Torn. Although he was controlled by Shisui before, Uchiha Take, who also had blood wheel eyes, could still know what was happening before him. Master Yang, please, save our Uchiha line, we never thought of betraying the village. Have you really thought about it? Yang said he had no feelings for him. Yang, who was familiar with the original work, had known the Uchiha family members for a long time, but he came mainly for Uchiha Itaki. Although God Itaka killed his relatives for righteousness, his life in his later years was really miserable. First he was misunderstood by his younger brother and hunted down every day. Later, he also gave his life to become his younger brother. This is not what Yang wanted to see. Therefore, no matter whether the Uchiha clan betrayed Konoha or not, Yang must protect him and nothing else. With Yang's current 541 figure. Ninjutsu level 5. Physical skill level 4. Ninja level 1. Shit Danzo, even if the NB is all out, he can still take the Uchiha clan and leave Konoha village safely. With his Yekai, no one can stop him. Don't worry, with me, Yang, no one can dare to touch you today. By the way, the other dark parts along the road have been wiped out by me. Thank you, sir. Uchiha Take immediately bowed down. At this moment, there was a sharp shout from outside. Who dares to stop my secret department from doing things? An old man, surrounded by enby, came to the ancestral hall of Uchiha's family. "Shimura Danzo! I want your life!" Uchiha Tomitake looked at him and immediately rushed over excitedly, but was stopped by Yeliyang's hand. "Let me come," he said lightly. "Itaki, you are not here," Tenzo said coldly, but Uchiha Itaka still hesitated. "Stay with your family, this is an adult's business, it has nothing to do with you," Yeliyang replied lightly. At this time, Itaka was indeed a child, only 11 or 12 years old, not as old as Kakashi. "Yeliyang, what are you doing? I respect you as Konoha's advisor, and only give you a bit of face, but if you protect the Uchiha clan now, it is tantamount to opposing Konoha. I can completely treat you as Konoha. Rebel. Betrayal? Are you talking about me?" Yeliyang laughed. "Old thief Danzo, you might have forgotten it. I am not Konoha at all. I come from Otanin village, and Konoha just hired me. Say I'm a betrayal? What kind of joke are you talking about?" Yeliyang's face was full of mockery. "You." Danzo was gagged for a while. But he suddenly discovered that Yeliyang was right. Yeliyang is not Konoha's person. From the beginning, he stayed only because of Sarutobi's retention, so now he can't say anything. "Hey! Then don't stop Konoha from doing things." He snorted coldly, and immediately signaled the dark part behind him to disperse to the surroundings, but before these people completely left, a red snake phantom suddenly appeared in the sky. "Zion Fa Bai Jizi!" A harsh, low-pitched sound instantly filled the entire Uchiha clan, and the surrounding Anbi members stopped their movements. Baiji's art can use the vibration of the air to limit everyone's blood, so these people cannot resist the restrictions of Baiji's art. "In this way, you have to do it," Yeliyang said coldly. Zion Fa lasted for about 10 seconds, Shimura Danzo was terrified. Although he was able to crack the ninjutsu just now, it would take at least 5 seconds or more. So long was long enough for Yeliyang to kill them thousands of times. Uchiha Itaka was also dumbfounded behind him. Yeliyang actually became immortal in an instant. Even he had never seen this kind of ability. At this time, he only deeply admired Yeliyang. This incident, anyway, is the spontaneous behavior of your enby. No matter whether Uchiha betrayed Konoha or not, he must be approved by Sarutobi Hitachi. Why should your enby speak in place of Hokage? If you know, just get out right. Yeliyang once again issued an order to chase away the guests, and Danzang didn't know what to say at this time. Originally guessed that Yeliyang was back, so he would personally supervise the battle, but he never expected that Yeliyang would dare to slap his face directly, and even dared to threaten him with force. This is something Danzo never expected. At this time, Danzo finally had a murderous heart on Yeliyang. Just because Yeliyang is not from Konoha. Relying on Yeliyang for a long time has made Danzang forget Yeliyang's identity. Now when he mentioned it, he immediately filled with infinite annoyance. "Go!" He angrily gave the order to retreat, took all the Anbu, and left the scene. Uchiha Itaka looked at his father in silence, not knowing what to say. "Regardless of your choice, I will always be proud of you, my son." Uchiha Tomitake looked at Itaka, and didn't say much. He passed him directly and came to Yeliyang. "Mr. Yeliyang, I really thank you this time, please rest assured. As long as I feel lives a day, our Uchiha family will always be with you Yeliyang, even if you are not from Konoha village." Uchiha Tomitake said this to Yeliyang heavily www.readaloud.com and then went to count the loss. Yeliyang nodded. He already understood what Fuyu meant. At this moment, Uchiha was only loyal to him, Yeliyang, not Konoha. "What is this? Do you want me to build a village?" Yeliyang shook his head. He looked at it carefully, and the current Itaka had a tender face and had not grown up at all. The original Itaka was the village slaughter that participated when he was 15 or 16 years old. And now it's obviously still a few years away. Because of me, has the incident been advanced? Yelyang guessed. The Uchiha clan in the previous life was also excluded because of Kyuubi. But at that time, it was the blackened Uchiha soil that led Kyuubi to attack the village, but this time it was Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha family. The difference between the two naturally brings about completely different results. That's Uchiha Madara. Even he has taken the lead in attacking the village, how can the others in Uchiha be better? People in the village naturally have this idea. The rebellion originally planned by the whole village has also changed because of Madara. The patriarch Uchiha Take, who originally agreed to betrayal, had no plan to betray Konoha in a miraculous way. Therefore, although the trajectories of everything are similar, they are in fact completely different, and they have already developed in another way. At this time, Uchiha Itachi also left for some reason. Yelyang looked at his back, then silently opened the closet in the house. Brother's daughter-in-law, are you there? A little boy who was only 3 years old was taken out. He kicked his legs desperately, but he couldn't escape. Let go of me. I'm not your daughter-in-law. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 46, People from Shinobu Village. A few months later. Konoha has never been so prosperous. Doorway. A line of ninjas from other villages are lining up to enter Konoha's gate. This is Yelyang's plan. In the beginning, Zhongren was the highlight of Naruto. As a traveler, Yelyang had no reason not to experience it. So, he applied to Sarutobi Hizen to be the person in charge of the Zongnin exam. Of course, not for money. Naruto Hall. Are people coming? It's all here. Are you more? Just as much hair as you squeaky nest. Yelyang and Sarutobi Hizen stood on the windows of the office like two fools. The two looked into the distance. The guests at the door are like a continuous river. Yelyang, I can tell you that, although I let you be the person in charge of Zongren, if you can't handle it well, your consultant title will be unstable. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I can guarantee the Zongnin exam. Yelyang promised. He felt his bulging pocket. The salary of the person in charge of Zhongren has been paid, and now I am asking if I can do it. Is it a bit late? Yelyang expressed helplessness. He smiled and looked at Sarutobi Hisaki, but the latter's face was a little unpleasant. Because of Danzo's affairs, Yelyang's relationship with Sarutobi Hizen was estranged. After all, Danzo and Sandame were once comrades in arms, and they had a strong friendship between them. Everyone understands this. And although Yelyang had never done anything special to Konoha, because of the allegiance of Uchiha's clan, Sarutobi was a little more worried. In that case, you can do it. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Yelyang with deep eyes. To be honest, he believed in Yelyang, but also in Danzang. Hey, I really don't know what Danzo thinks, why is such a powerful mysterious helper always against him? You know, once Yelyang and Konoha become hostile, I'm afraid that the first generation of Hokage will return, it will be irreparable. Sarutobi Hizen has a deep mind, and he weighs Yelyang more heavily than anyone else. Doorway. Yelyang came here. Since Konoha's money is collected, what should be done is always done. Although Yelyang didn't have much morality, he was afraid of death, and was a little bit counseled, but he still knew what he should do. 1,000 generations of mother-in-law are good. Yelyang came to the door and began to say hello. After all, Cheyenne village has come to the door. Well, hello. Cho responded, but didn't come in directly, but like a little woman, slowly pestering at the door. What's the situation? I didn't recruit you either. Yelyang was taken aback. He suddenly discovered that besides Cheyenne village, there was another team at the door. Union village. What the is going on? Yelyang pulled over a crowd who was eating melons. Because the temperature of the scene seems to be a little hot. Hey, what else is going on? It's a 1000-generation mother-in-law who jumped in the line. Jump in line. Yep. The passerby who ate melon saw that it was Yeliyang and immediately explained to him. The 1000-generation mother-in-law had already led the crowd through the security check, but she turned her head when she saw Union Village behind her come over. Looking back. Yes. He not only turned his head, but also deliberately inserted in front of Union Village, just not leaving. Can the rough guys in Union Village be something they can provoke? After a few words, they pinched. This old lady is really not worrying. Yeliyang was speechless, and he naturally knew what it was because of today. It is said that Cheyenne Village had been robbed by Union Village's special Shangren in times of difficulty, but if it weren't for his boss at home, even the nest would have been taken away. So, this is revenge. Yeliyang roughly understood. Hey, neither women nor old men can teach you. Hot don't be old women who have both. Yeliyang had to stop in the middle of the two teams. Everyone, don't fight. Give me Yeliyang a face. Yeliyang? Who the are you? The head of Union Village came with a punch. He is a brawny man who does not make sense on weekdays. He only knows how to use iron and beat people. I care about your uncle. Yeliyang was startled. Afterwards, he saw a pair of arms entwined with thunder and lightning coming towards his face. The so-called, hit people but not face, especially the handsome face, how can Yeliyang bear this? Shen Luo Tianzheng. Roll. Yeliyang was a big move instantly. Except for his parents, only women can touch his face. A strong man? Hilarious. The huge air current directly knocked the thunder shadow of Union Village and flew out. You. He was speechless, he even wanted to cry a little. Lei Ying had never thought that he would be knocked into the air by a little man. In his chuckle-filled mind, there were only muscles besides muscles. He was horrified. The so-called people outside, there are mountains outside the mountains, Lei Ying has for the first time feared men other than his father. Especially still small. Humph, if I have a chance in the future, I will kill you. He stepped aside. He is proud. He did not speak and let the 1000-generation mother-in-law pass. What the had gone? Yeliyang glanced at him, this kind of brawny is missing. He put on a touch of masterful demeanor, standing with his hands behind him, letting the breeze blow through his clothes, bringing the slightest coolness. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Subsequently. Where are you, mother-in-law? It's okay to jump in the line? What about the Harry? Just up. Who let them attack our village before? I'll jump in his team. It's not good to jump in line. Just plug in. Yeliyang was helpless. The old woman was so unreasonable, he had to send her down himself. It is to give him face. The rest is simple. Except for the contradiction between Cheyenne and Yunyin, everything else is safe and sound. However, it is worth mentioning that among the ninjas today, there are many faces that Yeliyang had known in his previous life. They are all celebrities. For example, Terumi Ming in Huiyan Village, Black Soil in Yunyan Village, Darui in Yunyan Village and so on. Both of them are the core figures in the later stage of combat, and what's more shameless is that there are two movie-class powerhouses. Yeliyang was speechless again. I really don't know how the Konoha squad should fight with these. He knew about Konoha. In addition to his 7th class, also. Yeliyang moved his finger. Asma? Sunset Red? Hyagonissa? They all seem to be some dragon characters. As for Konoha, this woman's awesome mission was already on Shinobu, and she took a Mao's Zongnin exam. Bring soil. Come on. Yeliyang exasperated his disciple. The next day, Konoha's major Chunin exam is finally about to begin. Yeliyang mentioned that he had prepared an elegant dress. As the chief examiner, he must not let his face be ashamed of Konoha. Although, he went to the stadium tightly and attracted the attention of large-scale girls. Radisson and folks, I am Yang. You guys. I'm all ready for Lao Tzu. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 47, Start of Exam. A good croupier can always capture the hearts of the audience. Yang is not a croupier. But his role is the same as the croupier. Wow! Who is that handsome guy? How can he be so handsome? No way! My heart was taken away by him. The audience on the stage screamed frantically, and even the comic exhibition of the previous life was not so crazy. Ah, I don't care. I want to marry him. I must marry him. Seeing Shang Ren, who maintained order, dragged away another crazy audience, Yang's heart was accustomed. It seems that it is completely correct to give him the chair this time. Sarutobi on the stage nodded. Brother Rizan, where did you find such a dazzling host? How can it be so dazzling? Yes, I was fortunate enough to participate in a sorority party in a big country back then. Although the girl is good, the level of excitement is still not comparable to this time. Sarutobi Rizan did not reply to these shadow-level powerhouses. If they knew that Yang was not Konoha, he would definitely spend a lot of money to dig it out. You know, Yang likes money. This Sarutobi Hitachi knows it. I didn't expect there to be so many people this time. Yang, handsome, signed a signature for a 13-year-old girl who rushed out of the ring. The girl was very excited and fainted at once. Today's medical staff did not arrange enough. I hope there will be no accidents. Okay. Now that everyone is here, let's invite the first group of contestants. Ahem. Yang lifted the collar and let his collar stand up, raising his breath a little. Okay, now I have the first group of contestants. From the blue soil of Iwagaku village, against the Terumi Ming from the Wuyan village. It is worth mentioning that Terumi Ming is one of the few Ninaka-level players. Contestants. Yang learned the tone of those hosts in his previous life and read the words. He looked at the prompt board again. In other words, are the names of Yunyan village so random? Blue Earth? Can't complain. At this time, Terumi Ming stepped on the kitten step, twisted and walked out. Just came out, the stage was completely dumb. Too big. It's too big. It is simply F level. Ahem. It's H. Yang was a little surprised. Terumi Ming, who participated in the competition, was actually 20 years old. 20 years old? Take the Zongnan exam? Is this a bit fake? Onogi on the stage was suddenly. Yakura, is your player really a shinobu? Is it really shinobu at this age? Otherwise? Ninja Village Kindergarten? Haha. Onaki's cheek twitched. He is the leader of Yunyan village, and Lan Tu is his younger brother. He is already too old. If he can't bear it because of this kind of thing, his life may be stopped. I suspect that Yakura is cheating. Terumi Mei is probably not shinobu. They are shameless. Humph, do you have evidence? Take it out as soon as you have evidence. I immediately let Terumi go down. The Sarutobi risen next to him shook his head helplessly. Forget it, forget it. Peace is important. Can't count. During the quarrel. Opponent Blue Earth is also in battle. He is an old man with a big belly and pale hair. I guess he's only 50 or 60 years old. Yang swept, and felt that this guy was very strong, at least he had to reach the quasi-shadow strength. After all, the age is there. Onoki. What do you mean? Yakura couldn't sit still. He admitted that he had let Terumi Ming, who was in his 20s, come to the competition. It was indeed shameful, but what was the matter with a grey-haired old man? At such an age, it is said to be shinobu, who believes this trademark. Lan Tu is one of the few people in our village who has not passed the Zhongnan exam. He is 68 years old today. No way, our Yunyan village's Zhongnan exam is too harsh, but please believe that he is really a Xianan. Are all the older candidates? Sarutobi Hisan said, forget it, peace is important. Okay, let's start the assessment now. Yeliangbu Bibi announced the start. The so-called 1-for-1. Yakura used Terumi Mei, who was in his 20s, to participate in the assessment. Naturally, his opponent would use 60 blue clay to compete. This is a very normal thing. The two ninjas on the field began to clash. Terumi Ming's footsteps were gentle, and then he threw a water dragon bomb towards the blue earth old man on the opposite side. Because of the difference in age, Terumi Ming did not intend to delay the time with Lan Tu. Because of experience, she was definitely not as good as this old man. Quick decision. Water escaped the technique of mist hiding. The vision around him instantly disappeared. After the blue earth stopped the water dragon bomb with the earth escape, it quickly made a hole in the ground. He knows Terumi Ming's tactics. After all, the social experience is here, so the coping method is also born. The two sides are fighting each other, and the battle is about to start. Dai Tu on the stage watched the battle between the two. Teacher, is it the art of beheading in the heart? The beheading in the heart is also an assassination technique that sneaks into the ground. The two are similar. No, this is just ordinary soil escape. The old man should have used soil escape into instinct, so he can easily get into the soil with the soil type chakra. This Terumi is afraid that it is not good. It's just the soil escape. With soil heart startled, relying on his own soil escape chakra can do what only ninjutsu can do. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is incredible. The so-called, this is the case for the old to become fine. Teacher, how does he compare to you? The stars and the sea. What do you mean? He is the sea, and I am the immeasurable stardust above. Bring the soil was shocked by Yeliang's words. Unexpectedly, the top ninja who was unattainable by himself would be said to be so useless by Yeliang. Terumi Ming in the field immediately jumped into the air. Her small mouth tightened. A mouthful of flaming mud made of lava instantly spit out under the body. The lava is hot. But after withstanding the fog's cooling, a 10-meter-high platform that can stand on was immediately formed. Using meltdown to provide yourself with a foothold, Terumi is somewhat capable. Yeliang applauded her in admiration. But Tai Tu said that she was far worse than her teacher. Humph! Little bugs! Seeing Terumi Ming's trick, the underground old man immediately let out a cold snort. He also didn't see his appearance. A monstrous earth dragon with a length of 100 meters hit the lava pillar under Terumi Mei from the mud. Pang! 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 Hit 3 times in a row. Terumi Ming's stone pillars immediately began to fall apart, and large chunks of rubble began to fall downward, and even she herself almost fell down the pillar. Good fellow, this old thing is also great. Yeliang also noticed it. The blue earth old man seemed to want to drive Terumi Ming's body directly off the stone pillar, because once the latter stepped on the ground, he would inevitably be attacked by the blue earth diving into the mud. The outcome will be clear in an instant. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 48, Terumi Ming strikes up a conversation. Old guy, think beautifully. Terumi Mei screamed, and directly landed on the head of the rock dragon with the melt. Melting escape has high temperature properties. Once it touches a rock, it will quickly melt the latter, and then form volcanic ash on the ground. You know, although Dun can control the earth, it cannot control lava. This competition instantly turned into a match for chakra. Numerous rock dragons were pulled up from the ground, and were completely burnt by the lava rain that fell quickly. Slowly, only volcanic ash that could not be manipulated by the earth was left on the ground. Teacher. Is that old man going to lose? Tai Tu asked again. The outcome is unpredictable. But he can no longer attack Terumi Ming. Yeliyang shook his head without saying clearly. For disciples, bringing soil is very dull, so there are some things that can only be understood. Pang! There was a violent crash. Terumi Ming's lava pillar finally broke completely. Her face was horrified, as if she hadn't expected this scene at all. Dai Tu's face was surprised, and Yeliyang had already noticed it. After the Earth Dragon lost the stone pillar as a target, he immediately attacked Terumi Ming, who was unprotected. You lost. No, I have not. Terumi Ming did not want to admit that she was just about to continue to fight back, but Yeliyang was supporting her body. What are you doing? I haven't lost yet, I can continue to fight. After that, Yeliyang looked at the ground and said lightly, You lost. Lost. Terumi Ming was taken aback. Afterwards, I saw rows of steel knives inserted in my foothold. If she just landed, even if she didn't endanger her life, her jade feet would have to go through countless holes. Hiss, took a breath. Terumi Ming could only surrender to Yeliyang with a grateful look. The second half. Karui vs Asma. In the evening. Yul Noodle House. Yeliyang took the soil and sat on the long-lost bench with great interest. Uncle De Tong Mu. I want watermelon flavor. The weather is hot, so eat a bowl of iced watermelon ramen to cool down. Yeliyang doesn't know how watermelon is made into ramen, but the food in the island country is always so strange. Teacher Yeliyang, do you think Terumi Ming will really become a water shadow in the future? Naturally, when will the teacher's vision be forbidden? Yeliyang smiled. When it was relaxing just now, he also casually mentioned the plot of the original book. Boss. Another bowl of ramen. So good. But, teacher, she lost today, how can she be a water shadow? Will the strong shadow level lose casually? Ha ha ha. When I didn't become Hokage in the past 3 generations, I was often educated by others. At that time, they were called monkeys. Hey? Really? Of course it's true. De Tong Mu happily served another bowl of noodles. He liked to listen to the funny stories of these big people. Yeliyang nodded and smiled. At this time, Terumi Ming appeared behind Tato. Although I lost, it was because the old man Chakra had more than me. I was not afraid of him if I was just positive. However, she just said that she regretted it. How can I be honest with a child? Take the soil for a moment. Later, seeing Terumi Ming behind him was a little embarrassed. Mr. Yeliyang, thank you for the previous ring? If it weren't for you, I might just... The ring? Oh. You mean that, mean? Yeliyang shrugged, saying that it didn't matter. After all, he is a spectator, and it is his duty to protect the candidates. Just finished speaking, Yeliyang suddenly realized a strange thing. Terumi Mei seems to have called him by his name directly. Although his name is Yeliyang, he never seemed to have told him that Terumi Ming had known it through other channels. Ah, greedy my body! Yeliyang reacted immediately. Bring soil, you go back first, and you will have an exam tomorrow. But I haven't finished it yet. Take soil. Have you ever heard of a physical skill called hunger potential, which means that when a person is hungry, he is likely to burst out of his unprecedented power? Really? Teacher. Of course, the teacher lied to you. As long as you go home obediently now, the teacher guarantees that you can pass the exam tomorrow. Ah! Thank you, teacher. Tai Tu was startled. It was the first time he heard such a statement, but since the teacher said it, it must be fine. Saw Tai Tu left. Yeliyang was straight to the point. He doesn't believe that Terumi will pay attention to himself for no reason. Although he is an optimistic person, he is always serious when it comes to his life. Let's talk, what's the matter? Is such that? The two talked all night, and Yeliang did not go home that night. Okay. The next battle is the Uchiha Belt Soil from Konoha and the Black Soil from Iwakura village. Yeliang shouted wildly on the stage. He enjoyed the cheers of those fascinated girls over and over again, and shouted out the name with dirt. He didn't eat last night, he should be fine. Yeliang issued some certificates. Last night, in order to talk to Terumi Ming, he hastily sent out the light bulb with dirt. To be honest, he regretted it. Gudong. Bring the soil to the stage. www.readaloud.com. He was a little shivering and seemed a little timid, and almost no audience on the stage supported him. Uchiha had already met a traitor before, so naturally he couldn't win everyone's applause. I must prove myself. I must become Hokage. Dai-Tu clenched his fists, and his original depressed expression immediately inspired. The black soil waited on it. The same contestant. The voice of the Black Earth has almost occupied everyone. Sister Hey-Tu, come on. Defeat this belt. Defeat the tail of the crane. Black soil, your seniors are here to cheer you on, don't be afraid. The voice on stage shouted. Brother Rizan, this young man is very talented, why is no one cheering him? Oyemyo curiously asked Sarutobi Rizan. The latter's face was obviously darker. It is indeed a crane tail, and it is natural that no one can refuel. Sarutobi Ori said at the beginning. Uchiha's problem is already very big, and from the current audience, it is basically the same situation. He can't let other movies detect it. After all, the Uchiha clan is Konoha's powerful combat power. If other villages find out that they have betrayed the village, it is likely to make them contempt Konoha. At that time, Konoha's prestige will be gone. Is it really the tail of the crane? Oniki was puzzled. At this time, the two people on the field are ready to fight. Little girl, be careful. Take the soil slightly relaxed his vigilance. Hey-Tu is the youngest player since this competition. Although he is the little princess of Yunyan village, he is also a small one. Actual age is only 8 years old. She hangs. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 49, Fight the Black Soil. What kind of people's exam to take at such a young age? Dai-Tu said that at this time, he had just left the ninja school. Good granddaughter. Come on. Oyemyu silently cheered on his granddaughter in the audience. What kind of ninjutsu with such a power? Bringing the soil is a bit dismissive. He immediately nodded his hands, and a huge fireball began to condense in his throat. Fire escape. The art of fireball. As a fire clan, Uchiha's fire escape is naturally not comparable to ordinary ninjutsu. Just sprayed out, it covers almost 10 meters. Pang! The fireball hit the black soil, but when it was about to approach the black soil, it suddenly stopped dumbly. It's an earthen wall. Black soil at will is a B-level ninjutsu, blocking the offensive with soil. Hee, start attacking yo. After the black soil moved his arm slightly, an earthen dragon bullet flew towards the face with soil. The speed is slow, but the hard rock contains full strength. Click! Click! Yanlong rubbed the ground and even sparked. This is A-level ninjutsu, this little girl is 8 years old. Earth Dragon Ball is indeed A-level ninjutsu, and it is not easy to practice. Not only Zongnan, but also high-level ninjutsu might not be possible even for Shinin, not to mention that this was issued by a little girl. Grass. Careless. Tai-Tu quickly retreated back wildly, but he was too late to retreat, and he was immediately followed by Tolong bullets. Hey, this guy is still careless. Yeliang on the stage shook his head. If you don't care about starting the game with soil, and use the blood wheel to defend directly, the black soil dragon bullet is absolutely impossible to bite so tightly. Damn, I can only use a trick. Spiral pill. Pang. The huge earth dragon split into pieces in an instant, and what followed was the movement of bringing the earth and extending his right hand. He is a chakra who is still involved in the back mountain, and it is obvious that the earth dragon was smashed by him just now. How could you destroy the earth dragon? Hei-tu looked surprised. She was blocked by the earth dragon, and naturally did not see the spiral pill with soil. But I didn't see the soil, but everyone on the stage knew it at a glance. This silly boy still lacks combat experience. Yeliyang sighed. Helix Maru was handed over to Kaito. It was originally given to him as a killer move, but he used it so early. The next game is really difficult. Damn it! My little dragon! Xiao doubting Haitu immediately became anxious, her hands quickly formed seals, and soon a pair of rock gloves appeared abruptly on her arms. Soil escape super aggravated rock art. This is also an A-level ninjutsu. By tying the surrounding stone elements fiercely on the fist, a huge glove is formed to improve the melee level. Just close combat? Yeliyang didn't understand, because even Black Soil was a genius. He was also an 8-year-old kid, and he was fighting melee with the soil that was already 15. But in the next scene, Yeliyang instantly changed. I saw that the black soil blasted toward the belt with punch after punch. Although the movement was slow, every punch caused a piece of land to collapse. With the soil under his continuous blows, he didn't have any defensive power, and could only flee repeatedly with his flexible speed. Blood wheel eyes open. The soil flickered from side to side, and the black soil at this time was no longer a threat to him, but the latter's offensive was too fierce, and he could not find any chance to strike. Is it possible to rely on procrastination? This is what Yeliyang taught him last night. Yeliyang is the examiner. He naturally knows the age of the soil. Therefore, he gave a reminder to the soil last night. If you really can't do the opposite, you can use the blood wheel to drag the time. The child's physical strength is definitely not as good as his. Damn! I don't want to win this way. Bringing soil and sweeping around, surrounded by spectators bragging about him, thinking that if he wins the game in this way, he still can't win the support of the audience. Bringing soil is not reconciled. Damn it, you are not a scumbag! Uchiha shouted with the soil, and suddenly rushed towards the black soil. What is he doing? The little girl's ninjutsu hasn't been relieved. I don't know, maybe I can't hold on, I want to fight back to death. Ha! It is estimated that, after all, it is a child of Uchiha's family, it is normal to have this kind of thought. A loud voice of the audience reached the ears with dirt inexplicably, but he did not even notice it. The incomparable power of the owner of the blood wheel eye, once opened, you can observe the subtle movements of the opponent, and everything around it seems to be slowed down countless times. Pang! The black soil fist brushed the soiled cheek again, leaving only a trace of scratches. It's impossible, how did you hide in succession? Hei-tu panicked, and she realized that her attack was unable to help Uchiha take the dirt. Unconsciously, there was a hint of chaos in the footsteps. Good chance. A punch of helix pill appeared in the palm of his hand with soil. His talent was much better than Naruto, so don't accumulate energy at all. Pang! Spiral out. Everything is over. Bring the soil exhausted and fainted, and the black soil fell to the ground at the same time. This. The audience on the stage was dumbfounded. Originally thought that Uchiha brought soil as the same thing, but actually used the special effects of Blood Wheel Eyes. www.readaloud.com to see such a flaw. This is absolutely impossible for them to do. Everyone was silent. On the stage, Onoki was also extremely angry. He rushed to Zato in anger. Haito was his granddaughter, and now he was hit by an A-level ninjutsu. How could he do anything about it? Onoki, don't be too presumptuous. Sarutobi Hitachi was startled. Both sides are strong in the shadow level, so it is too late for him to stop Oyemu. Pang! An ashes flooded the ring. Then, a young man with a white light stopped Oyemyu's hand. As a shadow-level powerhouse, are you too unruly like this? Yelyang looked at Oyemyu coldly. It was Earth Shadow to deal with, so Yelyang opened the fairy mode. Of course, even so, Onaki's attack was extremely heavy. It was a huge boulder turned into a fist. It seemed to weigh several tons at least, but Yelyang had already raised it with one hand. Since he learned Yekai, his understanding of physique has been unheard of, so he didn't care about just ordinary boulders. What a strong kid! Oyemyu looked at Yelyang Tabu, and stopped the attack. At this time, Lin Nohara jumped out of the audience with several medical ninjas. Since this is the test site of Zongnan, the medical version is naturally prepared. Master Oyemyu, the black soil is not life-threatening, but the organs are slightly injured. We will treat her now. Yayuan replied and started the treatment immediately. Seeing that his granddaughter was okay, Oyemyu had to walk away, but when he looked at Yelyang, he seemed to take a high look. This guy is not easy. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 50, the final match. Everyone, the problem is not too big. Let's suspend the game for 10 minutes now, and then continue. Yelyang yelled, then hugged the dirt. This guy just had chakra overdraft, and there was no problem. Yelyang sent him to the lounge directly, and believed that the problem was not too big. The subsequent games will be fairer. Taking into account the various factors before, Yelyang directly banned the right to participate in the war when he was over 20 years old, and because of his injuries, he added a lot of manpower to improve his safety. That's the end of Zongran's first competition. There are 2 other games in the future, one is a written test and the other is a real battle. Because the written test does not require Yelyang's proctoring, he is naturally happy. By the way, there are so many people in the village now. Yelyang was eating at a ramen restaurant. No, since the ninja test, more and more ninjas have come to the Konoha venue to watch the battle, but they are all ninjas from the small ninja village. Not only do they not take the test, they often cause trouble, which is very troublesome. Oh! Daetong Mu shook his head helplessly. It seems that he has suffered a lot in the past 2 days. Don't care about the village? Yelyang asked. At this time, although most of the ninjas were transferred to the Everyone's Arena, Konoha also had his guards. In the village, Otsuki Teruya was taken aback, and then nervously whispered to Yelyang's ear, Mr. Yelyang, don't talk nonsense, Konoha Security Department is from Uchiha. Can they believe it now? Yelyang was startled. He actually forgot about it. Konoha's security department has always been commanded by the strongest Uchiha family, but Uchiha was assassinated by Danzo before. Now it would be nice if he didn't stand up to resist. How could he continue to guard the village of Konoha? What's more, Uchiha's people were transferred from Konoha half a month ago, and now they are all aged outside the village. Hey! The world is unpredictable. Yelyang sighed. Originally he wanted to change Uchiha's ending, but he didn't expect Uchiha and Konoha to diverge in the end. If he thinks well, Uchiha is still Konoha's person on the surface, but in fact it is long ago. Self-reliance as a village. Perhaps, I should be the king too. Yelyang suddenly thought of something. He is now regarded as a thorn in the eye by Danzo. And Sarutobi Hisaki also created a barrier to himself because of Uchiha. It is not safe to continue to live in Konoha village. If Danzo sends someone to assassinate him, he can really prevent this based on his own social experience. Train some ninjas, such as poisoning and assassination. These insidious methods, as long as they took advantage of Yelyang's sleep, could cause danger to him. Thinking of this, Yelyang had other thoughts. Returned to the examination room. The written test here is over, and the third Konoha test will begin in the afternoon. Actual combat, also called jungle chase. This exam is based on small teams, with 3 people as a pair, and each team has a mark engraved. There are 2 kinds of heaven and earth. The participating teams only need to grab the engravings they don't have from other teams, and they can ring the victories in the jungle and win. Of course, there are countless ninjas in the jungle, which can cover almost every squad, so the safety issue still doesn't need to be considered. Yeliyang shuttled in the jungle. This is the place where Yeliyang chased Dashyuan for the first time. At that time, he fled to every corner, so he was fairly familiar. Where did that kid go? Yeliyang looked around. He didn't take care of the upper ninja with the soil this time, but as a peripheral ninja, looking after all the people in the team. Boy, you seem to be good at strength. At this moment, a young kid behind him followed. Mizukage Yakura. This time the peripheral ninja, besides Yeliyang, there are also shinin from the major shinin villages, as well as the shadow-level powerhouses. After all, not everyone is assured of giving safety to Konoha. It turned out to be Lord Shuiying. What's the matter? Yeliyang's pupils were startled, full of fear of Shuiying. The conflict between its solid wood leaf and Huiyan village is not small. In addition to Yeliyang, who indirectly killed the Loquat Juzo, in the Third Ninja War, Kai's father, Mat Day, also directly killed all the Huiyan. Endure. All the 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out. Although there were only 6 people left. It's okay, just listen to Miming said that you are a rare talent, so I want to get to know you. Terumi Ming. Yeliyang was taken aback, and at the same time he found that Yakura didn't seem to have any malicious intent towards him, but he didn't want to talk to this young Shuiying. After all, Shuiying's growth history was clear to Yeliyang. No cruelty. Yeliyang had seen Shuiying's growth experience in his previous life. Put countless children in a misty space, train them first, and then order them to kill each other after they are familiar. At this time, in fact, they already have friendship with each other, and this kind of order is equivalent to making them give up friendship. This is how to raise Gu. Yeliyang naturally understood this pattern. The Gu cultivation method in the previous life was like this. Mixing up this poison and letting them kill each other until only the last one survives, that is the strongest poison king. Yakura is the poison king. We don't know each other either. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is just like that. Yeliyang said haha, and immediately planned to leave. Nonsense, who wants to be with the poison king who has abandoned his feelings? If he is stabbed behind him, Yeliyang will really be cold. Oh! Don't go! I want to continue talking. Yakura yelled wildly behind him, but Yeliyang's figure was gone. In fact, Yeliyang left Yakura for this reason not only. But he inexplicably felt the restlessness of the 9 tails in his body, that was a throbbing feeling of wanting to break through the body. Is it because of Sanwei? Yeliyang had a hint of doubt. Because Mizukage Yakura also has a sealed tail beast in his body, Seino Isosuk. But at this time, Yakura in the distance did look at Yeliyang's back coldly, his expression was not kind, and even his eyes slowly revealed a murderous intent. Obviously, he didn't have a good feeling for Yeliyang, and everything before was pretended. And most importantly, Yeliyang didn't even notice it. I wanted to find out about you, but let's do it directly. After all, I'm still quite interested in your tail beast. Yakura said lightly, and when he talked about killing, there was no change in his expression. In the distance, Yeliyang finally found the soil. The shinobu who looks after him is Kakashi. Amount. Seeing that Tai too wanted to get rid of Kakashi, Yeliyang naturally guessed his thoughts. Why are they all from the same class? One is a student, and the other is indeed a teacher. Tai too felt very wronged, his talent is really so bad. Kakashi silently observed him at the top of the woods, even if he knew it, he was spotted by the soil. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 51, The whole village was attacked. Damn it! Obviously he came from the same class, so why am I inferior to him? Uchiha took soil complaining and glanced at Kakashi in the distance, but ignored him. Everyone, hurry up, no accident, we should meet other teams soon. Bring the soil to give orders. The one with him was Yayuan Lin, and the other one came in extra, called Xi Hong. If Liang were in front of him, he would naturally know who this person was. The ancestral illusionist master can make people lose control with a tight glance. This is very similar to the Amaterasu of Blood Wheel Eye, but it is a pity that Zaitu has not opened the kaleidoscope. Well, then go ahead. Yayuan Lin next to her also nodded. After speaking, a bunch of people quickly searched in the forest. Not long after, a team of 3 men in blue uniforms was discovered by them. They crossed sideways, so they didn't see Konoha and his group coming from beside. Be careful, let's sneak over. 2 said hello and sneaked into the surrounding bushes. The jungle here is where Konoha is very good at, and the opposite is obviously the Misty Village. They fight in the river all year round, so Konoha should dominate. This kid still has some brains. Kakashi crouched on the big tree in the sky, Nan Nan said. At this time, a figure fell silently beside him. He has grown a lot, but you don't seem to have made much progress. Who? Kakashi was surprised. He hadn't seen the person clearly yet, and instantly retreated a few steps toward the spot. Responsiveness is good. The visitor said again. Teacher Liang. At this time, Kakashi finally saw the person coming. He leaned in shock. Teacher Liang is already so strong. The last time I saw that Liang Ming didn't have such a fearful hiding ability, he hadn't seen it for a few days, so he couldn't find it. Kakashi is already very forbearing, which means that Liang's ability at least exceeds the shadow level. Hi, come and see you guys. Liang touched Kakashi's head harmlessly, like a super powerful guy pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Teacher Liang. I was also a lucky teacher, mainly because Konoha had too few shinobu, otherwise it would not be my turn. Kakashi embarrassed. It's nothing. Liang smiled, but at this moment, his eyes were cast elsewhere. Where does this aura come from? Liang sensed a strong killing intent rushing over here, and he frowned quickly. I'll go and look around again. You look at the soil, right? There seems to be a problem with the hidden fog village this time, so be careful. Liang said and hurriedly left in other directions. Fog hidden village. Kakashi nodded as if he didn't understand, and then he did look at the target with dirt coldly. The 3 of them belonged to the village of Wuyan. After traveling for a while, Liang walked into a thick fog and stopped. Come out, don't hide in hiding. He shouted, but no one around responded. Isn't there? Liang was puzzled. But at this time, a dark shadow quietly forced over along the surrounding tree trunks. Sure enough, there are still. Liang's current perception ability is no longer comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. He noticed a patter of worms. It should be a tiny creature approaching the branch. Is it behind? Liang sneered. Afterwards, a black figure the size of a finger rushed towards Liang's back. Look at me, spiral pills. Liang raised his hand as a move, but after hitting, he was surprised. Ant? He looked at the remains of the ants shattered by his own spiral pill, but at this moment, the ground under his feet suddenly made a strong vibration, and then all the soil turned into black ants the size of a thumb. The number is at least tens of billions. It seems that the Zhongnan exam this time has not subsided. At the same time, other ninjas in this jungle also encountered attacks. Countless flying insects attacked Shangren who was guarding the village, and the shadows of the other villages also encountered the same ambush as Liang. Damn it! Who is ambushing us? I don't know if all the leaders of our 5 villages are there. Oyemu angrily knocked out all the flying insects that were close to him. Had it not been for protecting his granddaughter, Oyemu would have smashed the entire forest with blood. The other movies also encountered the same situation, and they also had scruples because of the ninjas in each village. At this moment, a huge wolf-shaped beast rushed towards Yeliyang's direction, and his body was still standing near Yeliyang's Yakura before, but at this moment, he still had a few black iron sticks in his body. Tube. Unexpectedly, the master would actually want to do something to Yeliyang, it just happened to my liking. I smiled in a haze, and my eyes suddenly turned red. I just don't know who his master is. On the tip of the jungle tree, Yeliyang carefully looked at the top. At the most critical moment just now, he used the Flying Thunder God to avoid the attack of ants www.readaloud.com, but now he found that the entire jungle is almost everywhere of poisonous insects. Raise your hand to knock out a few. Could it be that you belong to the oily girl? Konoha attacked other villages. Yeliyang began to think. As far as his current knowledge is concerned, it seems that there is no other possibility except Konoha's oil girl who can control such a large wave of poisonous insects. He raised his head. A huge black shadow in the distance was rushing towards him. What the is that? A three-headed giant dog that kept wailing was rushing towards him, and on his back there was the figure of Yakura who had just been separated. Although small, it was clearly visible on the body of the giant dog. Grass. This is not Yakura, this mother is a brute. Yeliyang cursed angrily. I saw that Tsukage Yakura's body was filled with pitch-black sticks used to sense the eyes of reincarnation, densely packed, and almost nowhere to go. What's the matter, isn't Madara temporarily resolved? Where did this brutal path come from? Yeliyang was ignorant. Although he knew that Uchiha Madara was not so easy to solve, he now saw Mitsukage Yakura who was transformed into a brutal path. Still a little surprised. But this battle is inevitable. Yakura's goal is obviously himself, if he escapes, the other students behind him will suffer. Yeliyang didn't think the rest of Shangren could resist the threat of reincarnation. Regardless of the truth, the real answer can only be known by solving Yakura. Strengthen instantaneous surgery. Yeliyang approached Yakura quickly, only to see a white ghost like lightning, and quickly leaned over. He has opened the fairy mode. What the truth is, let his strength prove it. When did Yeliyang fear others? The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 52, Fight Against Yakura. Haha, good coming. Yeliyang, let me see your Jinliang. Yakura's eyes were full of enthusiasm. He looked at Yeliyang, who was rushing, without any intention of retreat. Deo Water Dragon Bomb Art. Although there is a forest here, but Yakura is a water shadow, and ninjutsu is strong. Even if it is created out of thin air, it is not impossible. Pang! The water dragon bomb collided with the spiral pill severely. The huge water mist instantly enveloped Yeliyang and Yakura, and they couldn't even see the situation at this time. I don't know whether Yeliyang is alive or dead. A long time. How is it possible? How can the 3A level ninjutsu be no better than you? Yakura looked at Yeliyang in surprise. After the white mist, neither party suffered much damage. I saw that Yakura was still standing on his beast, but Yeliyang was standing on the top of the bushes. Nothing is impossible, my spiral pill is also A grade, and it has been improved. Yeliyang explained lightly. In fact, he has never practiced Helix Pill. This thing was given as a side quest. The reason why the 3 water dragons in Yakura can be broken is because it has been repeatedly received too many times and has been strengthened. Take Naruto's Helix Pills in the past, Yeliyang's current Helix Pills are stronger than Naruto's Daihua Helix Pills. Even under the blessing of Xian Fa, it faintly surpassed the S-rank ninjutsu Feng Dun Helix Pill. I don't know what's going on, Yeliyang's branch mission seems to have been on the line with Helix Wan, it has always been him. It has always been him. It has always been him. One sound is heavier than one sound. For a while, Yeliyang thought that the side mission was only for helix pills. Looking at Yakura, who was shocked by himself, Yeliyang continued to maintain his master style. Since ninjutsu can't match you, let's try this. Yakura suddenly yelled in the distance, and the remaining 3 strange dogs suddenly split into 3, just like egg fission, and instantly became 3 egg triplets. As soon as the 3 hounds appeared, they screamed at Yeliyang. But Yeliyang didn't panic. Hey! Isn't this a split dog? The original split dog also has the animal life. However, at that time, the number of split dogs was being attacked by opponents, and more, instead of splitting automatically like this. This is why Yeliyang didn't attack the strange dog, but directly attacked Yakura. Yakura, how did you become a beast? I have already defeated Madara. Yeliyang asked lightly. You want to know? Yeliyang was a little curious. Although he could defeat the current Yakura by force, Yeliyang still wanted to know who did it behind the scenes. No matter how strong a person is, he will guard against old coins. Obviously, the person behind Yakura is an old coin. But Yakura obviously didn't want to tell him, and he blinked with those bright red eyes. Feel the power that the adult gave. Haha! Yakura suddenly laughed wildly, his body suddenly overflowed with a burst of yellow energy, tightly surrounding him. That is the power of Isofu. Yeliyang also has the power of 9 tails, so Yeliyang understands. Yakura controlled the strange dog and immediately attacked Yeliyang. Pang! The two collided again. Shenluo Tianzheng. Yeliyang used Heaven's Dao tricks. Since they are the same 6 ways, it may not be possible that Yakura will know the tricks of the heavens. Yeliyang guessed this way, but Yakura seemed to be completely ignorant and was hit by Shenru Tianzheng. He doesn't know. Yeliyang found the problem. Yakura, who has become a beast road, would actually not know the skills of the gods, which is a bit shocking. Feeling the weakness of his opponent, Yeliyang was not ready to dawdle with him. Flying Thunder God Tail Beast Jade. Yeliyang used a combo, which was his most powerful force at the moment. In the fairy state, the power of the tail beast Jade can hardly be measured by sea water. Yakura, who laughed wildly and excitedly, just touched the black ball, and was immediately hit by the tail beast's energy and flew out. Several large trees were smashed in succession, and Yakura fell steadily. How is this possible? This is the power bestowed by the master. Yakura looked at Yeliyang, who was slowly approaching him, with horror in his eyes. It was as if Yeliyang was a monstrous beast from the sky. Because you are weak. Yeliyang said lightly. These words are not pretending to be, they are indeed the portrayal of Yeliyang's heart. Yakura's power is 441. Ninjutsu 4. Physique 4. Ninja 1. After Yeliyang broke out of the fairy mode, all his attributes were upgraded to 652. All ninjas who are completely beyond. Just like AI in Liaying village, it can't beat AI in the fairy mode. How can it be repaired? Master, you really shouldn't provoke Yeliyang. At least you shouldn't right now. In a weak state, Yakura finally fainted out. And with his failure, the insects that attacked the villages around began to recede. It seems that the power and channeling of the animal Dao produced those bugs. Yeliyang had an answer in his heart. He tied Yakura's body firmly behind him, and turned his back to the village. www.readaloud.com. The Nakanin exam was suspended. After all, such a big thing happened. In the Naruto hall, the major ninjas looked angrily at Tsukage Yakura, who was tied to the center by Yeliyang. I think you Konoha are planning to let Wuin village come to the back of the pot this time. Oniki disdainfully swept the Konoha ninja who was doing it. Sarutobi Risen frowned immediately. Didn't the matter have been figured out? This time the incident was due to Shui Ying's runaway. Yeliyang from our village has already explained this. Ramp? Haha, if you Konoha say this, your conscience won't hurt. Yakura is just a water shadow. He can control so many flying insects. I see it is the work of your Konoha oil girl clan. Make it clear, what exactly are you doing? Yeliyang frowned. He felt that besides Yakura, there seemed to be other ninja villages involved in this incident. The most important thing was that these ninjas still didn't believe it when the matter was clearly in front of them. In other words, Yeliyang didn't believe him. Onaki scanned the unconscious Yakura, and once again cast his eyes on Yeliyang, who was testifying. The same is true for Yeliyang. The wrong way, not only is he suspicious, but also his identity. I have asked people to search Otanin village, but there is no clue, as if it does not exist, so I suspect that this Otanin village is just made up by Yeliyang, and there is no such village at all. Have you checked Yanin village? Yeliyang was startled, his pupils immediately showed a trace of killing intent. He has nothing to do with Oyemu, but the former dared to check his identity brightly. The identity of this guy is definitely a problem. Sarutobi slashed his heart. He is worried. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 53, by Ju. As the Hokage who has been with Yeliyang for the longest time, he naturally understood Yeliyang's temper, but he was curious about Yeliyang's murderous intent today. Yeliyang is an indifferent master who can't beat him. Why did you suddenly expose your temper? Forget it, everyone, don't quarrel. Since you suspect that Yeliyang is telling lies, let Yeliyang take you to Yanin village. He could only make a round of it. But Yeliyang's face turned dark. Otanin village? That doesn't exist. Otanin village was originally the village 10 years later. Yeliyang fabricated it based on the memory of the original book. Now let him go to Otanin village? It's simply impossible. Can't travel through time and space. Thinking of this, Yeliyang was speechless. When Yeliyang was riding a tiger, Tsukiji Yakura, who had been tied up, suddenly coughed a few times. He woke up. Hey! Where am I? Old Hokage, what are you doing for letting me tie me? Why don't you untie me? Don't you remember? The rest were dumbfounded. Yakura stared at the people around him blankly, seemingly unaware of what happened before. Hey! Do you know what you are doing? Are you trying to provoke our Wuyin village? I tell you, although the 7 of us are gone, we can still bite off a piece of your meat. Shui Ying continued to curse, but he suddenly saw the pitch-black stick stuck in his body and was immediately confused. What is this? The pitch-black stick is the key to becoming a beast, and he seems to be completely unclear about these things from his appearance. Seeing him like this, Sarutobi Hizen asked quickly, Yakura, what did you do, don't you know? What have you done? Yakura was taken aback for a moment, and then, his brain ached sharply. He clutched his head vigorously, and started to roar in place. What did I do? What did I do? Ah! I can't remember anymore. My brain hurts. You still have a black stick in the back of your head, can it hurt? Yeliyang muttered to himself, but looking at Yakura's appearance, it seemed crazy. So, what is going on? Yakura does not seem to be pretended now, but he was sober when fighting with him before, not like a lunatic at all. Yeliyang was puzzled. At this time, Yeliyang suddenly snickered when he saw the corner of Ohaimu's mouth. Although it was subtle, Yeliyang still saw him. This guy has a problem. Yeliyang understood immediately. Yakura suddenly regained consciousness, but Onaki became more and more weird, and even pointed the finger at himself before. This guy has a problem. Did the things that manipulate Yakura go to Onaki's body? Yeliyang felt that he had grasped a point. This feeling was very subtle, but he couldn't tell how. It's just like... woof. It's like a ghost possessed. Yeliyang woke up instantly, and he immediately rushed towards Ohaimu's body. They are very close now, such a short distance is enough for him to subdue Oyemu in an instant. Pang! A blue shadow flashing with thunder. Yeliyang's attack was resolved by Lei Ying AI. Boy! What are you going to do? AI glared at Yeliyang deeply. Since just now, he has been vigilant against the latter. After all, Yeliyang is now everyone's target. As expected, Yeliyang started. Boy, you really have a problem, everyone, grab him. When Oyemu saw Yeliyang attack him, he immediately called out loudly. Damn it, dare to wrong me! Yeliyang cried secretly. He thought he would be able to subdue Onoki in an instant, but he didn't expect to be blocked by this good thing. What a stupid big guy! Yeliyang cried out in his heart. Haha, I see, you are the Black Hand manipulating the bugs this time. Oyemu immediately jumped out. You say it again. Yeliyang is not afraid of Onoki. In his opinion, this half-legged soil shadow is just a thin, small, bad old man. Just talk. This time the Black Hand is you. You first manipulated Shui Ying with special means. Now that the Dongchuang incident occurs, you will rely on Shui Ying for everything. In fact, you are the one who was in this attack. The best culprit for shinobi test. Old God Onoki was making up nonsense, as if they were all true. Mr. Yeliyang, that's it. Hokage 4th asked. It's your uncle's, you will attack Zongnan exams. Yeliyang is the executor of this Zongren exam. The reason why he agreed to be the executor this time was entirely for the high bounty. Now he is wrong to destroy his wallet. How is this possible? Yeliyang will never endure the disaster of innocence. I believe this cholera has nothing to do with Yeliyang. At this moment, a woman walked into the Hokage hall. It's Terumi Mei. Isn't she from Wuyin village? How could she speak for Yeliyang, who just caught the water shadow of their village? Not sure? Maybe it's because of their privacy. The guards behind the leaders of the villages immediately began to discuss. In their opinion, Terumi Mei, who belongs to Wuyin village, actually helped the man who arrested their leader to speak, which is simply incredible. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Unfortunately, with such big eyes, it is really long. The person behind him murmured again. Terumi Ming did not seem to hear these people's comments, but walked in without them. Everyone, I can confirm that this incident has nothing to do with Mr. Yeliyang. Let's not hide it from you, the leader of our Wuyin village does have a problem. What? The guards around him were surprised. On the other hand, Oyemu's face, who had bitten Yeliyang firmly before, turned gloomy. Actually, as early as half a month ago, Chief Yakura was a bit weird. Not only did he close himself in a deep secret room, but he often met a naked man with a pure white body in the middle of the night. The guards immediately became disgusted and lightly. What a private meeting, oh! However, Yakura didn't hear it because he fainted again. Pure white body? Yeliyang heard this and immediately understood everything. Before, he suspected that something had been controlling Yakura, but he never understood what it was. Now he heard Terumi Ming's words, he immediately understood. It's Baiju. Yeliyang had cares in his heart. In the original Naruto book, Baiju appeared as Akatsuki, but the fact is that Baiju is used to revive Kagaiji's Kuli. Not only can he use the cells between the pillars to multiply indefinitely, but he can also change into the latter by touching the opponent's body. Moreover, even ordinary perception ninjas can't detect it. It seems that Ohaimu is also Baiju Shang. Yeliyang guessed everything, and immediately gestured towards Sarutobi Hiri behind him. As Konoha ninjas, they have a secret code that only people can know. Yeliyang is about to do it. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 54, Kill Onoki. Everyone. I think the matter this time may have something to do with that pure white person, and it has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Liang. Terumi Ming said categorically. Everyone immediately felt guilty. Mr. Liang, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. Liang Jun, forgive me too, the previous thing was that I was wrong. Yet, Lord Liang, your adults don't remember the villains, and you won't care about us miscellaneous fishes. Everyone apologized quickly. But Onaki's expression is getting darker and darker. Humph. Offended me, Liang, do you want to escape? Liang immediately sneered while looking at Oyemu, who was slowly pacing outside the hall. At this time, Liang's body was slowly leaning against him. Said it was too late and it was fast, Sarutobi Risen quickly stood in front of Reikage, and Liang also rushed towards Ohaimu at this moment. What are you going to do? Lei Ying was startled, but his body was locked by Sarutobi Hirakai, watching Liang cut Oyemu's body in half. Flutter. There was a sound of cutting meat, but there was no trace of blood left. Really? Damn, it is Baiju. Liang was immediately determined. After Oyemu's body was cut in half, he quickly turned into a man with two pure white bodies, which was exactly the same as Liang's memory in his previous life. Hiss. Lei Ying took a deep breath, and he and Sarutobi Risen immediately stopped their hands. This is Baiju. He can transform into the appearance of other people. If I guessed correctly, Yakura was controlled by him, and Onaki's whereabouts are unknown now. It may be a miscalculation at the Chunin exam venue. If this is the case, it would be bad. There were still many people in the venue, and now I am afraid that they will also be tricked by this thing. Liang nodded. The leaders of the villages immediately went back to recount their own numbers, and Liang did look at Terumi Ming deeply at each other. Thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I might not find a clue. Master Liang joked. If you didn't help us subdue the leader, we would be helpless even if we found out that he had a problem. It's just that I didn't expect Master Liang to be so strong. Even the second generation Shui Ying would not be able to subdue Yakura. After all, this guy is a chakra with a tail beast. Haha. It's all trivial. Liang said hello, but said nothing. After all, for Liang, Terumi Ming was just a passerby in life. He never lacks women, especially beautiful women. The group all left the Hokage Hall. If Onoji is controlled by Shiraz, then the other ninjas are in danger. Then what to do? Since you know the existence of this kind of thing, you should know how to crack it. Sarutobi Hiro said anxiously. That's natural. Liang already has the answer. He immediately asked Sarutobi Riska to concentrate on the perception ninjas in the village. Liang intends to give them a part of his nine-tailed chakras. As long as the chakras are in place, the ability of these perception ninjas will be greatly enhanced, and they will naturally be able to discover everything. Baiju hidden in the crowd. What's more, only a handful of people participated in the Zongnin exam this time. Just do it. Soon, all the students who took the Zongnin exam were concentrated in Konoha's square, and Liang gave a little chakra to the perception ninja. Baiju, you can't escape. Liang looked at the square coldly, and immediately closed his eyes and focused. A yellow chakra was called out from Liang's body. It slowly flowed and slowly landed on the heads of all perception ninjas. After receiving it, all perception ninjas immediately released their spirits. So strong. This perception is simply horrible. I didn't expect that I would be able to get such a powerful chakra supply in my lifetime. Master Liang is simply terrifying. Yes, I feel that my mental power has been strengthened 10 times more than it is. Fart. 10 times, that is obviously 100 times stronger strength. Master Liang is simply a god. The perception ninja was panicked. Then, under Liang's blessing, a line of invisible spiritual power rushed to all the personnel participating in the assessment, without a trace, and everyone present did not even know that they were enveloped by spiritual power. Raikage and Rizan were on both sides of the arena. They acted as executioners, and their special equipment was Raikage, because they had misunderstood Yeliyang before, and now they are all about fighting Yeliyang, and volunteered to be a thug for Yeliyang. The last 3 rows, the first one of the perception ninjas shouted sharply. Lei Ying immediately started. Before the students present had not reacted yet, one of the ninjas in Union Village was beheaded by Raikage, and the corpse had just landed and turned into the pale zombie appearance of Baiju. Master Raikage, you! Several Union Village ninjas were startled, but when they saw Baiju's body, they immediately stopped talking. Everyone! We have mixed in the enemy who can change our appearance, so please cooperate and find out. Sarutobi Rizan comforted everyone. At this time, Lei Ying moved again. First row, third. Soon, after the mighty solution of this kind of white Jew, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Yeliyang brought Terumi to the original grove. Master Yeliyang, are you sure you really have a clue? Terumi Ming asked. Well, if I guess correctly, the rest should be held in one place. Where? You'll know when you get there. Yeliyang didn't point it directly. Although all the Baiju who had mixed into the crowd had been captured, there were still many doubts that had not been resolved, such as where the real Onoki went, and where did the students who were replaced went. Humph! No matter where you hide people, I will find out. Yeliyang snorted coldly. He was really angry this time. Originally, Yeliyang was just a person who was comfortable with the situation, but other than that, Yeliyang had a very important point. Yeliyang is afraid of death. That's right, the people behind have deeply threatened Yeliyang's safety, so he must find him. Rape him. Kill him. Since things happened in the assessment forest, the kidnapped hostages must be in the forest. In such a short period of time, unless they can also use space ninjutsu, don't want to take so many hostages away. Yeliyang quickly leaped forward, and Terumi Ming was already out of breath. Although she is the next Shui Ying, her speed cannot be compared with Yeliyang. Yeliyang's instantaneous technique was once again strengthened by the task. Although it was not as fast as the speed of Thunder God, it was used to drive the road and even surpassed a supercar. Even for a short time, even Maserati could not catch up with Yeliyang. Gudong! Terumi Mei swallowed in horror. At this moment, he noticed that Yeliyang, who was about to disappear in front of him, stopped directly. Finally found you. Baiju. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 55, Baiju Base Camp. Yeliyang swept the surrounding environment. The huge deep pit, the gnawed woods, here is the place where Yeliyang was near the insects before. So it's still here. Yeliyang saw 2 Baiju avatars dragging a comatose young student from a hidden mist village, and he could recognize him from his uniform. Do you know this person? I don't know, it's probably from Yakura's line. Do you still have factions? Of course, the older generation of families support Yakura, but the new generation of Mitsun is mine. Terumi Mei suddenly raised his mouth proudly. She looked quite proud of her. Yeliyang still didn't care. He once again turned his gaze to the 2 Baiju in front of him. Look where they hide the people. Yeliyang immediately followed Terumi Ming. Following all the way, the 2 quickly came to a cave. At this time, dozens of Baiju appeared on the road around them. They returned to the cave one after another. Some of them were dragging other students in their hands. Yeliyang even saw a few familiar Konoha people inside. Like Asma. If Sarutobi-san kills the old man and sees his son coming over, I don't know how he feels. Yeliyang vomited. However, he did not care about it. Since both Onaki and Yakura were attacked, the enemy's power could not be underestimated, so Yeliyang raised the spirit of percentage. Mr. Yeliyang, there are too many Baiju here, is it really okay with the two of us? Terumi Ming was a little worried. After all, she was just an ordinary candidate for Shuiying, and naturally she didn't have the comfort of Yeliyang. A feeling of humph, I'm not afraid that there are too many others, but that there are few others. Yeliyang didn't persuade him. Seeing that there are many Baiju, he is particularly happy, because in this way, he can surprise these things in the past. Ready to do it. Baiju at the entrance of the cave was still dragging the student, and suddenly several of his companions from the outside disappeared instantly. Who? The two inside were immediately startled, but he just turned around and his companions were gone. Your father. The cold voice suddenly thought about it. This Baiju immediately shed cold sweat, but when he was about to resist, his head had fallen to the ground. You must not be soft on those who threaten you. This is the old coin theorem. Yeliyang looked at these people coldly, and did not feel uneasy because of the murder. The two continued to move forward into the cave. But the further forward, Yeliyang was more surprised. This gravel-filled cave is impressively the laboratory where Yeliyang has just passed through Konoha, Yuan. Could it be that this incident is related to Yuan? Yeliyang touched in doubtfully. In front of them, Baiju was walking around one after another. They should be patrolling, but these people couldn't see Yeliyang and Terumi Ming, because Yeliyang used the sea-level ninjutsu movie camouflage. This is an ordinary ninjutsu, which allows one's body to completely blend into the environment. Of course, if someone else came to perform it, it would not be able to achieve this effect, but Yeliyang was different. Yeliyang could get 2 or 3 daily tasks immediately every day. And daily missions can strengthen your sea-level ninjutsu. Yeliyang's camouflage has been strengthened by him to the level of S-rank ninjutsu. Terumi Ming slowly followed behind him, but the more he walked in, the stronger his worship of Yeliyang became. What kind of person is this? Such a simple ninjutsu has been improved to such a terrifying level by him. In the ninja world, it is not uncommon to improve sea-level ninjutsu, but like Yeliyang, who has improved sea-level ninjutsu to S-level, no one has done it. Because it is impossible. Perhaps, Lord Yeliyang is a god. Terumi Ming became more sure of Yeliyang's position in her heart, and even thought of the chatter with Yeliyang that night. That time, after discussing academic research with Yeliyang for a night, Terumi Ming got a rapid improvement on the same day. It seems that I have to discuss with Master Yeliyang more in the future. After a while, the two finally reached the bottom of the cave. The deepest part was a deep pit, which was also the place where Dashimaru conducted the secret experiment. Yeliyang swept inside. A huge pit filled with unidentified liquid, and surrounded by countless Baiju throwing materials. They put the materials in orderly order, and Yeliyang couldn't see what was inside the pit, but he clearly saw the students tied to the edge of the cave. Onoji is also there. At this time, a Baiju held the student and started walking like a pit. What are you doing? It's okay to move me, but please don't embarrass these children. Oyemu immediately howled. Yeliyang looked slowly in the distance. It turned out to be a human experiment. After a few more steps, he finally saw the face of the pit. I saw that in the unknown liquid, there were a dozen huge Baiju. They were motionless, and the surrounding liquid was slowly flowing towards their bodies, as if they had been absorbed. Yeliyang's eyes cleared. Around these dozen giant Baiju, there are still several human bones scattered. A student has been killed. Yeliyang immediately understood www.readaloud.com. He greeted Terumi Ming, and quickly rushed towards the hostage Baiju. At this point, it was almost at the corner of the pit. Do it! Yeliyang snorted coldly and immediately attacked these ordinary Baiju. After he lurked here, he had already observed everyone here, except for the large number. These guys only had the ability to endure the ordinary. Who? The group of Baiju immediately reacted, but in just half a second, Baiju, who was dragging the student just now, was slapped into the endless pit by Yeliyang. Damn it! There is an enemy attack. A group of Baiju immediately rushed towards Yeliyang. Although Yeliyang looked down on their strength, but at any rate it was also the strength of Shinobu, and there was a reaction in a few seconds. At this time, Terumi Ming's methods also started. She quickly took a deep breath in her mouth, and then, a flame mixed with earthy smell stopped all the students around. This is Yeliyang's plan. I first attracted Baiju's attention, and then Terumi Ming used Mel to build a guardian wall for all the students. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Yeliyang looked at Baiju who was surrounding him coldly. Because Terumi Ming had already protected all the students, he was not worried that the aftermath of his Shinra Tianzheng would hurt those ordinary students. Bang! 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 Countless explosions sounded around Yeliyang, and all Baiju slammed into the surrounding walls under the power of Shen Luo Tianzheng, and there were corpses everywhere, which also showed the power of Yeliyang Shen Luo Tianzheng now. Strong invincible. At this time, Yeliyang looked at the deep pit coldly. After cleaning up all the trash fish, it's time to serve the main course. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 56, Save People. There was a smile in Baiju's eyes under the pit. You are the outsider who interfered with the master's plan. These things jumped out of the pit in unison. They are huge, almost 3 times the size of Yeliyang. There is a problem with these Baiju. It is not the kind of Baiju in the original book at all. Yeliyang vigilantly turned on the Krypton Eye mode. Ninjutsu 4. Physique 4. Although the strength is not as good as Yeliyang, there are more than a dozen in number, which should not be underestimated. Damn disgusting! Yeliyang clenched his fists. These white looks disgusted him. A long corpse, without clothes, but there were countless blood clots entwined all over his body, and one of Baiju's neck was still half of his intestines hanging. Obviously, it belongs to one of the students. Xian Fa Tail Beast Jade. Yeliyang is the first to do it. A tail beast jade wrapped in white light quickly shot out towards the center of the pile of white Ju. In just an instant, several Baiju who were blocking the road were killed. No, this guy's intelligence is wrong. Baiju suddenly became suspicious. Could it be that Heijua betrayed the master? From the clues obtained before, even though Yeliyang was a serious confidant of his master, he was at most a shadow-level person, and he was not at all concerned. But they didn't expect to see Yeliyang as a companion and die, which had to make them re-examine Yeliyang. It seems to be a quick decision. These Baiju had thoughts, and immediately approached Yeliyang. They were angrily and they seemed to be planning to beat Yeliyang, but the latter was not panicked. Baiju gathered together now, which was exactly what Yeliyang wanted. He reunited the tail beast Jade. Don't miss this opportunity. Baiju immediately started Ji Yin. Since they decided to besiege, they had no reason to let Yeliyang reuse the tail beast Jade. Mu Dun birth of the tree world. Moment. Dachuo's tree roots sprang out from the cracks in the rock, twisting and twisting like an endless centipede, entwining Yeliyang. It's actually Mu Dun. Yeliyang was taken aback. Subsequently, I saw countless trees rising from the ground, and even thick old roots beside his feet overturned his legs and feet. Yeliyang's tail beast Jade was interrupted. These guys actually have intercolumn cells. Ye Haoliang became curious. The cells between the pillars in the original work were given to Beiju by Uchiha, but the senile plagues of this era have been resolved by Yeliyang. Therefore, the cells between the pillars were definitely not for them. Is their owner interesting? Yeliyang smiled. He hurriedly reminded Terumi Ming, you take the other students back first. This kind of shijua with intercolumn cells can no longer simply kill in seconds. In addition to ordinary ninjutsu, they also master the blood inheritance boundary of the original Naruto Senjua column. Mu Dun. In order to prevent accidental injury, Liang had to let Terumi Ming and the others leave quickly. I understand. Terumi Mei nodded and agreed, and immediately used melting to open a way for all the students. When it comes to clearing the way, Terumi Mei's ninjutsu is good. The remaining Beiju became nervous. At this time, Liang's strength has greatly exceeded their expectations. Although it can be delayed for a while, it is still death waiting for everyone in the end. They don't want to die. They are also human beings, so they have the emotion of fear. Those students must be stopped. As long as there are hostages, you might be able to escape from Liang. These Baiju all had this idea. They threw away their companions madly, trying to get close to those students in this way. As long as they grab one, Liang throws a rat aperture, maybe they can slip away. After all, with the hope of life, who is willing to die? But things are not that simple. Just when they first started, an old man stopped in front of them. Dust escaped the technique of stripping the original realm. Kaka. 3 or 4 Baiju was torn into pieces by the surrounding air. With me, I still want to start with the students. Oyemu yelled angrily, and then cast a glance at Liang that everyone could understand. It seems that he wants the queen. Liang nodded. Since Oyemu was willing to give the students a break, he naturally had no scruples. After all, the energy of an earth shadow was enough to see. Thinking of this, Liang immediately made seals with both hands, and he should use the tactics to deal with the crowd. Ninja, the art of shadow clone. His shadow clone is not an ordinary shadow clone at all. Not only is it blessed with the power of 9 tails, but with the bonus of daily tasks, it has been strengthened to a very terrifying level. Others' shadow clones can only inherit half of their own strength, but Liang's shadow clones inherit 90% alive. You know, under the blessing of Xian Fa, Liang has reached the level of super shadow level, so his shadow clone is at least a shadow level strong start. Baiju is just a quasi-film level. How could this be his opponent? One-sided battle is on the verge. This guy is a monster. Baiju was all bitter, watching his companions being blasted into powder. They were completely helpless. www.readaloud.com. Although the quasi-shadow grade also has a shadow character, it is similar to the real one. Shadow rank powerhouses are like separated by a gap, allowing these Baiju to resist to death, still unable to escape the fate of the entire army. At this time, a half-length black-skinned man suddenly emerged from the top rock wall. It seems that the master is so wary of you for a reason. The black-skinned man looked at Liang gloomily. Because the top of the cave was very dark, Liang did not notice this person. Liang was about to leave. He took 2 steps backwards and let out a sigh of relief. Since all Baiju has been solved by him, it is naturally meaningless for him to keep it. Just at this time, King Dang! A black faceless mask suddenly fell off. Very crisp, in this quiet hole, ears can be heard. What? Liang's eyes shifted. Outside the cave, Terumi Mei finally escaped and ascended to heaven. She hurriedly led the students to the village. Although Liang solved the Baiju, Terumi Ming was still worried. Because Liang once told him that the enemy this time is definitely not that simple. I am afraid that we will encounter the existence beyond the shadow level. But these Baiju encountered today obviously do not have this intensity. What is missing? Why is there something wrong? Terumi Ming walked back and forth repeatedly in place. At this time, the students in the distance looked at the back of Terumi Mei in horror, as if there was something terrifying there. Because you missed me. A gloomy voice suddenly rang in Terumi Mei's ears. Terumi Mei's pores stood up, and he realized something instantly. It's Onoki. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 57, Inner World. Terumi Ming suddenly noticed a fact. Oyemu Ming Ming is a shadow-level powerhouse. How could he be held by those ordinary Baiju Ming? With his strength, it should be easy to kill those Baiju Ming. She turned back nervously. Crack! The neck was suddenly pinched by Onaki. I didn't expect that guy was so strong. If I didn't pretend to be an old thing, maybe I wouldn't be able to escape. Oyemu spit fiercely. He was obviously talking about Yeliyang. Terumi is horrified. He found that Onaki's face slowly fell off, like a very disgusting skin disease, falling one by one. You can even see the flesh and blood inside. At last, a white face appeared. Tisk tusk, it's a pity that such a beautiful face can only send you on the road first. Hey! You are not Tukage, what are you? Terumi Ming rolled her eyes and couldn't tell. Just then, the originally dark cave suddenly made a loud noise. Zion Fa Yekai. Boom! With this sound of deterrence, everyone's eardrums almost burst. At the same time, the hill where Baiju had inhabited was completely opened. A huge Baiju with a faceless mask flew out fiercely, looking at his size, at least as high as dozens of stories. Although it is very heavy, it still cannot change the fact that he flew upside down. He had an abominable face and pulled the ground vigorously, but he still slid on the ground for several kilometers before stopping, and the lost forest that was originally used for the Zhongnan test was completely knocked out by this huge Baiju. Everyone is horrified. At this moment, the super-large Baiju tremblingly moved his leg bones, and it seemed that he was slowing down. He made no effort to stand up, but it was very painful. Coco! Coco! He didn't know what he was saying, and his eyes began to turn up. In the end, a magic villain wrapped in red mist suddenly came out of the back of his head. Thump! Huge Baiju instantly lost his breath. Oyemu was dumbfounded. What is the situation? He was startled, and unknowingly let go of his arm, and Terumi Ming took advantage of this skill to escape from the ascension to heaven using a substitute technique. Seeing her fleeing, the two collided again with the earth to escape, and they backed tens of meters. At this moment, the black shadow that was in the cave suddenly emerged from the soil behind Onoji. Oyemu! Hurry up, that guy is more terrifying than the master. As soon as the black figure appeared, he urged Oyemu to escape with an anxious tone. Run? Heiju, what nonsense are you talking about? The master has already handed you a secret weapon, and it is still hidden at this time. What is your brain? I used it. You are blind. Heiju cursed Onoki angrily, and instantly disappeared into the soil. Used. Oyemu was taken aback. He suddenly remembered the giant Baiju that had just emerged from the mountain. If that was the master's secret weapon, what was the little red mister? He quickly cast his gaze over. I saw that a little red man who was almost vaporized flew over here in an instant. The skin on his face is a bit fuzzy, but he can vaguely see his appearance. It's Yeliyang. It was Yeliyang. Oyemu cried, and he wanted to escape quickly, but Yeliyang had come to him lightly. Where did this Baiju come from? He pointed at Oyemu, but when no one was speaking, a red-tail beast jade flicked out of his fingers. And the latter. Death in an instant. Hiss. Terumi Mei took a breath. Although this Onoki is also fake, his strength is indeed at the earth shadow level. Because Terumi Mei can't do him at all. But such a terrifying existence was quickly dropped by Yeliyang. With a flick of his finger, a soil shadow was resolved. Terumi Mei swallowed. At this time, Yeliyang slowly returned to normal. After he used the tail beast jade to solve Oyemu, he also exhausted his last strength. Yeliyang's eyes went dark, and he fell heavily into Terumi Ming's arms. A long time. Yeliyang! Yeliyang, wake up! A gentle voice rang in Yeliyang's ear. He tried to open his eyes, but it was pitch black around him. Dark. There is nothing but darkness, only a vast starry sky. Where is this? Why am I here? Yeliyang frowned and began to think. Right. I used Yekai before. Yeliyang suddenly remembered what happened in the cave. Just before, when Yeliyang was about to leave the cave, a strange mask suddenly fell on his feet. Then, the corpses of Baiju that should have died, as if being drawn by the mask, all rushed towards the mask, and finally turned into Baiju the size of a building. Yeliyang had no choice but to use Yekai. So, I fainted because of Yekai's side effects. Yeliyang suddenly realized. Yekai is the ultimate method of the 8 doors Dunjia. It needs to be used by life. Although Yeliyang learned directly through the system, it is hard to guarantee that it will not have the same side effects. Damn it! I don't want to die. Yeliyang wanted to cry without tears. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com would be too horrible if it weren't for the previous Dabaiju, and Yeliyang would not use this last killer move. At this time, a cold voice appeared in Yeliyang's ear. Do you desire power? Woof! It's Kuabai. Yeliyang just turned around and was startled by the huge face of the 9-tailed demon fox. At this time, Kuabai was squatting behind him, but at the same time, he was also completely locked in a huge iron cage. Am I near death? Yeliyang had a vague guess in his heart. The original 9-tailed Manzulai, every time he is about to die, he enters his own spiritual world, and the former only needs to obtain the 9-tailed chakra to be alive and kicking again. Okay, divide me a bit. Yeliyang stretched out his begging hand to Jiwei happily, but the latter ignored it. You can get my help, but you have to tell me first, what is the golden sun above your head? Golden sun? What sun? Yeliyang was startled. Afterwards, he looked over his head, where, as expected, there was a round, golden metal sphere. I trademark this as a brain stone. Yeliyang was dumbfounded. How did he know what was this? After all, he was also entering his spiritual world for the first time. I said I don't know, do you believe it? Then I can't do anything. After listening to his words, Kuabai shook his paws. Grass! Yeliyang cursed angrily. Obviously Naruto easily gained the power of 9 tails, but it was his turn to be so difficult. Is it because I am not the protagonist? Yeliyang frowned. The first release of this book is from 17K novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 58, Wake. If you can't get the 9-tailed chakra, then you who are dying in the outside world must really not survive. At that time, let alone the aspect of Hokage world, maybe even the previous life will not be able to go back. Yeliyang suddenly noticed the metal ball. What kind of existence is something that even Kuabai doesn't know? Can you save yourself? Yeliyang immediately looked at the metal ball. But, it seems a bit high. The sphere above looks very small, but it is because of the long distance. Judging from Yeliyang's current distance, it is at least tens of meters away. If you want to go there, you can just fly directly. Kuabai suddenly reminded. Fly. Yeliyang closed his eyes and tried, and found that his body was really floating. He immediately came to the metal ball. This is a human-sized metal ball. Judging from its appearance, it should be made of a special alloy. It looks high-tech. I felt it with my hand, it was a bit cold. Krypton I function, start. System, pseudo. Gender, female. Cup, airport. Detected as the third technology civilization, because of the lack of a small number of chips, only the general capabilities of the third technology. Evaluation, very weak. Woko. This is actually my system. Yeliyang was shocked. He never expected that the system would actually appear in his spiritual world, and it would still look like this. However, how come the system has a cup? Yeliyang muttered a few words. It's still an airport, this is too ridiculous. But just as he laughed out loud, he was slammed by the metal ball in front of him. Host, please pay attention to your words. Otherwise, this system has the right to punish the host. The metal ball flew wildly in the sky, expressing his dissatisfaction. This is actually alive. Liang was stunned. Originally, he thought that his system was just a machine without emotion. Because she had never talked to him about anything other than giving mechanical hints to herself. The system of other people's home will become a big beauty or something, but his system has nothing. Is it because this thing has lost its function? It's incomplete. Liang suddenly remembered the introduction of Kryptonian system, pseudo. There is actually a pseudo character. The last time the word pseudo appeared was when I met Yuan in Cheyenne village. At that time, Yuan used the technique of shelling to escape, also leaving behind a body, and what Liang detected with his Krypton eye was also a fake character. So, the current system is just a body, her soul is not here? Liang suddenly felt that he had guessed the truth. If this is the case, where is the soul of the system? Also in Naruto world? Or in the previous life? Liang continued to guess. However, before long, he shook his head. The top priority now is not to explore the mystery of the system. His body was about to die, Liang's spirit had been weakened for a while. Do you have to get help from Kyuubi? Liang intends to touch him with words first. Big brother Nine Tails. We are in agreement. Although we were not born in the same year and the same month and the same day, we may die today in the same year, the same month and the same day. No matter how you think they are all brothers of the opposite sex, please save me. He has words and sentences, which is very impressive. But Kyuubi didn't buy it. If you die, I will be out of trouble. Who wants to die with you? Amount. Well, this is the reason. Liang was helpless. Or else, I will give you the body, as long as you can save me, the control of the body will be given to you. N? Are you really willing to do such a thing? Kyuubi showed a suspicious expression. Liang remembered. Kyuubi had told him before that as long as he was willing to give his body to it, he would be willing to lend himself chakra. Although he did not agree at the time, he also let Liang know one thing. Kyuubi is holding his body. A person holding his body can never resist the temptation of his own body. Sure enough, after Liang nodded, Nine Tails immediately showed a wretched smile. Haha, it's done. Outside world. It has been many days since Liang went into a coma. Liang. You wake up soon. In the small villa presented by Sarutobi Risen, Red Bean's tender voice cautiously called Liang's name, but the latter was still unconscious. What to do? The teacher's body will soon be dead. If you don't wake up, you will really die. Yuanlin continued to treat Liang with medical ninjutsu. Although his epidermal wound was cured, Liang's internal organs were damaged. Unless a lot of chakras are poured in, there will be no chance at all. To be honest, if it weren't for Yuanlin's constant treatment day and night, Liang would have died long ago. Konohamadara's medical ninja gave up treatment on Liang as early as the second day of treatment. I believe him, such a powerful opponent was defeated. How could he die so easily? Terumi Ming was also here, she looked at Liang caringly, while Kushina was sitting next to the bed, anxious. Cried. Mom. Dad will be fine, right? Xiao Naruto in his arms asked worriedly. Hearing what he said, everyone else looked at him, but no one was jealous of the child's name. After all, everyone was very worried about Liang. No www.readaloud.com. Your father just slept a little longer, he will wake up in a while. Kusina comforted Naruto with a worried face. In fact, I am very concerned. If the people in Hokage village knew that in such a small room, there were 4 well-known goddesses crowded, they would have their jealous hearts exploding. At this moment, Lin Lin, who was in charge of the treatment, suddenly showed a surprised expression. Ms. Liang's injury is beginning to heal. As a medical ninja, she clearly felt that Liang's internal organs began to heal, and the heart that had deviated from the track was actually wrapped in a yellow chakra and slowly returned to its original position. Really? Everyone was immediately surprised. At this time, Yeliyang's eyes suddenly opened. There are no pupils, only a blush. Ha ha ha. This stupid Yeliyang, I finally came out. He laughed grimly, completely devoid of Yeliyang's original Qian gentleman expression. But at this moment, the awakened Yeliyang suddenly sounded a mechanical reminder of the system. Detecting unknown consciousness occupying the host's body, immediately clear it. What the hell? Yeliyang frowned. He just wanted to drive away the ants around him from the bed when he suddenly felt a severe headache. He clung to his head tightly, and his eyes slowly turned back to their original colors. Damn it! You are the little son. What did Yeliyang give you? You want to help him like this? No. Don't clear me. I am willing to return to the spiritual world. Ah! Yeliyang, you lied to me, you lied to me. He finally stopped moving after chanting this paragraph. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 59, Rebel Yeliyang. After a long time, the boosting sound of the system finally sounded again. Congratulations to the host again to take charge of the body, this service is over. Yeliyang took a sharp breath, his heart throbbed and swept around, as if he had just experienced a life and death parting. I'm back. Yeliyang felt his body in disbelief. Suddenly, the four delicate bodies by the bed suddenly rushed towards him. Perverted. You finally came back, but you scared me to death. Teacher Yeliyang. I thought you were really gone. Yeliyang Jun. Just come back, it's okay, it's all okay. It's Atsuki Bean, Rin Nohara, and Kushina. These three women have always cared very much about Yeliyang. Seeing him wake up at this time, naturally they couldn't control the movements of the body. Yeliyang was stunned, but immediately recognized the person. His heart is full of warmth. Originally, as a modern person, Yeliyang always had a sense of being superior to the natives of Hokage, so there was always a barrier. But today, he suddenly felt like a person. It is no longer the high god, but a living person. Little Naruto is so big. Yeliyang smiled and hugged Naruto by the bed, then turned his gaze to Terumi Ming. How about you? Do you want to hug? It has been half a month since Yeliyang woke up. Since that incident, all villages have begun to focus on the idea of cultivating perception ninjas. But at this moment, Yeliyang had the idea of leaving Konoha. On the dark trail, Yeliyang once again killed an assassin who had assassinated himself. Cat face mask. Konoha's Anbi assassin. Konoha's form is divided into two parts, one is the Naruto faction headed by Sarutobi Hitachi, and the other part is the Anbi faction headed by Danzo. Anyway, Sun Jian has always focused on wooing Yeliyang. No matter what outrage Yeliyang has done, as long as it is not too big a problem, he will press it down for Yeliyang, anyway to please Yeliyang. But Danzo is different. As Danzo, who always puts the interests of the village first, always regards Yeliyang as a thorn in his eye and a thorn in his flesh. Especially after the Zhongnan exam. Yeliyang, with a mysterious identity, must die. In just over 10 days, Yeliyang was assassinated by countless assassins. Although he didn't attack Konoha's dark side at first, he still missed and killed a few. Sarutobi Hizen was also a bit unreasonable. After solving the ninja who followed him, Yeliyang finally left the village of Konoha. One day 5 years later. This is the Assassination Tavern. Yeliyang took the map and came to a remote mountain. His face was full of beards, his pupils were vicissitudes of life, and his strong muscles reflected the charm of an adult man. At this time, a man in a red cloud robe walked out of the tavern. Yeliyang's eyes were startled, but he ignored him. Jiaodu? I didn't expect him to be here. The Assassination Tavern is the place where the black market releases rewards. At this time, I met Jiaodu, that is to say, the undercurrent of the ninja world has begun to surge, but I don't know what kind of identity will Akatsuki without the soil develop. Go inside. There are ninjas who come here to receive missions all around, and behind the boss, there are several notices with bounty hanging. The highest bounty is actually hundreds of millions. This is much higher than doing a mission in Konoha. Yeliyang's heart moved, and he looked around, all rebellious. These people have a scratch on their foreheads, which shows their identity. Hey! Is this a newcomer? Hey! You are so thin, really want to take the task? A black-faced man looked at Yeliyang and mocked. He obviously saw Yeliyang's disdain, so he provoked. In the Assassination Tavern, private fights are not allowed here. After all, you must pay compensation at the price if you break something, and if someone else picks up the matter, you can naturally ignore this rule. The black-faced man was forcing Yeliyang to take action, so that he could reasonably kill Yeliyang. Yeliyang didn't even look at him, and cursed lightly, "Get out! Rubbish!" The black-faced man was immediately angry. He is the rebel of Union Village. He is not only a master of local escape, but also a core figure with a name and a surname on the reward order. The reason why he has survived to this day is because of his methods. Very powerful means. I think you are looking for death. The man cursed coldly, and immediately wanted to do it, but looking at Yeliyang, who had already stood in front of the tavern owner, he was still pressed. "After I get out, see how I can solve you," he muttered suddenly and walked out. Yeliyang was taken aback, and apparently took a high look at the boss. At this time, he began to look at the rewards in the tavern. Uchiha Shushui 30 million. Flying 20 million. Deidara 20 million. Ashimaru 50 million. These are huge bounties. Yeliyang looked around, and then picked up a reward list with the highest amount that had fallen out of dust. Sancho Fish Hanzo is offering a reward of 100 million. The betrayal of the crowd couldn't sit still immediately. Look! That newcomer actually took Hanzo's reward, he is crazy. Haha, he is a newcomer, he certainly doesn't know how strong Sancho Fish Hanzo is. That's the of ninjutsu. Well, it must be like this. It's a pity that Bai has such a handsome face, and it's a pity that he died. www.readaloud.com. Yeliyang heard them and ignored them. Years of daily missions have allowed Yeliyang to learn all the low-level ninjutsu. Except for the S-rank ninjutsu, Yeliyang is only a few of them. Yeliyang has far surpassed the Sarutobi Hitachi as a doctor of ninjutsu. Even the 6 immortals do not have as many ninjutsu as Yeliyang Hui. As for immortality, Yeliyang has been able to maintain the immortal mode after many years of cultivation, and his physical skills have reached the shadow level. The most important thing is that Yeliyang has more combat experience. Ninjutsu level 7. Physical skill level 5. Ninja level 5. What kind of ability is at level 7? Yeliyang is probably the same as Kagaiji. Young man, are you sure you want to take this task? I can tell you that even an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse cannot do this task. It is said that Konoha's Sunin had teamed up against Hanzo, and they were defeated by him. If it weren't for Hokage from their village in the end, these 3 would be killed on the spot. Yes, boy. Be cautious. The boss reminded him again. But Yeliyang still took the reward list resolutely. Humph. What Sancho Fish Hanzo? As long as the bounty is sufficient, even Kagaiji is not afraid of it. Seeing Yeliyang go out, the ninjas immediately followed him. Go, watch the excitement. Doorway. The Union Village rebel, who was said to be very powerful before, was already waiting for him at the door. Boy, you were rude just now, I'll treat you well as a senior. I don't want to waste time, if you want to die, hurry up. The traitor said as he said, he put his hand directly into the soil. 2 Duntuliang dumplings. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 60, Reward Task. A huge clod suddenly rose from the ground. In terms of area, it is already half the size of a building. Although it is very thin, it is already amazing. Boy, I'll make a grave for you. The surrounding people looked at all this with horror. They had known that Owain's rebellious forbearance was powerful, but they were surprised to see that such a large clod was pulled up by him. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect to be so strong. Yeliyang shook his head lightly. This level does have proud capital, and it is basically close to the artifact level. But compared to him? It's still far away. That's it. Yeliyang said lightly. 2 done Tuliang dumplings. It was the same trick of Tuliang dumplings, but Yeliyang didn't even make the seal. It was just a light word in his mouth, and a large piece of larger and stronger soil was lifted by Yeliyang. Looking at the area of this piece of soil, it is as big as half a football field. And compared to Yan Yan's rebellion, Yeliyang's is bigger and stronger. Get out of here! Yeliyang casually threw it away, and the super-large clod that seemed to weigh dozens of tons was thrown towards the trader in Yanyan village. Kong dang! The earth fell to the ground and people buried it. Yeliyang brushed the dust off his body and stood with his hands behind. The people on the spot were even more surprised. Boss, I've decided. I want to marry my sister to him. Agwagwarenren shouted immediately. Your sister? I remember your sister is in her 25 years, right? Do you think such a master is worthy of her? Then I don't care, anyway, I want to be his brother-in-law, it's such a happy decision. You. Seeing the admiration of a crowd of ninjas, the tavern owner went back helplessly. Kung fu for a glass of wine. Yeliyang came to a ninja battlefield full of corpses. Although it is far away, Yeliyang's instantaneous spell is not covered. The sky was drizzling and it looked a little gloomy. Is that this? Yeliyang looked at the map carefully. This is Yunnan village, but because of years of war, it has become a ninja battlefield. Sanjiao Hanzo exists in the Hokage world as a mercenary. In the original book, he is the leader of Yuyan village. He was killed by Nagato because of Madara's calculations. But Madara was gone, and Hanzo, who had been killed because of this, also survived. Now he is a mercenary in the ninja world. He has been employed in previous battles in various countries, and he is therefore jointly wanted by all the victims. This is how 100 million people come. The rumored of ninja. Yeliyang fumbled for the map again. A mercenary war will break out here today, and Sancho Fish Hanzo may come, so he made full preparations here in advance. Hiding slowly in the surrounding jungle, Yeliyang concealed his figure with forbearance, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. At this time, 3 18 or 9-year-old teenagers slipped past Yeliyang in a panic. They were panicked and their faces were wet by the black muddy water. Apparently it was hunted down. Is it a mercenary, or a refugee who happens to be here? Yeliyang swept at them, but because the former's face was muddy, he couldn't see the specific appearance. At this moment, the sound of a giant hitting the ground suddenly sounded in the distance. Yeliyang was startled. Afterwards, I saw a big baby fish, crawling in the direction of Yeliyang. There was a person standing on its head. It was the Sancho fish Hanzo Yeliyang was looking for. Damn it, we clearly helped you complete the task, why are you chasing us down? You treechade! The young people angered the Sanjiao fish who tracked them, but their footsteps continued. Hey! You are really strong, but you are robbing bounty everywhere, which has seriously threatened our mercenary rules, so you must die today. The giant Sancho fish quickly stopped these teenagers, and behind Hanzo, there were countless grey-clothed ninjas hidden. They are all ninjas from Yunnan village. Yeliyang swept these people roughly, there were probably dozens of them, and everyone was at the level of Zhongren. Although the teenagers pursued by them are very strong, but surrounded by so many people, it must be difficult to escape, and there is also a ninja god, Sancho Fish Hanzo. This boss is really a bunker. In the original work, although this person was calculated to die, when he was reincarnated from the dirty soil, he actually relied on his own willpower to get rid of the control of the dirty soil rebirth. You know, even Sarutobi Hizaki can't get rid of this technique. In other words, he is stronger than Hokage 3. Those kids are hanging. Yeliyang judged. At this time, the leading child suddenly pushed the others behind him. Nagato, you take Zionin to leave first, and I will gather with you after getting rid of them. Yahiko. What are you talking about? Let's go together. Teacher Jalea is still waiting to see our learning results. Nagato, you. The little head was moved suddenly, and he looked at the red-haired child behind him affectionately, without saying a word for a long time. Yeliyang knew. This thing is friendship. At this time, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com Hanzo saw that he was all there, and he wiped his neck immediately. Do it. After hearing this, the surrounding men rushed towards the group of children. They were very fast, because it was raining, and the ninjas of Yunnan village had this absolute advantage. Earth Escape Yellow Spring Marsh. The leader Yahiko immediately counterattacked with the rain, because it was in the muddy water. Ninjutsu like Huankanuma was very suitable for such an environment. A large area of marshland instantly appeared around Yahiko, and the Yunnan village ninjas had no time to escape and were flooded by this marshland. Damn boy! They jumped hard, but their legs couldn't get out. Hanzo next to him suddenly became angry. What an idiot! He immediately clapped his palms, and a mouthful of phlegm came out of Sanjiayu's mouth. These teenagers were shocked and hurriedly hid towards the surroundings. Sancho Fish's body fluid has a strong neurotoxin. Once it is touched by this fluid, even if it is only a drop, from a neurological disorder, to a death on the spot. Being tracked by Hanzo these days, they have understood the horror of this trick. Get out of the way! Call out! The saliva fell towards the boy's original position. The ninjas of Yuyan village controlled by Huangchuan Marsh were not good for an instant. They were hit by this venom before they escaped from the shackles of Huangchuan Marsh. Suddenly, there was a scream. As if they were hit by lava, these Yunnan village ninjas lost their voices on the spot after a large amount of white gas emerged. They are all dead. Yeliyang's heart tightened. At this time, he had guessed the identity of these teenagers. Nagato. Yahiko. Talk to Xiaonan. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content.